Chapter 1. It was dusk, and the clouds were as red as blood. In the wilderness, 2 black horses with wings galloped in the air, pulling a carriage behind them. The carriage shuttled through the mountains, creating a gust of wind. On the steps of the carriage sat a valiant-looking old man who wore armor. Although his hair was white, his eyes were like a tiger's and gave off an intimidating aura. In the carriage, there was a mother and son. The mother was young and beautiful. She wore a long dress with jewels and a hairpin with phoenix feathers, making her look like an empress. Her face was covered in tears. She hugged her son tightly, and her body trembled slightly. The son in her arms was only 2 years old. His face was exquisite, and he wore a golden robe. He looked like a porcelain doll. At this moment, the 2-year-old boy's eyes were dull. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness that did not belong to his age. "I've only reincarnated for 2 years, and I'm going to die again?" The 2-year-old boy roared in despair in his heart. In his previous life, he came from Earth and died young before he could enjoy life. The cause of death was that he stayed up all night on his keyboard. After reincarnating into this world that looked like Xianxia from ancient times, he still retained the memories of his previous life. Compared to his previous life, the difference between this life and his previous life was like heaven and earth. His father was the emperor of the great Zhou Empire, Emperor Yan of Zhou. Emperor Yan of Zhou was an immortal being. He controlled dozens of kingdoms, billions of people, and millions of soldiers. He swept across the northern wilderness region. His mother was one of Emperor Yan of Zhou's concubines. Her name was Lady Zhao Xian, and she was extremely favored. Even after she had a son, Emperor Yan of Zhou often went to her palace. Until a month ago, when Lady Zhao Xian's father was accused of rebelling, which enraged Emperor Yan of Zhou. Lady Zhao Xian pleaded for her father, claiming that she was wronged. However, the evidence was irrefutable, and Emperor Yan of Zhou banished her to the cold palace in a rage. 5 days ago, Lady Zhao Xian found out that the empress was planning to poison her, so she sought help from her sisters and escaped from the great Zhou imperial palace. During this period of time, Emperor Yan of Zhou visited other empires and would not return for a few months. If Lady Zhao Xian did not escape, she and her son, Zhou Xuanji, would die. Zhou Xuanji saw that his mother in this life was crying so pitifully, and his heart ached. He raised his little hand and touched Lady Zhao Xian's face. And said, "Mother, don't cry." The physique of the people in this world was much stronger than that of the people on Earth. Zhou Xuanji, who was only 2 years old, could already speak. In order not to appear too shocking, Zhou Xuanji usually did not speak for too long. In the imperial palace, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's words, Lady Zhao Xian choked with sobs. "Your Highness, there is a large river in front that can flow into the desolate river. If we throw the little prince in there, he might have a chance of survival." The old general outside the carriage suddenly said in a solemn tone. "Throw him down?" Zhou Xuanji's body trembled. This old man was really ruthless. When Lady Zhao Xian heard this, she immediately took off a necklace from her neck. The pendant was a wooden bead. The wooden bead was only the size of a thumb and looked ordinary. She tied the necklace around Zhou Xuanji's neck and kissed his little face. She said, "My child, this wooden bead was born with you. It is also the symbol of your identity as a prince of Great Zhou. In the future, when His Majesty finds out the truth, he will send someone to look for you." After that, she pressed her right hand lightly on Zhou Xuanji's body. A translucent golden light appeared and enveloped Zhou Xuanji. She carried Zhou Xuanji out of the carriage and onto the platform. She looked down. Below them was a canyon that was hundreds of meters wide. The river flowed continuously, and the water splashed onto the rocks on both sides, splashing countless water droplets. If an ordinary person were to fall in, he would surely be smashed into pieces. Zhou Xuanji felt dizzy looking at it. He died suddenly in his previous life, and he was going to be smashed into pieces again in this life? "I'm sorry. In my next life, if I can still be your mother, I will surely make it up to you, Lady Zhao Xian said softly. She had already wiped away the tears on her face, and she looked determined. After that, she threw Zhou Xuanji down. The little Zhou Xuanji spun in the air and looked up at Lady Zhao Xian. Their eyes met. There was no fear in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, but a deep reluctance. Lady Zhao Xian was stunned. This was not the look a 2-year-old child should have. She instinctively stretched out her hand and wanted to grab him. Plop! Zhou Xuanji, who was enveloped by the golden light, fell into the rapid river and disappeared. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lady Zhao Xian pulled her hand back immediately and covered her chest. Tears flowed down from her eyes uncontrollably. She hated it. She hated herself for not fighting for it. If she could climb up with Emperor Yan of Zhou's favor, she might not have to face such a disaster today. Lady, don't worry. Back then, when the little prince was born, an auspicious sign descended from the heavens. A qilin came and circled above the royal palace. Even the heavenly teacher said that the little prince was extraordinary. He is not fated to die. Don't worry. The old general comforted her. Just when he finished speaking. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. A sharp arrow pierced through the old general's forehead. Blood splattered, and the 2 flying black horses neighed in fear. They turned around and ran immediately. Lady Zhao Xian was almost thrown off. She quickly grabbed the reins. In the river, Zhou Xuanji was enveloped by the golden light and was unharmed. Looking at the dead trees and rocks that flew past him, he felt terrible. Although Lady Zhao Xian had only raised him for 2 years and most of the time, she was still his biological mother. He sighed faintly and said, "If I have the power in the future, I will surely take revenge for you." It was extremely difficult to take revenge on the empress of the great Zhou Empire. This world was like a mythical world. Cultivation was the mainstream, and the powerful were respected. Just the royal guards alone had the power to split mountains and rivers. He was only 2 years old and had no contact with cultivation. How could he take revenge? At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that the necklace that Lady Zhao Xian gave him had disappeared. A red mark appeared on his fair chest. Ding! Supreme Legendary Sword System activated. Ding! Supreme Legendary Sword System successfully integrated with the sword owner's soul. Ding! Gotcha for the new sword owner begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, Silver, Crimson Dragon Sword, White Crane Sword Technique. For electronic-like voices resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, shaking him so much that his soul was knocked out. Before he could react, he felt an explosion in his mind, and he fainted immediately. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters. Among the mountains, rivers weaved in and out. Beside one of the rivers, a little girl with a ponytail was washing clothes. She wore patched clothes. The little girl had fair skin and a cute face. She looked to be only 6 or 7 years old, and the washing board was even bigger than her. She rolled up her sleeves and wiped the water off her face with the back of her hand. At this moment, a golden ball of light floated over from the river and attracted the little girl's attention. She was a little stunned. She put down the clothes in her hands and walked over carefully. The golden ball of light quickly reached the riverbank. She walked closer and saw a child inside. He was only about 2 years old. He was very small, and his fists were tightly clenched. He was sleeping soundly. The golden light disappeared suddenly, and the 2-year-old child sank into the river. She was so frightened that she quickly ran over and picked him up. Chapter 2. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness gradually recovered. He opened his eyes, and memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, giving him a splitting headache. He propped up his small body and found himself sitting on a wooden bed. There was a pile of clothes beside the bed. This was a small wooden hut that could only accommodate a wooden bed and a wooden table. On the wooden table, there was a kettle and 2 porcelain bowls with broken corners. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Outside the door was surrounded by green trees, and one could vaguely see the forest in the distance. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked in his heart, Supreme Legendary Sword System? He could still remember what happened before he fainted. Could it be that God had given him a golden finger? In his previous life, he had read many novels, so he naturally understood the system. It was like playing a single-player game. Meanwhile, he felt that the words Supreme God's Sword were somewhat familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Sword Master, what's your order? An electronic voice rang in his mind. Where did the Supreme Legendary Sword System come from? What functions does it have? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask in his heart, unable to suppress the anticipation on his face. The Supreme Legendary Sword System is a fortuitous encounter. At the beginning of the primordial world, there were already 3,000 rules. These 3,000 rules later became the Great Tao, and beyond the 3,000 rules, there is another variable, also known as a fortuitous encounter. The fortuitous opportunity of the primordial world is attached to the Sword Master's body, simulating the Supreme Legendary Sword program that the Sword Master created in his previous life. You can call me the Sword Spirit. I don't have an independent consciousness. I'm just a supporting program that you created to focus on nurturing the Sword Master. The electronic voice replied, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. F***ck me. So that was how it was. After coming back to his senses, Zhou Xuanji immediately became excited. In his previous life, he was a programmer. When he was playing a Xianxia standalone game, he felt that it was too difficult to level up and become stronger, so he created the Supreme Legendary Sword program. Well, this was the Goldfinger program. He could randomly draw all the swords in the game because he was playing as a blade master. Not only that, any sword art would be able to reach the maximum level as long as it was executed repeatedly according to the sword moves. There was no need for comprehension or special materials. Now that the Supreme Legendary Sword program had become real and had become a system, didn't that mean that he was going to soar into the sky? At this moment, lines of words that only he could see appeared in front of him. Sword Owner, Zhou Xuanji Race, Great Zhou Royal Bloodline Cultivation, Mediocre Martial Arts, None Sword Art, None, Supernatural Power, None, Sword, Silver, Crimson Dragon Sword, this is my attribute? Wait a minute. What was the silver in front of the Crimson Dragon Sword? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in confusion. Although the Supreme Legendary Sword system is created from your Supreme Legendary Sword program, it has created countless legendary swords on its own, and they are divided into different grades. For now, the grades that can be announced to the sword owner are ordinary rock, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, and glorious gold. The grades above cannot be announced for now because the sword owner is too weak. The sword spirit explained, which made Zhou Xuanji swallow his saliva. It sounded very powerful. What kind of artifact was the silver-ranked Crimson Dragon Sword? Wait a minute. Where is my Crimson Dragon Sword? Just when Zhou Xuanji was thinking, a sword appeared in front of him and levitated above the bed. It was the Crimson Dragon Sword. The Crimson Dragon Sword was 4 feet long, which was equivalent to about 1.3 meters. Its entire body was crimson red, and there was a long dragon engraved in the center of the blade, while the end of the sword hilt was in the shape of a dragon's tooth. With this sword, Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. So cool. Lines of words that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Crimson Dragon Sword, level, silver, description, silver divine sword contains the soul of a crimson dragon. When activated, its might will increase greatly. He could not remember if there was a Crimson Dragon Sword in the Supreme Legendary Sword program in his previous life. After all, the game's information was vast. He realized that the Crimson Dragon Sword was like one of his arms. With just a thought, the Crimson Dragon Sword would fly to wherever he wanted. It was really magical. How do I hide it? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. A 2-year-old child could not even protect such a precious sword. Just when he finished speaking, the Crimson Dragon sword disappeared. The system has the supreme storage, which can store all kinds of resources, except for living creatures. It is like a storage bag, with an independent space. The sword spirit replied, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh in amazement. So convenient. Do you want to inherit the White Crane sword technique? Of course. Zhou Xuanji replied without hesitation. To take revenge, he had to become more powerful. As a prince of the great Zhou Empire, Zhou Xuanji had heard of the cultivation stages. From low to high, they were qi nurturing, foundation building, enlightening, inner pellet, soul fountain, astral infant, astral projection, spirit refinement, and great realization. Each stage was divided into 10 levels. His father, Emperor Yan of Zhou, was at the great realization stage. His lifespan was continuous, and he was almost immortal. The continent he was in was called the Northern Wilderness region. There were many sects and kingdoms, and above the kingdoms were the empires. There were 7 empires in the eastern domain, and Great Zhou was considered to be above average. During its peak, it was ranked first. Without the supreme legendary sword system, unless Zhou Xuanji was extremely lucky, it would be difficult for him to threaten Emperor Yan of Zhou, let alone come into contact with him. The ruler of an empire was not someone he could meet just because he wanted to. It was just like a land god, which mortals could only look up to. Next, a wave of memories entered his mind, and he could not help but close his eyes. In his mind, a silhouette was dancing with a sword. The silhouette was like a white crane, agile and graceful. After a long while, he finally managed to sort out this memory. The white crane sword technique was divided into 3 forms. The first form, white crane footing. The second form, white crane wings. The third form, white crane celestial trace. Every form of the sword was imprinted in his mind. In this world, a swordsman had a high status because the sword was the king of all weapons. However, the way of the sword was very difficult to cultivate. Every sword technique with different grades required great comprehension. The same sword technique could be wielded differently by swordsmen with different comprehension abilities. But Zhou Xuanji had the supreme legendary sword system. When he designed the supreme legendary sword system, he created a shortcut for sword techniques. He only needed to practice the white crane sword technique 10 times to learn the first form. He needed to practice the second form 50 times, and the third form 100 times. One day was enough. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. But when he thought of Lady Zhao Xian, he felt depressed again. He did not know if Lady Zhao Xian was dead or alive. Even if she was alive, where could he find her in such a big world? My grandma is not here. You guys can come next time. A young girl's voice came from outside the wooden hut. Zhou Xuanji was so frightened that his body trembled. His personal stats disappeared as well. Don't tell me your grandma is running away from her debt. Tell her, within 3 months, she must pay her debt. Do you hear me? If she doesn't pay her debt, I will sell you to the brothel in town. A shrill female voice came. Zhou Xuanji could already imagine her mean and ugly old face. He quickly lay down. He was curious about who saved him, and at the same time, he was grateful. If he were to stay in the wilderness and be eaten by demons, it would be tragic. In the eastern domain, other than the humans, the demons had a larger sphere of influence. Traces of demons could be found all over the human race. After a while, a little girl walked in. She lowered her head and rubbed her eyes. She was choking with sobs, and it was obvious that she was crying out of fear. She did not look at Zhou Xuanji but sat on the bench and cried loudly on the table. Chapter 3. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's voice, the little girl looked up at him. Zhou Xuanji was born in the royal family. His skin was white and tender, and his facial features were exquisite. Although he was only 2 years old, he could make most people like him. In the royal palace, he often acted cute and pitiful, which made the concubines in the harem fall in love with him. Of course, except for the empress. When that woman saw him, she did not hide her disgust at all. When the little girl saw his face, she immediately stopped crying. "You're awake?" She cried out in surprise and forgot about her grievances. She quickly poured water for Zhou Xuanji. Coming to the wooden bed, she held the bowl in her left hand and carried Zhou Xuanji with her right hand, feeding him water. Zhou Xuanji drank it all in one gulp, and his lips were covered with water. He giggled and said, "Big sister is so nice." The little girl giggled and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhou Xuanji. I'm 2 years old this year." "What about you, sister?" Zhou Xuanji smiled. Facing a little girl, he was not worried that he would arouse her suspicions. "Zhou Xuanji? What a strange name." "I'm Jianghu, 6 years old." The little girl mumbled with her finger in her mouth. Zhou Xuanji sat on her lap, looked up, and asked, "Did you save me?" "Yes, where are your parents? Do they not want you anymore?" Little Jianghu nodded and asked. Zhou Xuanji replied, "They were eaten by demons." Lady Zhao Xian was most likely dead, and as for Emperor Yan of Zhou, Zhou Xuanji already treated him as dead. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji's parents were eaten by demons, although little Jianghu sympathized, she was not surprised. From time to time, people in the village would be eaten by demons when they went out to hunt. To her, this was nothing out of the ordinary. The two brats began to converse. Zhou Xuanji learned that the village was called Green River Village and was located in a corner of the Southern Snow Kingdom. The Southern Snow Dynasty was one of the subsidiary dynasties of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Little Jianghu had never seen her parents since she was young. She lived with her grandmother who was in her 60s. No one knew her grandmother's name, so the villagers called her Crazy Old Lady. Ever since she was 5 years old, the crazy old lady often went out and left her alone at home. At first, she was afraid, but later, she got used to it. It had to be said that the children in this world matured much earlier than those on Earth. It was worth mentioning that the crazy old woman would borrow money from time to time. As for what she did, no one knew. She owed a huge debt, and just now, someone came to collect the debt. He even said that he would sell her to a brothel. "Sister, I will protect you in the future," Zhou Xuanji said. Little Jianghu saved his life after all. Little Jianghu hugged Zhou Xuanji and smiled. She did not reply but mumbled, "Grandma has already left for half a month, will she not want me anymore?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt heartache. He patted his chest and said with a smile, "Your grandma left, and I'm here. Isn't this the will of the heavens? I can accompany you." Anyway, he had nowhere to go. If he went to the city, he might be caught, so he might as well stay in the mountain village. Little Jianghu heard him and immediately smiled. She pinched Zhou Xuanji's cheeks and giggled, "Okay, you are my little brother from now on." She was so young that she did not have her guard up against Zhou Xuanji. After all, Zhou Xuanji was so young. "Sister." Zhou Xuanji called out sweetly. Seeing that his savior was so happy, he did not feel tired at all. What an adorable little girl. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's stomach growled. "Sister, I'm a little hungry," Zhou Xuanji said with a bitter face. Little Jianghu heard him and covered her mouth as she laughed, "Big sister will go make porridge for you." After that, she let go of Zhou Xuanji and left the bed. Zhou Xuanji got off the bed as well. He wanted to test out the power of the Crimson Dragon Sword. When he arrived at the yard, he glanced around. The yard was not big, and there was a yellow dog and a group of chicks. There were a total of 3 wooden houses, one for living, one for the kitchen, and one for the toilet. After seeing little Jianghu walk into the kitchen, he quietly went to the back of the wooden house. Behind the wooden house was a small hill surrounded by woods. There was no one there. With a thought, the Crimson Dragon Sword appeared in his hand. The seemingly large Crimson Dragon Sword in his hand did not give him the slightest sense of weight, it was as light as a feather. He slashed at the mountain wall in front of him. Clang! The Crimson Dragon Sword easily cut into the mountain, making him feel as though he was cutting tofu. He slashed downwards and easily reached the bottom. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. This sharpness. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could cut through iron like mud. He was only 2 years old, and his strength was pitifully small. After he thought about it, he sheathed his sword and left. When he came to the yard, he hesitated for a while and walked toward the kitchen. He wanted to see how a 6-year-old girl cooked porridge. Would she burn the kitchen down? As he stepped over the threshold of the kitchen, he looked inside and saw little Jiang Shui standing on a stool in front of the stove. In her hand was an iron ladle that was completely disproportionate to her body size. Looking at her, it was obvious that she was already proficient in cooking, so proficient that it made one's heart ache. She seemed to feel that someone was looking at her, so she turned around. When she saw Zhou Xuanji standing at the door, she was stunned. Chapter 6. After taking away their wooden hut, Zhou Xuanji went to the kitchen to take away the pots and pans, as well as the food. Throughout the whole process, little Jiang Shui seemed very excited. She was amazed and excited that her brother could use magic. The legend of the immortal cultivators was also passed down in Green River Village. So her younger brother was also a cultivator. No wonder he looked so cute. He was completely different from the other children in the village. He was like a lotus flower in a swamp. After cleaning up for a while, the two of them walked around the corpses and headed towards the back of the mountain. Green River Village was located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. There were no other villages within a radius of 50 miles. Zhou Xuanji was heading far away from the village. He could rely on the Crimson Dragon's sword to stay and not be afraid of the Fang clan, but he was worried that things would get out of hand. He knew how terrifying the generals of the great Zhou dynasty were. Overturning mountains and seas was nothing difficult for them. It would be bad if he was discovered by the minions of the great Zhou Empress. It wasn't easy for him to survive the calamity. He didn't want to capsize because of carelessness. When he came of age, no. If he was given 10 years, he might be able to rise to power. At the very least, he would be able to protect himself. After entering the forest, Zhou Xuanji took out his Crimson Dragon's sword in case of danger. With a sword in his right hand and little Jiang Shui's hand in his left, the two of them strolled into the deep mountains. Little Jiang Shui had never left Green River Village before. She was very nervous, but fortunately, Zhou Xuanji kept comforting her. For the next 3 days, they were on their way. They took turns to sleep under the tree at night and traveled during the day. To prevent any accidents, Zhou Xuanji asked the sword spirit to keep an eye on them. Although they encountered some jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards along the way, they posed no threat. Zhou Xuanji had the Crimson Dragon's sword in his hand, and he was a swordsman who had comprehended the sword will, even though he was only 2 years old. After 3 days of traveling, they were now far away from Green River Village. On this day, they came to the cliff. The river beside them flowed down the cliff with great momentum. Standing at the edge of the cliff, they gazed into the distance with dull expressions. Behind the cliff was a forest, and 1,000 meters ahead was a mountain range that cut across the land. At this moment, there were 2 figures clashing in the air above the forest. A blue-robed old man and a black-robed youth. They flew in the air, as if they were not affected by gravity, and fought fiercely in the air. The blue-robed old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He held a long sword in his hand and looked like an immortal who had attained the Tao. The black-robed youth's long hair was messy, and his face was ferocious. His entire body was shrouded in black energy, and he held 2 curved blades in his hands. He looked like a demon. From a distance, it looked like a battle between good and evil. All kinds of spells fell one after another, blowing up the forest. Immortal cultivators. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. Little Jiang Shui was shocked too. Cultivators who could fly in the air were at least at the inner pellet realm. Zhou Xuanji had not even stepped into the qi nurturing stage. Even with the Crimson Dragon sword, he might not be able to defeat an enlightening cultivator, let alone an inner pellet cultivator. Without thinking too much, he turned around and jogged away with little Jiang Shui. The two children didn't say a word along the way and soon disappeared into the forest. After running for 2 hours, they finally stopped to rest. For young children like them, it felt like their legs were about to break. "Sister, are you all right?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he panted. Along the way, little Jiang Shui did not cry or complain no matter how tired she was. Most of the time, if Zhou Xuanji did not stop, she would have fainted. "You are fine, of course I'm fine." Little Jiang Shui wiped her sweat and replied while panting. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for her. He took out a water bottle from the supreme storage and passed it to her. Although he called her sister, in his heart, little Jiang Shui was like a younger sister. The two of them rested on the spot. They spoke very softly, for fear that the two cultivators would hear them. They rested for about 10 minutes. The two of them got up. Zhou Xuanji stored the Crimson Dragon sword into the supreme storage, and they supported each other as they walked forward. After walking for a while. Boom. In front of them, a silhouette fell from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Countless leaves danced in the air, and the trees around them shook. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were both shocked. They fixed their eyes on it, and a chill ran down their spines. It was the blue-robed old man from before. He was lying on the grass, covered in blood. His face was full of pain. Seeing him, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were so frightened that their bodies froze. The worst-case scenario had still happened. "Damn, we are so unlucky." Zhou Xuanji could not help but curse in his heart. He quickly pulled little Jiang Shui and turned around. Just when he turned around, he saw the man in black walking toward him with 2 curved blades stained with blood. "Qiu Bailey, it seems like you did not improve much in the past 10 years. The man in black laughed coldly and walked toward the blue-robed old man. Zhou Xuanji's hair stood on end. He pulled little Jiang Shui behind him and stepped back carefully. The man in black walked past him, and they were less than 2 meters apart. "What's happening? Why are my legs not listening to me? I can't run," Zhou Xuanji thought in fear. He had never faced such a situation before. "It's a murderous aura. He wants to kill you, so he locked his murderous aura on you so that you cannot escape." The sword spirit said in his mind, and Zhou Xuanji clenched his left fist. He wanted to kill them. They were still kids. "Qiu Bailey, do you have any last wishes?" The man in black laughed sinisterly, his eyes full of mockery. As for Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui, he had already ignored them. He would deal with the 2 kids after he killed Qiu Bailey. Qiu Bailey wanted to stand up, but his bones were broken and he could not. "They are innocent. Let them go," Qiu Bailey gritted his teeth and said. He had already given up, but he could not bear to let the 2 kids be implicated. "Ha ha ha. You better take care of yourself first." The man in black mocked. Just when he finished speaking, the Crimson Dragon sword suddenly struck his head, and blood splattered all over the ground. An inner pellet cultivator, dead. Qiu Bailey opened his eyes wide, as though he had seen a ghost. Little Jiang Shui was also shocked by this horrifying scene. The Crimson Dragon sword flew into his hand. "Sword spirit, is he dead?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. An inner pellet cultivator might not die so easily. "He's dead. He can't be more dead." After getting the sword spirit's answer, Zhou Xuanji immediately ran over and searched the man in black. Finally, he found a storage bag and a storage ring. He turned around and ran away with little Jiang Shui. "Wait!" Qiu Bailey quickly shouted, but Zhou Xuanji did not even look back and quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest. After a long while, Qiu Bailey muttered with a complicated expression, "A genius on Great Zhou's hero ranking board died just like that, died in the hands of a 2 or 3-year-old kid." Qiu Bailey, who was knowledgeable, was in a mess. His worldview was shattered into pieces. Zhou Xuanji's decisiveness and attack sent chills down his spine. But more than that, he was curious. Zhou Xuanji did not attack him, which meant that he was not a bad person. What a pity. Can't you save me before you leave? Chapter 7. After killing an inner pellet cultivator, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui continued to flee. They were afraid that more cultivators would come after them. Using the Crimson Dragon's sword this time made him mentally exhausted. He felt that his eyelids were heavy and that he would fall asleep at any moment. His opponent was an inner pellet cultivator after all. He was fully focused and flew on his sword at his fastest speed, which was a heavy burden on his mental energy. After traveling for less than 2 miles, Zhou Xuanji almost fell. Fortunately, little Jiang Shui caught him in time. "Little brother, are you okay? Do you want me to carry you?" Little Jiang Shui asked with concern. She felt sorry for him when she saw his haggard look. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. I can still carry you." He looked like a 2-year-old, but his soul was already mature. How could he let a 6-year-old girl carry him? He noticed that little Jiang Shui's legs were already trembling. She was obviously very tired. After traveling for another few hundred meters, Zhou Xuanji could not take it anymore and sat on the ground to rest. The evil cultivator was already dead, and Qiu Bailey was severely injured. They would not be in danger for the time being. He could only comfort himself this way. Fortunately, Qiu Bailey did not chase after them. After resting for a while and recovering their energy, they continued their journey. Half a month later, the two finally stopped. They were standing on the mountainside. There were few trees on the mountain slope above them, only rocks and weeds. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small river that meandered like a snake, following the mountains and forests to the end of the horizon. Zhou Xuanji took out the wooden hut from the supreme storage and smiled, "Let's settle down here." Little Jiang Shui was so happy that she jumped up and almost fell. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji caught her in time. Along the way, with the White Crane's sword will and the Crimson Dragon's sword, the two did not encounter any danger. They could even hunt occasionally. Zhou Xuanji's battle prowess had also been trained, and it was no longer the same as before. Little Jiang Shui began to clean up the hut, while Zhou Xuanji wandered around and made sure that she was always in his sight. The mountain slope was 100 meters tall, and its back was against the forest. Looking from the top of the mountain, one could only see rolling hills in all directions. There was no sign of human habitation. Little Jiang Shui was agile. She ran to the top of the mountain after cleaning up. Her face was filled with excitement. She grabbed Zhou Xuanji's hand and urged, "Little brother, can you teach me sword techniques?" Zhou Xuanji had always been the one protecting her, which made her feel guilty. So, she wanted to learn the sword too. Previously, he didn't have a chance to do so, but now he did. Zhou Xuanji smiled helplessly and took out a wooden sword from the supreme storage. This was a piece of wood that he had cut along the way, and it was reserved for little Jiang Shui. The sword spirit had tested little Jiang Shui's talent in swordsmanship. She was mediocre and it would be difficult for her to achieve anything in swordsmanship. However, in order for her to have the ability to protect herself, Zhou Xuanji planned to teach her the White Crane's sword technique. With little Jiang Shui's talent, she would need 10 years to master the White Crane's sword technique. Zhou Xuanji was not worried. He was there to protect him anyway. Although little Jiang Shui's talent in the way of the sword was not ideal, she lived like a little adult. With her around, Zhou Xuanji could live a good life. Every time he saw little Jiang Shui taking care of him, he could not help but sigh. This world is really amazing. If it was on Earth, a 6-year-old girl walking alone would be worried by her parents. Perhaps it had something to do with the spiritual energy. Little Jiang Shui behaved like a 10-year-old child. It was still early, so the two of them ate some dry rations and continued to practice their swordsmanship. He practiced for 4 hours until dusk arrived. Little Jianghu memorized 7 moves. It was not a big improvement, but it made her very excited. Before the sky turned dark, the two of them entered the forest to collect firewood. After nightfall, they sat in front of the firewood and looked up at the starry sky. Little Jianghu cupped her cheeks in her hands and looked at the night sky. "Little brother, are we going to stay here forever?" Zhou Xuanji nibbled on a roasted rabbit leg and replied, "Don't worry. Give me 10 years. After 10 years, I will bring you back. By then, no one will dare to bully us." Every year he grew older, he would receive a legendary sword and a lottery. After 10 years, his power would surely grow by leaps and bounds. His goal was not to linger on. He wanted to go to the great Zhou royal palace for revenge. 10 years. Really? Little Jianghu asked in a daze. Loneliness and confusion were always easily awakened at night. Little Jianghu had been lonely since she was young, and her mind was precocious. It was inevitable that she would be like this. It might not even take 10 years. Zhou Xuanji nodded. It was a pity. There were many treasures in the storage ring and pouch left behind by the evil cultivator, but the energy techniques were all demonic techniques. The sword spirit did not allow him to cultivate them, so he could only walk the path of the sword. He did not want to go berserk, so he had not officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. When he was 3 years old, he hoped that he could get a cultivation technique from the lottery. Seeing that little Jianghu was in low spirits, Zhou Xuanji began to tell her jokes to make her forget her worries quickly. Under the night sky, her bell-like laughter resounded. And so, the two of them began to settle down on this hill. To commemorate this place, Zhou Xuanji named it Sword Emperor Slope. The wild beasts in this area were ferocious, and there were even demons. Fortunately, their levels were very low, like cultivators at the Qi nurturing stage, which belonged to the first stage of cultivation. The two of them practiced their sword techniques every day and hunted all over the mountain. Their days were not dull at all. Time flew by just like that. During this period, there was a huge rainstorm that destroyed the wooden hut and scared little Jianghu to tears. Zhou Xuanji used his body to shield her from the rain and brought her to a cave to hide from the rain. He comforted her continuously. Since then, little Jianghu did not treat him as her little brother, but as someone she could rely on. After the wooden hut was destroyed, Zhou Xuanji built a new one. A rainstorm like that was rarely seen even once in a few years. Moreover, this place was the most spacious. If they were in the forest, who knew how many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts would be hiding in the dark, ready to deal them a fatal blow. Half a year later. The sky had just brightened, and the sun slowly rose from the horizon. The sunlight swept across the continuous mountain forest. Zhou Xuanji and little Jianghu were practicing their sword techniques on the mountain top. Zhou Xuanji's main purpose was to teach little Jianghu. After all, his white crane sword technique had already been perfected, and there was no need for him to practice it anymore. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 3 years old. Gotcha started. The sword spirit's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. His right hand trembled and stopped immediately. It's finally here. Day and night, he had been waiting for it. Finally. What's wrong? Little Jianghu asked, confused. She thought that he was not feeling well. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Continue. I will think about how to teach you next." After that, he turned around. "Buddha Tathagata, please bless me. I must get the cultivation technique." Zhou Xuanji prayed in his heart. Although the Crimson Dragon's sword was powerful, it was difficult to unleash its true power without spirit energy. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, bronze, Frost Wave Sword, Golden Body Incantation, Baron Bull Strength Pill. The sword spirit's voice resounded again, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. He ignored the Frost Wave Sword and Baron Bull Strength Pill, which were 1 level lower than the Crimson Dragon Sword. He focused on the golden body incantation. The name, what? Isn't this an energy technique for physical cultivation? Chapter 8. Although the golden body incantation is a body refining technique, it can be upgraded to the sword chi golden body incantation. The sword master can cultivate it. Some powerful swordsmen use their bodies to forge divine swords. The sword spirit explained, and Zhou Xuanji's anger disappeared immediately, replaced by anticipation. That's more like it. Soon after, the cultivation method of the golden body incantation turned into a memory that flowed into his mind. The golden body incantation was divided into 4 stages: internalizing chi to temper the body, iron bones, vital chi impact, and indestructible diamond. Although it was a body cultivator technique, it could also be used to absorb chi. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied. He turned his attention to the frost wave sword. With a thought, the frost wave sword appeared in his hand. A chill drilled into his palm, causing his entire body to tremble. Even little Jianghu, who was practicing with her sword, suddenly felt a little cold. Zhou Xuanji's body blocked the hilt, so she could only see the blade. She thought it was the Crimson Dragon sword, so she did not take it to heart. The Frost Wave sword and the Crimson Dragon sword's blades were similar in length and width, but the blades were silver in color and emitted cold air. The hilt looked like it was made of ice crystals and was extremely gorgeous. Soon, 3 lines of words that only he could see appeared in front of him. Sword name, Frost Wave sword level, bronze, description, created from a land of extreme cold. It contains 1,000 years of cold energy. There was very little information, but the 1,000-year frost chi made Zhou Xuanji think about it. The bronze-ranked Frost Wave sword might not be as powerful as the silver-ranked Crimson Dragon sword, but its attributes were different. He then took out the Wild Ox strength pills and stored them in a wooden bottle. There were a total of 3 pills. The Wild Ox strength pill is an extreme pill. After consuming it, one can obtain the brute strength of a wild ox. However, it also has a huge side effect. It is best for the current sword owner not to use it, or else he will be bedridden for a month. The sword spirit introduced, and Zhou Xuanji's body trembled when he heard it. Wouldn't he be dead after lying in bed for a month? Little Jianghu could not protect him in the wilderness. After that, he sat cross-legged in front of the cliff and began to cultivate the golden body incantation. He began to breathe according to the breathing method of the golden body incantation. There was spiritual energy in the world, and it was the foundation for all living things to become stronger. According to Earth's explanation, it was some kind of energy. The basic breathing technique relied on the mouth and nose, while the advanced breathing technique required all the pores in the body to breathe in and out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It took him a full half an incense stick's time before he could feel the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was hidden in the air and was different from other gases. Once inhaled, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. The contrast was very obvious. The first internalization of chi took half an incense stick's time, which was equivalent to 15 minutes. It was definitely not slow. Ordinary people needed days or even months. The genius of the royal family of Great Zhou, the 6th Prince Zhou Gan, took an hour and was called a genius. Even Emperor Yan of Zhou was pleased. As he breathed in and out, his understanding of the golden body incantation became higher and higher. After 100 breaths, he directly mastered the first level of the golden body incantation, internalizing chi and tempering body. At the same time, his cultivation had stepped into the first level of the chi nourishing stage. He had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy in his dantian. He was stunned and thought to himself, is it that easy to cultivate? Your bloodline talent is very strong, your soul power is very strong, and with the help of the supreme legendary sword system, it's only natural for you to be like this. The sword spirit explained. Zhou Xuanji blinked and asked, are energy techniques and sword techniques the same? It's more or less the same, but the martial arts have a strict requirement for one's cultivation level. For example, the second stage of the golden body incantation, iron bone, requires you to reach the 5th stage of the chi nourishing stage. Zhou Xuanji was very pleased with the sword spirit's answer. With his talent, it was not difficult for him to reach the 5th stage of the qi-nourishing stage. Moreover, there were many spirit stones and spirit pills in the storage rings and bags of the 3 people he killed, which could help him in his cultivation. He did not teach the golden body incantation to little Jiang Shui, but it was not because he was selfish. It was because the golden body incantation could only take 2 paths. One was physical cultivation, and the other was sword cultivation. Physical cultivation was too difficult, and he could not bear to see little Jiang Shui covered in scars. As for sword cultivation, this girl had no talent. She would surely obtain other energy techniques in the future. After some thought, he decided to ask little Jiang Shui. When little Jiang Shui knew that she could cultivate, she was very excited. Even in Green River Village, there were legends of cultivators. She knew that the golden body incantation required her to temper her body in the future, so she immediately gave up. There were thousands of ways to temper one's body. In summary, it was to use external forces to temper one's body, such as lightning, huge waves, mountains, and so on. The process was extremely arduous. The higher one's cultivation stage, the fewer physical cultivators there were. A cultivator's first energy technique was very important. It could lay a solid foundation, which would affect the future. It was a good thing that little Jiang Shui did not cultivate. Sister, don't be disappointed. I will help you find a suitable cultivation technique for you in the future. Zhou Xuanji comforted her. He had only grown to the height of little Jiang Shui's stomach, so the scene was a little comical. Yes, I believe you. Little Jiang Shui smiled sweetly and picked up the wooden sword to continue her training. Now, Zhou Xuanji had officially stepped onto the path of cultivation. He spent most of his time on cultivation and occasionally gave little Jiang Shui some pointers on her swordsmanship. Little Jiang Shui was also very hardworking and not playful. Zhou Xuanji did not want to dampen her enthusiasm, so he did not stop her. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 2. The Qi Nourishing stage was divided into 10 stages. It was the first stage of cultivation for humans. After that, there were still foundation establishment, enlightening, inner pellet, spirit spring, nascent soul, astral projection, spirit refinement, and Mahayana. The Empress of the Great Zhou was an existence that far surpassed the inner pellet realm. To him, she had a long way to go. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 3. 3 months later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 4. 5 months later, Zhou Xuanji reached Qi Nurturing Level 5. He could cultivate the 2nd level of the Golden Body Incantation. A 3-year-old cultivator at Qi Nurturing Level 5. If word got out, he would definitely be beaten up like a monster. At the same time, his physical strength had already reached 3,000 pounds of force. It was all thanks to those pills that he could cultivate so quickly. At the same time, the supreme legendary sword system was constantly nourishing his muscles and bones, or else he would not have been able to withstand the impact of spiritual qi at the age of 3. Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate the 2nd level of the Golden Body Incantation. According to the sword spirit, he was still too young. It would be best for him to cultivate after he was 5 years old. That way, the effect would be greater. Zhou Xuanji did not rush for instant benefits but continued internalizing qi. The white crane sword technique, which he used with spiritual energy, was extremely destructive. He could easily cut down a tree that was 20 centimeters tall from 5 meters away. An ordinary wild boar would be killed in 1 hit. He was fascinated by the feeling of becoming stronger. In front of the cliff at the top of the mountain, it had become a place for 2 children to cultivate. This day, at noon. How can it be? Qi Nurturing Level 5. Zhou Xuanji heard a cry of surprise. He opened his eyes and saw Qiu Bailey flying in the air on his sword. Qiu Bailey was trembling and looking at him in disbelief. When she saw him, little Jiang Shui became anxious immediately and ran to his side. Zhou Xuanji frowned and got up slowly. Facing a cultivator at the inner pellet stage, they could not escape. Qiu Beili witnessed him killing the evil cultivator with a sneak attack last time, so he would not let his guard down. Qiu Beili looked down at Zhou Xuanji, and his heart was in turmoil. Ever since he recovered from his injuries, he had been looking for Zhou Xuanji everywhere. The heavens did not disappoint those who waited. He finally found him. But a year ago, this kid did not have any spiritual energy at all. He reached Qi nurturing level 5 in just a year? And that sword, what's with it? Chapter 9. What do you want to do? We are your saviors. Zhou Xuanji held little Jiang Shue's hand and asked loudly. The childish voice resounded through the clouds, pulling Qiu Beili's thoughts back to reality. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm not an evil cultivator. The one from last time was a demonic cultivator. I come from a famous righteous sect, the Hidden Sword Sect. Have you heard of it?" Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui opened their eyes wide, looking lost. Qiu Beili shook his head and laughed. That's right, how could these two children have heard of the Hidden Sword Sect? He slowly descended and asked with a smile, "Which sect or clan do you come from? Do you need me to send you back?" He was sure that Zhou Xuanji had an extraordinary background and wanted to form a good relationship with him. Zhou Xuanji held the Frost Wave sword tightly and replied decisively, "No need. He doesn't have any killing intent." The sword spirit reminded him timely, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. He did not think that he could win against an inner pellet realm cultivator. Qiu Beili stopped in mid-air and said helplessly, "Believe me, I really don't have any ill intentions. Do I look like a bad person to you? If I were a bad guy, I could have ambushed you just now, but I didn't." Zhou Xuanji stored his Frost Wave sword and said, "Okay, I believe you, but you cannot come into contact with us." Since she couldn't beat him, she might as well treat him as a good person. Qiu Beili laughed and landed on the cliff. He waved at them and said, "Come here, be careful not to fall." Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were a golden couple. They were very lovable, and Qiu Beili had a good impression of them. However, Zhou Xuanji was very ruthless last year, which made him keep an eye on him. He did not want to die in the hands of a 3-year-old child. Zhou Xuanji pretended to be vigilant. He held little Jiang Shue's hand and walked around carefully, which made Qiu Beili burst into laughter. They only started chatting when they were halfway up the mountain. In order to lower the vigilance of the two children, Qiu Beili first told them about his background. So, the evil cultivator that Zhou Xuanji killed was the genius of the demonic Inferno sect, Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan was ranked 92nd on the hero ranking board. The hero role was a ranking of geniuses under 100 years old. There were many cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty. To be ranked 92nd under 100 years old, one could see how powerful he was. 10 years ago, Qiu Beili became enemies with Yi Fifan. At that time, Yi Fifan was massacring a village. Qiu Beili saw the injustice and pulled out his sword to help. This time, Qiu Beili left the Hidden Sword sect and was preparing to go to a city under the Hidden Sword sect to recruit disciples. In the end, he encountered Yi Fifan, and the two of them inevitably had a fierce battle. Qiu Beili could not defeat Yi Fifan, but he managed to injure Yi Fifan, which gave Zhou Xuanji an opportunity. Of course, the main reason why Zhou Xuanji could succeed was because of his 2-year-old appearance. Who would believe that a heavenly son of the devil's sect died in the hands of a 2-year-old child? Speaking up to this point, Qiu Beili sighed and said, "The reason why I'm looking for you guys is to repay a debt of gratitude. Seeing that you guys are all alone, it's really dangerous to wander outside. Why don't I send you guys back? I don't want anything in return." He looked at Zhou Xuanji sincerely. The 3-year-old boy in front of him was too amazing. He could not treat Zhou Xuanji like a child. He even suspected that Zhou Xuanji had been possessed by an old senior and that his soul was very mature. Little did he know that he was half right. However, he had also heard of some legends. Some clans with powerful bloodlines had prodigies that were incomparable to ordinary people. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Just send us home. Just leave behind some cultivation techniques, pills, and enchanted artifacts. It's up to you how much you want. He did not say that he and little Jiang Shui had no one to rely on, in case Qiu Bailey had evil intentions. Qiu Bailey heard him and immediately took out a storage bag from his waist. He took out 2 books, a dagger, and 3 small bottles made of white jade and placed them beside Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. Here are 2 energy techniques. Pick one, I can teach you. I have not fully recovered from my injuries, so I can accompany you for 2 years. After 2 years, I have to leave, and I cannot delay any longer. Don't worry, really. If I have evil intentions towards you, I have hundreds and thousands of ways to make you surrender. Qiu Bailey said solemnly again. He sighed in his heart. Why is this 3-year-old so vigilant? Lacking love since young? Little Jiang Shui sucked on her finger and asked timidly, Old Grandpa, are you really not lying to us? We are very pitiful. I lost my parents when I was young, and my grandma did not want me. Xuanji's parents were eaten by demons. Don't lie to us. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. You told us about our background just like that? Fortunately, it was not his real background. Qiu Bailey heard them and showed a loving expression. He said, how about this, you acknowledge me as your grandfather, and I will bring you back to the Hidden Sword sect. From now on, you will be my grandchildren. Putting aside his soft-heartedness, Zhou Xuanji's talent also moved him. However, such talent could also bring him trouble. Little Jiang Shui heard him and asked in surprise, really? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, we will not go to the Hidden Sword sect. We will stay here. If they went to the Hidden Sword sect, there would be too many people. What if they were exposed? The Hidden Sword sect was still within the Great Zhou Empire. Little Jiang Shui was very obedient to him. She nodded and said, I will go wherever Xuanji says to go. Ever since the heavy rain, she no longer called Zhou Xuanji her little brother. Qiu Bailey shook his head and laughed. This little brat. All right then, I will accompany you for 2 years. What energy technique do you want to cultivate? Qiu Bailey compromised. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji. After he nodded, she picked up the 2 books. It must be said that although little Jiang Shui's grandmother was not responsible, she had already taught her how to read when she was 3 years old. There were less than 5 people in the village who could read, including little Jiang Shui. If it were on Earth, a 3-year-old who could read would be considered a prodigy. Seeing little Jiang Shui's hesitation, Qiu Bailey smiled warmly and said, you are a girl, so you should cultivate the spring snow technique. When you reach great accomplishment, you can form an inner pellet. You will not age, and your lifespan will be 500 years. Little Jiang Shui heard him and nodded immediately. She blinked and asked curiously, what is an inner pellet? Qiu Bailey explained patiently and taught little Jiang Shui about cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not tell her about it before because he was afraid that she would not understand. It was useless even if he told her, so she might as well focus on training her sword. After little Jiang Shui understood, Qiu Bailey turned to him and asked, you want to cultivate the other book? Zhou Xuanji had already read the other energy technique. It was not suitable for sword cultivators, so he shook his head and said, no need, I have an energy technique passed down in my family. Qiu Bailey nodded. This kid was already at Qi nurturing level 5 after all. And so, Qiu Bailey settled down. Zhou Xuanji did not allow Qiu Bailey to stay in the same house as them. Qiu Bailey had no choice but to build a wooden house for himself. For the next month, Zhou Xuanji was on his guard. Qiu Bailey spent most of his time recuperating, but he occasionally taught little Jiang Shui how to cultivate. At first, he was interested in the white crane sword technique that little Jiang Shui was practicing. But after studying it for a long time, he could not figure it out, because little Jiang Shui's sword technique was too lousy. Life went on as usual. 3 months later. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Qi nurturing level 6, and little Jiang Shui officially stepped into Qi nurturing level 1. Qiu Bailey sat on the peak of a mountain and looked at the horizon. Amidst the falling snow, the mountains were faintly discernible. What is that? Chapter 10. Just as Chiu Bailey was looking at the horizon, little Jiang Shui's voice came from behind. Grandpa, come here quickly. I'm in trouble with my cultivation. Chiu Bailey collected his thoughts, stood up and walked over. Until today, little Jiang Shui had already treated him as her grandfather. Zhou Xuanji also acknowledged him, and their relationship was considered close. Zhou Xuanji was internalizing qi at the waist of the mountain, keeping a distance from Chiu Bailey. Because Chiu Bailey's cultivation level was too high, he could not compete with the heaven and earth spiritual qi. I'm going to be 4 soon. Zhou Xuanji looked forward to it in his heart. He once took out the Frost Wave sword to practice his sword technique. Chiu Bailey's expression changed drastically after he looked at it for a while. He pulled Zhou Xuanji and said earnestly, Xuanji, in the future, unless you are in a life-threatening situation, don't ever take out your 2 swords, or else you will attract endless trouble. Just the bronze-ranked Frost Wave sword alone caused Chiu Bailey's expression to change drastically. Zhou Xuanji was filled with anticipation for the gold, amethyst, and glorious gold-grade legendary swords. Time continued to fly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 4 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, sword owner has obtained, silver, bloodbath sword, 8-step sword lunge, 100 level 3 spirit stones. Hearing the sword spirit's voice, Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Another silver divine sword. With a thought, information about the bloodbath sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, bloodbath sword, level, silver, description, bloodthirsty sword. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger its murderous aura. A blood-sucking sword? Is this a demonic sword? Zhou Xuanji was even more delighted. The different attributes of the swords meant that they would be more effective against different enemies. As for level 3 spirit stones, he naturally knew about them. Spirit stones were the common currency in the cultivation world, and they could also be used for cultivation. From low to high, they were divided into 9 grades. The difference between each grade was 10 times. A level 2 spirit stone was equivalent to 10 level 1 spirit stones, and so on. This was equivalent to obtaining 10,000 level 1 spirit stones. In addition, he still had a lot of spirit stones in the supreme storage, which came from Yi Fifan and Shenhua of the Fang family. What is the 8-step sword lunge? Sword technique or equipment? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Next, a wave of memories entered his mind. The 8-step sword lunge was a kind of footwork that was driven by sword qi. A single step could allow one to travel up to 100 meters, and within 8 steps, one could kill all enemies. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. Chapter 12. The second prince of Great Britain, Zhou Xianlong, had unparalleled talent. He started cultivating at the age of 6, built his foundation at the age of 9, and reached the inner pellet stage at the age of 20. He was ranked first on the Great Zhou Hero ranking board before he was even 50 years old. Later, his name disappeared from the Great Zhou Hero ranking board due to his age exceeding the limit. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. One day, he would surpass Zhou Xianlong. He had never seen his elder brother before, but the Empress was so arrogant because of Zhou Xianlong. In his memory, the Empress would mention Zhou Xianlong every 10 sentences, as if she was afraid that others did not know that she had such a talented son. Yo, that little brat is listening very seriously. Do you know what we are talking about? Do you want some milk? A half-naked fat man pointed at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile. His face was oily and looked like a mountain of meat. As he spoke, he even jiggled the flesh on his chest. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. He suddenly wanted to kill someone. This fat pig was asking for a beating. Little Jiang Shui stood in front of Zhou Xuanji like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Madam Knight 7 coldly snorted and said, "Fierce tiger, he is mine. Don't have any ideas about him." Tiger? This is obviously Pigsy, alright? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and began to think about how to escape from the Yellow Gust 17 murderers. First, he had to lower the Yellow Gust 17 fiends' guard against him. 4-year-old faces are the most deceiving. He had yet to display his prowess. Based on his understanding of little Jiang Shui definitely did not reveal his strength. Otherwise, how could they not be tied up? The Yellow Gust 17 fiends continued chatting idly. Zhou Xuanji pulled little Jiang Shui to sit down in front of a large rock. Little Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Xuanji and stared at him, asking him with her eyes what to do. Zhou Xuanji was someone who could sense danger. After all, he had already died once. For the past 2 years, every night, he and little Jiang Shui would simulate a dangerous situation. The two little kids had developed a deep understanding of each other, and they even had countless secret signals. Zhou Xuanji's eyeballs leaned inward, making a cross-eyed expression. Yes, also known as cross-eyed. What he meant was to observe the situation and wait for the right opportunity. Little Jiang Shui blinked her eyes, meaning that she agreed. Madam Knight 7 saw their little movements. Although she did not turn her head, she seemed to be deep in thought. These two children both have spiritual energy in their bodies, and they are not accompanied by adults. I'm afraid their origins are not simple. Matriarch Knight 7 thought to herself that the older, the wiser. Although Zhou Xuanji had lived 2 lives, he was still younger than Madam Knight 7. Naturally, he could not divine Madam Knight 7's thoughts. Not only Madam Knight 7, but the other 16 fiends were also curious about the origins of Zhou Xuanji and Yishiwen. This was also the reason why Zhou Xuanji and Yishiwen were still alive. The absolute difference in power made it so that they did not pay special attention to Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. As they chatted, Zhou Xuanji finally found out their goal. Dragon Eagle. It was a kind of demon eagle that contained the bloodline of the real dragon. It was very powerful and had already refined the demon elixir, which was equivalent to the inner elixir in the human cultivation realm. However, among the same realm, the strength of the demon beasts was usually stronger, not to mention the dragon eagle that contained the bloodline of the real dragon. The whereabouts of the dragon eagles were secretive and they were rare. Every part of their body was a priceless treasure. Recently, the appearance of the dragon eagles at the border of the southern Snow Kingdom had caused quite a commotion. Many people wanted to get their hands on the dragon eagles, including the Yellow Gust 17 fiends. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, it seems that if I want to escape, I have to wait until they surround the dragon eagles. But he was also worried. What if he was turned into soup before then? He shuddered at the thought of it. After chatting for 2 hours, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends finally stopped. Some began to sleep, while others began to cultivate. The cliff fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji lay in little Jiang Shui's arms and pretended to sleep. He could feel that little Jiang Shui was very nervous. Her body was stiff, and she was trembling slightly. In her eyes, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends were more horrifying than demons. Previously, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends had told her about their methods of torturing people, which scared her so much that her face turned pale. Zhou Xuanji did not comfort her. At this moment, he could not appear too mature. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight streaked across the horizon, the Yellow Gust 17 fiends set off. Madam Knight 7 lifted Zhou Xuanji up like a little chick and threw him onto the demon mount, followed by little Jiang Shui. The Yellow Gust 17 fiends did not seem to be harmonious. Madam Knight 7 was afraid that her companions would snatch Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui away. She sat behind little Jiang Shui, while Zhou Xuanji sat in front of her. Little Jiang Shui hugged his waist with one hand and grabbed Madam Knight 7's thigh with the other. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fall. Zhou Xuanji noticed that the yellow gust 17 fiends were heading toward the Sword Emperor slope, where they stayed previously. Could it be that the roar that scared them away came from the dragon eagles? Zhou Xuanji felt complicated. After so many twists and turns, he had to return to the same place again. It was close to noon, and they finally arrived at the dragon eagle's territory. In front of them was a mountain that reached into the clouds. At the foot of the mountain was a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Many cultivators were scattered in the forest. Some were cultivating under the trees, while others were looking at the peak from the branches. Zhou Xuanji alone saw more than 10 people. All of them were attracted by the dragon eagles. The yellow gust 17 fiends landed in the forest. Madame Knight 7 carried Zhou Xuanji with her left hand and little Jiang Shui with her right. She brought them to a large tree. She took out a red rope that was as thick as a baby's arm and tied Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui to the tree trunk. Being tied up by the red rope, Zhou Xuanji felt that the spirit energy in his body was not listening to him. An enchanted artifact. Zhou Xuanji opened his watery eyes and looked at Madame Knight 7 pitifully, hoping that she would soften her heart. "Sister, it hurts. Can you loosen it a little?" he asked with a sobbing tone. Little Jiang Shui heard him and looked like she was about to cry. Madame Knight 7 pinched Zhou Xuanji's little face and smiled charmingly. "Little brother, don't cry. It will hurt even more later." The red rope suddenly shrunk and tightened even more than before. Zhou Xuanji. Madame Knight 7 checked for a while, then turned around and returned to the group of yellow gust 17 fiends. They leaped up and came to the top of the forest, looking toward the peak. Roar! The dragon eagle's roar came from above the clouds. It was deafening, like a dragon's roar. Zhou Xuanji was already sure that the roar that scared him away was from the dragon eagle. Little Jiang Shui hooked his palm with her pinky finger and asked with her eyes, "What should we do next?" Although she was afraid, she kept her composure and did not give him any more trouble. Zhou Xuanji gave her the cross-eye signal again. Wait and see. With the sharpness of the crimson dragon sword, it would not be difficult to cut the red rope. Now, they had to wait for the yellow gust 17 fiends to fight with the dragon eagle, or else they would not be able to escape. Time ticked by. The dragon eagle's roar became more frequent. More than 30 cultivators appeared above the forest. The cultivators were chatting in groups of 2s and 3s. It's laying eggs? Such a powerful dragon's might. Its muscles must be very nourishing. Be careful, the yellow gust 17 fiends are over there. The yellow gust 17 fiends are nothing. The most threatening person is him, Zhang Tianjian. Chapter 13. Zhang Tianjian was a general of the Southern Snow Kingdom. His cultivation had reached inner pellet stage level 5. He had high attainments in the sword Dao and was in command of 300,000 cavalry. He was dressed in a blue brocade robe, with a white cloth made of silk tied around his forehead. His black hair was loose, and his posture was tall and straight. His expression was cold and arrogant. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his left hand was still holding onto the scabbard. He glanced at the yellow gust 17 fiends and snorted coldly. The yellow gust 17 fiends were demons that were being hunted down by various dynasties. If it wasn't for the sake of snatching the dragon eagle, he would have made his move long ago. At the thought of the dragon eagle, his heart was burning with passion. If they could tame the dragon eagles, the Southern Snow Kingdom's combat power would definitely be stronger. If this kind of demonic beast was thrown into the battlefield, it would definitely be a weapon of war. The yellow gust 17 fiends also noticed Zhang Tianjian. They sneered and deliberately spoke loudly to mock Zhang Tianjian. Who would have thought that a great general of the dynasty would fight with us over these things? Shoo, lower your voice. He is Zhang Tianjian, an expert in the way of the sword. Although he was rejected by the Sword Emperor, he is still very powerful. Ha ha ha, he thought that he had great talent in the way of the sword, but he was looked down upon by the Sword Monarch, saying that he had no talent in the way of the sword. Do you want to die? Don't hit my face. I wonder if the meat of a sword cultivator tastes good. Zhang Tianjian's expression became more and more unsightly as he listened, and he seemed to be on the verge of drawing his sword. Being refused by the Sword Emperor was the most humiliating thing in his life. 15 years ago, he comprehended the will of the sword and defeated the enemy states. His fame spread far and wide, which boosted his confidence. Therefore, he went to learn from the sword monarch of Great Zhou. However, the sword monarch rejected him in front of everyone. He even said that his talent in the way of the sword was not enough, and that it would be difficult for him to become someone great. After that, he returned to the southern Snow Kingdom dejectedly and became a general. However, this matter had become his laughingstock. Even after 15 years had passed, people would still mention it from time to time. He did not dare to hate the sword monarch of Great Zhou. After all, the sword monarch was an existence that was above a dynasty. However, he was not afraid of the yellow gust 17 fiends. In his eyes, the yellow gust 17 fiends were already dead. Seeing that Zhang Tianjian was about to explode, the yellow gust 17 fiends began to change the topic. They were still very afraid of Zhang Tianjian and did not want others to reap the benefits. Time continued to pass. The dragon eagle's roar began to weaken. Even the demonic aura that enveloped the forest was weakening. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Like a swallow, the man leaped up from the forest, stepped on the mountain wall as if it was flat ground, and rushed to the top of the mountain. The others moved out as well when they saw this, and this included Zhang Tianjian and the yellow gust 17 fiends. All of them charged up the mountain. In order to fight for the dragon eagle, all of the yellow gust 17 fiends were mobilized. None of them were left behind to guard Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shaotian. In the forest, Zhou Xuanji looked up, and through the gaps between the leaves, he saw cultivators charging toward the peak one after another. Some flew on their swords, while others sprinted along the mountain walls. They were all displaying their divine abilities, and it was a grand sight. The yellow gust 17 fiends have all gone up? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. The sword spirit's ability was not only to help him explain how to use the supreme legendary sword system, but it could also help him keep an eye on his surroundings and even predict the other party's emotional fluctuations. There is no trace of them within a radius of 500 meters. Zhou Xuanji immediately took out the Crimson Dragon Sword. The legendary swords in the Supreme Legendary Sword system could be controlled by spiritual energy. It was perfect. With a thought, the Crimson Dragon Sword easily cut through the red rope on his body. Little Jiang Shui heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. She tried her best to remain calm and said softly, "Let's run." Zhou Xuanji nodded and leaped onto the Crimson Dragon Sword. He stretched out his hand and pulled little Jiang Shui up. Sword flight. Zhou Xuanji did not know the sword flight technique, but he could easily control the legendary sword with his mind. For the past 2 years, he did not only internalize qi. He channeled his spirit energy to the bottom of his shoes and connected himself tightly with the Crimson Dragon Sword. At the same time, he carried little Jiang Shui and began to travel through the forest. The Crimson Dragon Sword did not fly very fast. Even an ordinary foundation building cultivator could catch up with it easily, let alone a powerful inner pellet cultivator. Before the two of them could fly out of the forest, a miserable cry came from the sky above the forest. A violent gale blew, and the forest swayed. Dust flew in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly controlled the Crimson Dragon Sword to fly upward. He did not want to be crushed to death by the trees. The leaves turned into blades and slashed at Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji was fine. He had cultivated the golden body incantation, and his body was tougher than ordinary people. But little Jiang Shui was not. When they flew out of the forest, little Jiang Shui was already covered in wounds. Her face was even cut open, and her face was almost disfigured. Zhou Xuanji did not have time to comfort her. He flew away on his sword. He turned his head and saw a giant eagle soaring beneath the clouds. Dragon eagle. Its feathers were brown in color, and it had a wingspan of 30 meters. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head and a dragon tail. Its black dragon scales shone coldly in the air. The yellow gust 17 fiends sat on their mounts and cast spells to attack the dragon eagle. Zhang Tianjian and the other cultivators were also flying in the air and attacking the dragon eagle. Facing their attacks, the dragon eagle was quickly injured. Blood splattered from the sky. Zhou Xuanji did not know what happened next. He was trying his best to fly away from this place. The cold wind was bone-chilling. Little Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji tightly. Even though her entire body was in pain, she did not make a sound. Zhou Xuanji only slowed down after he passed the mountain and was far away from the dragon eagle. He looked back at little Jiang Shui and said guiltily, "Wait a little longer. When we reach a safe place, I will treat your wounds." Little Jiang Shui nodded and smiled, "I'm fine." Zhou Xuanji sighed. He did not say much and continued to fly on his sword. They flew for about 4 hours. The crimson dragon sword landed in a valley surrounded by mountains. There were many flowers and trees at the bottom of the valley, which made it easy for them to hide. After he landed, he stored the crimson dragon's sword into the supreme storage. He then took out some spiritual medicine and applied it on little Jiang Shui's wounds. These spiritual medicines came from Yi Fifan from the demonic Inferno sect. He asked Xiao Bailey about the names and effects of these bottles. He did not want to take them as poison. During the process of applying the medicine, little Jiang Shui's face twitched continuously. She gasped occasionally, which made Zhou Xuanji fearful. He was even more nervous than when he was applying medicine on himself. After half an hour, little Jiang Shui's wounds were all healed. The scabs were removed, and her tender skin was revealed again. All that was left were tiny red marks. Good medicine. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. It's indeed good medicine. It's mine now. Madame Knight Seven's voice came from above, which scared Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui so much that they jumped up. They looked up and saw Madame Knight Seven, with torn clothes and covered in blood, standing on the mountain wall. She was about 30 meters above the valley floor. Zhou Xuanji's face darkened. He had underestimated the flying speed of an inner pellet cultivator. But where was Madame Knight Seven's mount? Why were the other 16 fiends not here? Were they all dead? Madame Knight Seven slid down the mountain wall slowly. Her breathing was unstable, and she did not even fly. This made Zhou Xuanji's eyes brighten up. Was this evil woman seriously injured? The heavenly law reincarnates. Who would the heavens spare? It's my turn to kill. Little Jiang Shui blinked her eyes, wanting to say something but hesitating. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and asked after some thought, "Grandpa Chou, has the news spread?" "That's only natural. After all, the yellow gust 17 fiends are infamous. They are all ranked in the top 200 of the Great Zhou Evil ranking." Xiao Bailey nodded and stared at him with a complicated gaze. "Xian Ji, tell me, is there another soul hidden in your body? And it's even older than me?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "That's right. There's a peerless demon sovereign hiding there that eats people." After saying that, he made a face at Xiao Bailey. Little Jiang Shui stood in front of Zhou Xuanji and snorted at Xiao Bailey. "Xuanji is not an old demon. If Zhou Xuanji was really an old demon, would he still be in such a sorry state when facing Madame Knight Seven?" Looking at the girl, Xiao Bailey shook his head with a bitter smile. "What a silly girl. Big and Small Air also came over and were ready to attack Qiu Bailey. Qiu Bailey shrugged and sighed, even if I tell others about you, I don't think anyone will believe me. With your talent, you will definitely be able to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. He was simply too monstrous. Zhou Xuanji grasped the key word and asked, what is Great Zhou's heaven selection? Although he was born in the Great Zhou royal palace, he did not receive much information. After all, it was inconvenient for him to move around, and there were people watching over him. Great Zhou's heaven selection is held once every 10 years. It selects the most elite geniuses from the Great Zhou Empire and its subordinate kingdoms. It is different from the imperial examinations. Other than testing writing skills, it also tests one's actual battle prowess. Every heaven selection's top scholar can become a general or an official of the Great Zhou Empire. It is because of the cruelty of Great Zhou's heaven selection that the Great Zhou Empire is so powerful today. Once every 10 years, Great Zhou's heaven selection. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and began to plan. The empress lived in the palace for a long time and almost never left the Great Zhou imperial palace. If he wanted revenge, he could only enter the Great Zhou imperial palace. It was impossible to barge in by force. Enter through the Great Zhou heaven selection and then assassinate her? Zhou Xuanji felt that there was hope. After all, he could control his sword with his will. He could leave a legendary sword hidden in front of others and kill her with one strike in the middle of the night. Don't even think about it. It's so difficult to participate in Great Zhou's heaven selection. Either you have to be recommended by a powerful force, which even the hidden sword sect does not have, or you have to leave your name in the martial world and shake the world with your might to receive an invitation from the royal court, or you can be ranked on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Qiu Bailey saw his expression and knew what he was thinking, so he spoke to discourage him. With his talent, it was best not to reveal his brilliance before he became someone great. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to be too talented. Zhou Xuanji nodded and walked to the side. He took out the frost wave sword and continued to practice the fiery sword technique. Seeing that he was not paying attention, Qiu Bailey shook his head. Shortly after, Qiu Bailey pulled little Jiang Shui back to the wooden hut. He wanted to hear her talk about how Zhou Xuanji killed Madame Knight 7. Little Jiang Shui narrated the story vividly. She did not scare Qiu Bailey, but Big and Small Air, who trembled from time to time. The next evening, Zhou Xuanji had mastered the fiery sword will. Flames wrapped around his body and turned him into a flaming man. He slashed with his sword, and the burning sword qi split the river. Qiu Bailey was dumbfounded. This brat practiced blindly and mastered another sword technique? Wasn't the heavens being too biased? With Qiu Bailey around, Zhou Xuanji did not take out any other legendary swords but focused on internalizing qi to break through to foundation building as soon as possible. 3 months passed by in a flash. This day, Zhou Xuanji rode on Big and was prepared to find places with demons to train his combat power. 3 days ago, he tried to ride the dragon eagle and almost fell off at first. Fortunately, Qiu Bailey was with him. After 3 days of practice, he finally stabilized himself and built up a basic rapport with Big. Looking at the backs of Big and Zhou Xuanji, little Jiang Shui was envious. She turned to look at Small Air. Qiu Bailey patted her head and smiled kindly. Shui, don't rush. Wait until your cultivation is higher, then you can try again. Zhou Xuanji had 2 sword wills, so Qiu Bailey was not worried that he would be in danger. But little Jiang Shui was different. She had just broken through to qi nurturing level 5 and was still far from it. Not only him, but Zhou Xuanji was also worried. Okay. Little Jiang Shui nodded her head forcefully and continued her cultivation. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting on Big's back, felt the strong wind blowing against his face. He was in a good mood. He looked down and saw that they were at least 1,000 meters above the ground. Chapter 18. Big was a dragon eagle with the bloodline of a true dragon. It was more intelligent than ordinary demons, so it could understand some of Zhou Xuanji's hand gestures. Dragon eagles were good at flying. Among the demons of the same stage, their speed was above average. Although Ah Big was still small, his flying speed was already faster than Zhou Xuanji running on the ground. He flew for dozens of miles, and all the demons he encountered were just at the first rank, which was not much stronger than ferocious beasts. Demons had cultivation levels too. Commonly, they were divided into 10 ranks. The first rank was equivalent to the human chi nurturing stage, the second rank was equivalent to the human foundation building stage, the third rank was equivalent to the human enlightening stage, and so on. A day passed, and he still did not find a suitable whetstone. When night fell, he rode Ah Big back to the wooden hut. After knowing about Zhou Xuanji's encounter today, Qiu Bailey stroked his long beard and said with a smile, You still want to meet more powerful demons. You really don't want to live anymore. Tomorrow, you will go upstream along this river. At the end, there is a mountain range called Fallen Celestial Ridge. There are traces of many second-rank demons, and even third-rank demons. Do what you can. He was not worried about Zhou Xuanji. This brat killed Yi Fifan and Madam Knight 7. How could an ignorant demon be his match? He could also see that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of qi nurturing. If not for the fact that his body was not fully grown, he might have broken through at any time. It was not bad to let him go out and train. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked forward to Fallen Celestial Ridge. Xuanji, tomorrow, Grandpa Qiu will teach me spells. I will learn the blood healing spell first, so that I can heal you in the future. Little Jiang Shui suddenly hugged his neck and giggled. She looked excited. Okay, little nanny. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, but in his heart, can you not attack suddenly? Can't you see that I'm thinking about something? Qiu Bailey stared at him and said, the previous mission affected the Hidden Sword sect greatly. I will accompany you for half a year at most, and then I have to return to the sect. It will be difficult for me to see you again. Are you really not willing to go with me? Putting aside Zhou Xuanji's precocious and scheming nature, he really liked him and little Jiang Shui. He could not bear for them to wander around. Zhou Xuanji looked at her and said, Sister, do you want to go? When I grow up, I will go to the Hidden Sword sect to find you. He actually wanted to go to the Hidden Sword sect, but he was afraid of being discovered. There were countless capable people in the great Zhou dynasty. Even the slightest movement could be known by the Empress. After all, this was not ancient Wuxia, but a mythical world. Zhou Xuanji had to be careful. He did not know if he had the main character's halo, so it was always good to be cautious. Hearing this, little Jiang Shui immediately shook her head and said, If I leave, who's going to wash, sew and cook for you? If you're injured and can't move your hand, I can help you. Zhou Xuanji patted her head with a smile. Qiu Bailey couldn't help but laugh when he saw a 6-year-old touching a 10-year-old's head. Little devil, although I don't know what your background is, judging from your attitude, it's probably not a good thing. Let me give you a word of advice. Qiu Bailey chuckled as he stroked his beard, looking like an old man trying to reason with him. He knew Zhou Xuanji's name, but he did not associate him with the young prince of Great Zhou, because he did not know the prince's name. The difference in status was too great. Endure for a moment and you can fight for 1,000 years. Take a step back and you'll see the world. You have extraordinary talent, so you need to know how to endure. Qiu Bailey said seriously. He could see that Zhou Xuanji had a vicious aura in his bones. He was afraid that after killing Madam Knight 7, this brat's ego would become inflated and he would fail miserably. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, I feel that the more I endure, the angrier I get. The more I take a step back, the more I lose. My life principle is to take revenge on the spot, not to be a gentleman. Qiu Bailey heard him and could not help but feel angry. He glared at him and snorted, What nonsense are you talking about? Little Jiang Shui could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Zhou Xuanji changed the topic and asked, Is the Hidden Sword sect in trouble? Qiu Bailey sighed and said, It's because the Southern Snow Kingdom and the Ocean Kingdom are about to go to war. Yi Fifan came to the Southern Snow Kingdom to gather information, but unfortunately, he died in your hands. Zhou Xuanji was confused and asked, "The Great Zhou Empire doesn't care?" There was no reason for the Great Zhou Empire to sit back and do nothing when two of its followers were fighting. The empire rarely participates in wars between kingdoms. As long as the people are not plunged into misery and suffering, they will turn a blind eye to it. Only by competing with each other can the kingdoms grow stronger. Xiao Bailey replied, his face full of worry. If the hidden sword sect joined the war, many disciples would die. As an elder, he could not stay out of it. Zhou Xuanji did not ask further. The war between kingdoms had nothing to do with him. The three of them chatted for a while and went to rest. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji rode on a big and flew toward fallen Celestial Ridge. The river that ran through the plain looked neither wide nor deep, but it was very long. He only saw the mountain forest after flying for an hour and a half. The fallen Celestial Ridge was huge, blocking the plain here. As the weather entered winter, some of the mountains were already covered in ice and snow. Before he entered the fallen Celestial Ridge, Zhou Xuanji could already smell the demonic qi. Now that he had reached the 10th level of qi nurturing, his senses were extremely sensitive, and he could easily identify the demonic qi. After he entered the fallen Celestial Ridge, he asked Big to land. He took out the Frost Wave sword and walked forward slowly. He had 5 swords now, and the one he was most familiar with was the Frost Wave sword. The other 4 swords were his trump cards. Soon, he set his eyes on his first target. It was a wild boar that was as strong as a buffalo. Its tusks were long and sharp, like those of an elephant. "Very good, you will be the first wild beast." Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked forward with his sword. Deep in the fallen Celestial Ridge, there were 5 connected mountains. The mountains were dyed white by the snow, and a group of young cultivators was walking forward. The one walking at the front was a handsome young man. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He did not feel cold in the heavy snow and still looked elegant. Behind him were 16 disciples from the same sect. They were all dressed in white with the word "wind" printed on their backs. "Senior brother Luli, how much longer do we have to walk?" A female disciple asked with a trembling voice as she crossed her arms. The handsome young man, who was addressed as Senior Brother Luli, turned around and smiled warmly. "Soon. Junior brothers and sisters, stay alert. When we reach Frost Thunder Mountain, we will surely meet disciples from the other sections. We must obtain the Frost Thunder crystals and not bring shame to the Wind Xian sect's name." Frost Thunder Mountain, Frost Thunder crystals. The group of Wind Xian sect disciples perked up, slapped their faces, and continued forward. At the same time, on the other mountains nearby, many disciples were also moving forward. They were all heading in the same direction. Boom! Bolts of lightning flashed in the sea of clouds. The heavy snow that filled the sky could not block the might of the lightning. Right below them was a mountain that was 600 meters tall. It was covered in white snow, and lightning could be vaguely seen flashing on the top of the mountain. Many skeletal birds perched around it. These skeletal birds were as white as their names, and their bodies were like adult geese. This was Frost Thunder Mountain. Chapter 19. It's been a long time since I last visited the Ice Thunder Mountain. The man in black raised his head and muttered to himself, letting the snowflakes fall on his face. 22 years ago, he followed his master to Frost Thunder Mountain. In the end, his master was eaten by a demon. He relied on his master's sword to hide in a cave and survived. For the next 10 years, he taught himself swordsmanship and finally mastered it. After he exited the cave, he slaughtered all the demon beasts on Frost Thunder Mountain before he left to vent his hatred. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed, and he had already made a name for himself in the southern Snow Kingdom. Frost Swordsman Cheng Yefei. The blade of the sword was unsheathed, and frost appeared everywhere. "This time, I want the Frost Thunder Crystal." After saying this, Cheng Yefei stepped up the mountain. 2 hours later, more than 300 cultivators gathered on the mountainside of the Ice Thunder Mountain. Luli and the disciples of the Wind Xian school stood together. Cheng Yefei stood alone in a corner, and so did the disciples of the other sections. There was no communication between them, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. They looked up as if they were looking at something. A female disciple of the Wind Xian school asked Luli in a low voice, "Brother Luli, will the frost thunder spheres really appear? What if the time is wrong? Won't we have to wait forever?" It was her first time going out on a mission, so she was very nervous. It was not only him. It was the first time for the other disciples to go out as well. Luli's task was to protect them. Luli smiled and said, "Patience is the biggest thing you can rely on in the future. Whether it's doing quests or fighting, you must have patience. However, these people look like they are not to be trifled with. Some are clearly not the young disciples of the various sections." A male disciple of the Wind Xian Gate said carefully. His voice was very soft, afraid that others would hear him. On hearing this, Luli burst into laughter, which attracted the attention of all the cultivators around, including Qing Yefei. Luli smiled lightly and said, "With me around, no one can compete with the Wind Xian Gate." How arrogant! The expressions of the cultivators instantly turned cold. The disciples of the Wind Xian school, on the other hand, were impressed by Luli's heroic spirit. He was indeed the eldest brother, so domineering. Humph! Qing Yefei snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, a small figure slowly climbed up the mountainside. It was Zhou Xuanji. Ada was left outside the icy region. The reason why he had come was because he had sensed an extremely attractive aura. According to the sword spirit, it should be an energy substance that could strengthen his golden body technique. This was the power of the golden body's secret art. It could sense some special energy of heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji hid behind an ice rock and looked out. He was a little surprised. Why are there so many cultivators? Are they all here for the treasure? He noticed that half of these cultivators were in the Qi Nourishing realm, but the weakest was at Qi Nourishing level 7. Now that he had 4 divine swords and 2 types of sword wills, coupled with his powerful body, he was confident that he could fight. Xiao! A throwing knife pierced into the ice rock in front of Zhou Xuanji, and the entire ice rock trembled slightly. "Who? Come out, you coward!" A blue-robed young man shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and got up slowly. He raised his hands and walked around the ice boulder. He looked terrified and said with a trembling voice, "Don't kill me, I'm only 6 years old." "I don't want to die." The 6-year-old child looked harmless. In addition to the ice and snow, his little face was red from the cold. Some of the female disciples' hearts melted at the sight of him. Such an adorable child. This child looks so delicate. Why is he here? Maybe he got lost with his parents. Wah, I really want to pinch his face. Let's be careful. Maybe he's a demon in disguise? The young cultivators discussed among themselves, while the leaders of each sect stared at Zhou Xuanji cautiously. This was the fallen celestial ridge. It was so far away from human villages that an ordinary 6-year-old child could not even reach this place. However, they did not sense any demonic qi from Zhou Xuanji, which meant that he was not a demon in disguise. The blue-robed young man who swung the knife earlier continued to interrogate him. "Kid, where are your parents?" Zhou Xuanji swallowed his saliva, and tears flowed down his face instantly. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed at a flock of corpse birds on the peak of Frost Thunder Mountain. "They ate them," he cried. Seeing the tearful Zhou Xuanji, many cultivators dispelled their worries. Their highest cultivation was only at foundation building. They had not mastered their mind, so they could not see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. Moreover, they were in a world of ice and snow, so they could not sense Zhou Xuanji's spirit energy at all. "Kid, come here. I will bring you back to the Wind Xian sect." Luli waved his hand and smiled warmly. His smile was like a spring breeze, and in the hearts of the Wind Xian sect's female disciples, his image became even more lofty. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to speak, thunder came from the top of the mountain. Compared to the previous thunder, this time, it was louder and more deafening, like an explosion. Everyone looked up and saw a powerful blue beam of light at the top of Frost Thunder Mountain, surrounded by countless lightning bolts. The distance between the middle of the mountain and the top was more than a kilometer. Qing Yefei was the first to move. His body was as agile as a rabbit as he treaded on the snow. The Frost Thunder Sphere has appeared. Let's go up. A cultivator shouted loudly, and the rest of the cultivators rushed up the mountain. Lu Li and a group of male disciples from the Wind Xian sect also rushed up the mountain, leaving a few female disciples to wait. Zhou Xuanji jogged over. Frost Thunder Sphere? It sounded very powerful. At this moment, a petite and cute female disciple stopped him. She squatted in front of him and hugged him. Little brother, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Are you cold? She comforted him. Zhou Xuanji's face was covered by a layer of softness, and he almost suffocated. He quickly broke free. The other female disciples came over and surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji leaped up immediately. The frost wave sword appeared under his feet out of nowhere, and he dashed up the mountain. The female disciples looked up and were dumbfounded. None of them could say a word. Humph, trying to take advantage of me? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his face and could still feel a trace of warmth. Next, he began to increase his speed and flew toward the top of the mountain. The frost wave sword carried him over the heads of the cultivators. Those cultivators looked up and were almost scared to death on the spot. That kid. He can fly. How can it be? Hiss, demon child. Where did he get the sword from? He can still fly on a sword in such cold weather. He can stabilize himself? The cultivators cried out in surprise. The snow on the Frost Thunder Mountain was too heavy. It was easy for them to fall if they relied on their flying enchanted artifacts. After all, their cultivation was not high. Qing Yefei was at the front, followed by Lu Li. Both of them heard cries of surprise behind them, and they turned around instinctively. They happened to see a 6-year-old boy bent over on a silver sword. He flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. Zhou Xuanji was already completely familiar with the 4 legendary swords. The Frost Wave sword's attribute was Cold Qi. The heavier the snowstorm, the more powerful the Frost Wave sword. Demon? Zhou Xuanji finally broke through. He could feel that the spirit energy in his body had turned from a small stream into a big river. His body was filled with energy. This feeling made him want to roar. 6 years old, foundation building. He had finally achieved the goal he set for himself. He did not lose face. In his excitement, Zhou Xuanji jumped up suddenly. The Frost Wave sword appeared in his left hand, and the Crimson Dragon sword in his right. He executed the 8-step sword lunge, the White Crane sword technique in his left hand, and the Fiery sword technique in his right. His body moved continuously, and the sword flashed. Swoosh! 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 Zhou Xuanji's sword dance was swift and fierce. Qi-nurturing cultivators could not keep up with his speed at all. It was like a white crane spreading its wings, and sparks were faintly discernible. 2-handed sword? 2 different sword techniques? Qiu Bailey opened his eyes wide, as though he had seen a ghost. He had been warning himself not to be shocked by this brat, but in the end, little Jiang Shui opened her mouth slightly, and her eyes were wide open. Although she could not understand, she felt that Zhou Xuanji had suddenly become more powerful. It was like an ordinary person suddenly becoming a martial arts master. The contrast between before and after could create a strong visual impact and shock to the soul. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji had already fallen into a mysterious state. He could not explain it clearly. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has learned to multitask. Because the sword owner has broken through to foundation building, gotcha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, iron, swine-culling sword, chi obscuring incantation, 100 pieces of level 3 spirit stones. The sword spirit's voice resounded continuously in Zhou Xuanji's mind, but his consciousness was still in the state of enlightenment, so he did not notice. His sword moved faster and faster, and his posture was elegant and had the aura of a grandmaster. Qiu Beilei's eyes were blurred as he watched, and he mumbled continuously. It was as though Zhou Xuanji was swinging his sword too fast, and the sound of the wind was too loud. Little Jiang Shui could not hear what Qiu Beilei was saying. She moved closer to Qiu Beilei and listened carefully. Chapter 22. Little Jiang Shui shook Qiu Beilei's arm to wake him up. Grandfather, what do you mean by the power of a grandmaster? He will definitely become a sword emperor? Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. It was not the first time that she saw Qiu Beilei shocked by Zhou Xuanji. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji was already an unparalleled genius who would surely become an immortal in the future. Qiu Beilei looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes and said faintly, "There are countless ways to cultivate immortality in the world. Although the sword is the most common weapon and enchanted artifact, very few people walk the path of the true way of the sword. Those who achieve great accomplishment in the way of the sword can roam the world freely. Within the same realm, sword cultivators who are proficient in sword intent are generally stronger than other cultivators. Since ancient times, there have been 9 great sword emperors, and all of them were super experts that suppressed an era. Xuanji comprehended 2 sword intents at the age of 6. Such talent is unheard of. In time, he might become like the current sword emperor, and his name will forever be recorded in the river of history." Little Jiang Shui exclaimed in surprise. Although she did not understand, she felt that it was very powerful. If Zhou Xuanji became the most powerful person in the world, she would not have to hide anymore. As for the 9 major sword emperors, Qiu Beilei had only read about them in the sect's ancient books. After all, he was only at the inner pellet realm. He did not know much about the northern wilderness region, let alone the entire world. But he believed that not many people in the world could have Zhou Xuanji's talent. If there was, he couldn't see it anyway. Not long after, Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and looked down at his hands. His skin had a faint metallic texture. He had finally mastered the 2nd level of the golden body incantation, Iron Bone. With a thought, lines of tiny words appeared in front of him. Sword owner, Zhou Xuanji race, Great Zhou royal bloodline cultivation, foundation building realm level 1 cultivation method, golden body incantation sword art, white crane sword art, fiery sword art, 8-step sword steps, supernatural power, none, talent, doing 2 things at once swords, silver, scarlet dragon sword, bronze, frost wave sword, silver, bloodbath sword, bronze, tiger roar sword, bronze, wind cutter sword, black iron, swine culling sword. His attribute list now looked gorgeous. There was even a new talent on the list. Multitasking? It sounded a little useless. Wait a minute. Pig slaughtering sword? Zhou Xuanji's gaze was attracted by the name of the last legendary sword. This name was quite awesome. With a thought, the swine culling sword appeared in his hand. At first glance, it looked like a lengthened kitchen knife. Its 2 edges were sharp, and its entire body was black and swarthy. Compared to other divine swords, it was extremely ugly. The lines of words in front of him had also changed. Sword name, swine culling sword grade, iron, description. A pig slaughtering godly sword was created after slaughtering millions of pigs. It can cut through bones like mud. Under its ordinary appearance lies a terrifying danger. Slaughter 1,000,000 pigs for a single gamble? Who was so free? Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Shortly after, he placed the swine culling sword into the supreme storage and began receiving the chi obscuring incantation. Why did he take out a kitchen knife? Qiu Beilei noticed the swine culling sword and was a little suspicious, but he didn't go forward to ask. He shook his head and turned to leave. Ever since Zhou Xuanji obtained the frost thunder crystals, he had been feeling uneasy. He always felt that something big was going to happen. Little Jiang Shui moved to Zhou Xuanji's side and realized that he was filthy and smelly. After he broke through to the foundation building stage, his spiritual qi flushed his meridians and expelled all the impurities in his body through his pores. It was as if he had an extra layer of sweat and mud. So dirty. Little Jiang Shui pinched her nose with one hand and waved her other hand in front of her. She did not walk away. She planned to wash his body after he woke up. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, and a tinge of joy flashed in his eyes. The qi obscuring incantation was just an ordinary spell. It was used to conceal one's qi and hide one's cultivation. This spell was definitely a divine spell for Zhou Xuanji. Once he hid his spirit energy, others would treat him like an ordinary child. The qi obscuring incantation was easy to cultivate, and he could pass it on to little Jiang Shui. Come, let's go take a bath. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had opened his eyes, little Jiang Shui carried him and walked toward the river. Zhou Xuanji quickly struggled and jumped out of her arms. He blushed and said angrily, "Don't carry me like this next time." It was fine when there was no one around, but Xiao Bailey was watching from afar. Little Jiang Shui giggled, "Why? Little brother has grown up? You don't recognize me as your big sister anymore? When you were young, you would act like a spoiled child if I didn't carry you." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "Of course, I'm almost 7. After that, he turned around and jumped into the river. He had just broken through, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Little Jiang Shui covered her mouth and could not stop giggling. She then walked toward the wooden hut to prepare clothes for him. On that day, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui learned the qi obscuring incantation. Xiao Bailey sat by the riverside alone. No one knew what he was thinking, but he did not sleep the whole night. The next day, he woke Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui up at dawn. Zhou Xuanji pushed away the little feet on his face, rubbed his eyes, and mumbled, "Disturbing my sleep so early in the morning, how immoral." Ever since they had a big and small heir, they could sleep without worry. Once there was danger, the 2 dragon eagles would cry out. Xiao Bailey's mouth twitched, and he shouted, "The yellow gust 17 fiends are here." Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui shuddered and jumped up from the wooden bed reflexively. The 2 children looked left and right, but the yellow gust 17 fiends were nowhere to be seen. "Grandpa!" Little Jiang Shui said angrily, and Zhou Xuanji's eyes were spitting fire. Xiao Bailey said with a straight face, "We have to leave, or else we will be in trouble. The frost thunder crystals are of great importance, and it was taken away by a 6-year-old kid like you. It will surely attract the attention of the sects in the southern Snow Kingdom." Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately came to his senses. He was not afraid of the sects in the southern Snow Kingdom, but he was afraid of attracting the attention of the Empress. Before he matured, he must develop in a cowardly manner. "Let's go." Without another word, Zhou Xuanji asked little Jiang Shui to start packing. Xiao Bailey was amused. He even prepared a speech to persuade Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect this kid to be so afraid of death. After packing for a while, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui rode on a big and rose into the sky. Small air followed closely behind. Xiao Bailey led the way in front, and they were heading in the opposite direction of fallen Celestial Ridge. "Sister, hold me tight. If we fall, we will die a horrible death." Zhou Xuanji laughed loudly, which frightened little Jiang Shui so much that she quickly hugged his waist tightly. Even though he was fleeing, he would find joy in hardship. After all, he had lived 2 lives. "Are you going to die?" "Ah, big, slow down." Little Jiang Shui pressed her head against the back of Zhou Xuanji's head and cried continuously. Xiao Bailey was amused by them and laughed. He suddenly felt that it was quite fun to follow Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui. On the 3rd day after they left, someone came to this plain. It was Xiao Qingfeng and Ms. Jishui. The 2 came to the riverside and stopped. Xiao Qingfeng took out a bamboo bottle from his storage bag and poured out a black-purple ladybug. He then took out a gray cloth with his other hand and placed it in front of the ladybug. "What is this?" Ms. Jishui asked curiously. "Prince Xuanji's diaper." "I'll show you my sword will." Xiao Jinghong laughed coldly. He turned into a beam of white light and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was like a white crane. His legs turned into wings, and he slashed with his sword. The blade and scabbard clashed, producing an ear-piercing sound. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. Xiao Jinghong followed up with another attack. The speed at which he swung his right arm was more than twice as fast as before. In the air, little Jiang Shui looked down worriedly. But she did not dare to make a sound, for fear that she would disturb Zhou Xuanji. She was already 11 years old and had cultivated for a few years. She could tell that Xiao Jinghong and Zhou Xuanji were not fighting to the death. The battle between the two was like the spar between Zhou Xuanji and Qiu Beili. But she did not know Xiao Jinghong, so she could not help but worry. Xiao Jinghong kicked swiftly with his legs and swung his scabbard wildly, forcing Zhou Xuanji to step back. The two moved faster than an ordinary person, and they kicked up 2 rows of dust. "You are indeed a genius in the way of the sword. You can even say that you are the most talented person I have ever seen. But it's a pity that you are still not my opponent. Remember my name, Sword Noble Xiao Jinghong." Xiao Jinghong said with a faint smile. He looked relaxed, as though he was not fighting. "Sword Noble." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Little Jiang Shui, who was in the air, could not help but cover her mouth. They had heard of this name from Qiu Beili. Ranked 3rd on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. He broke through to inner pellet at the age of 30. His talent in the way of the sword was unparalleled. It was said that even the sword monarch of Great Zhou wanted to take him as his disciple. No wonder he was so powerful. Zhou Xuanji was not discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. He raised his left hand, and the tiger roar sword appeared in his hand. He held the sword with both hands. Xiao Jinghong opened his eyes wide. This guy knows how to use a sword with his left hand? Roar! A tiger's roar shook the forest. The tiger roar sword was enveloped in flames and transformed into a flaming sword. Fiery sword technique. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his left hand furiously. The scorching flames made Xiao Jinghong retreat instinctively. Chapter 26. How can there be someone in this world who can use 2 sword intents at the same time? Impossible. Even the sword monarch of Great Zhou couldn't do it. Xiao Jinghong was shocked. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as though he was looking at a monster. Mastering 2 sword wills at the age of 7 was already shocking enough. But this 7-year-old child was actually able to use 2 sword intents at the same time. Defying the heavens. It was illogical. The heavenly Tao was unfair. Xiao Jinghong could no longer remain calm. Due to his shock, his right hand was in disarray, causing him to lose his rhythm from the tiger roar sword and wind cutter sword. Xiao! The sound of the blade slicing through the air stopped abruptly. Zhou Xuanji stopped. Xiao Jinghong also stopped. His eyes were wide open, and his face was covered in cold sweat. The tiger roar sword pierced into the ground. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the hilt with his left foot and leaned forward. He held the wind cutter sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The tip of the sword was less than 2 centimeters away from Xiao Jinghong's throat. The white crane stood firm. The outcome had been decided. "You lost," Zhou Xuanji said calmly. In terms of pure sword techniques, Zhou Xuanji defeated Xiao Jinghong unexpectedly with 2 sword wills. He was not pleasantly surprised but only relieved. If they were to fight to the death, Xiao Jinghong would be able to kill him with a single strike. At the same time, he admired Xiao Jinghong. This guy kept his word. If Zhou Xuanji did not stop just now, Xiao Jinghong's throat would have been slit. Even in such a situation, Xiao Jinghong did not break the promise, which showed how strong his mental fortitude was. Perhaps with Xiao Jinghong's cultivation, cutting his throat might not be fatal. Zhou Xuanji thought as he sheathed his sword. He landed on the ground and pulled out the tiger roar sword. Little Jiang Shui jumped down from small air's back and ran to Zhou Xuanji. She grabbed his shoulder and asked anxiously, "Xuanji, are you hurt?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled, "No, don't worry." Xiao Jinghong ignored them and stood rooted to the ground, muttering, "I actually lost." It was not that he had never lost, but he had lost to a 7-year-old child. At this moment, he was not ashamed. He was recalling the scene just now. 2 sword intense, how did he do it? He also knew how to wield 2 swords, but he couldn't use 2 different sword wills at the same time. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. This expression frightened Zhou Xuanji. He immediately waved his hand and said, "I'm a magnanimous person. I won't force you to take me as your teacher." For a world-famous expert like Sword Monarch, his face was definitely more important than his life. If he were to acknowledge a 7-year-old child as his master, wouldn't he become a laughingstock if word got out? Xiao Jinghong did not heave a sigh of relief. This kid was definitely the reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse. Xiao Jinghong had heard many legends and knew that many powerhouses would leave behind a part of their soul for reincarnation before they died. Zhou Xuanji must be one of them. In his previous life, this kid must have been a powerhouse in the way of the sword. Zhou Xuanji turned his head and saw that it was already dusk. "See you here tomorrow at noon," he said. After that, he turned and walked toward Big. Xiao Jinghong did not ask him to stay. He trusted Zhou Xuanji. He was confident in his judgment. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, he could do what he said. He sat on the ground and began to cultivate. Zhou Xuanji flipped onto Big's back. Little Jiang Shui jumped up and hugged his waist. The 2 dragon eagles flapped their wings and flew back to their residence. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw Xiao Jinghong sitting on the grass like a statue, motionless. "Sword noble, you are worthy of this title." Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His interaction with Xiao Jinghong made him admire him. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji kept an eye on Xiao Jinghong, in case Xiao Jinghong followed him. After entering the valley, he heaved a sigh of relief when the miasma covered the path. Little Jiang Shui bounced behind him and asked, "Xuanji, are you really going to take the Sword Noble as your disciple?" She was very excited. That was someone that even Xiao Bailey looked up to. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "He already gave me the gift of becoming his disciple, how can I not accept it? But you still have to be careful. There are no absolutely kind people in this world." Little Jiang Shui nodded. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, he was always reasonable. She had already treated him as her backbone. She walked over quickly and hugged his neck from behind. "Xuanji, what do you want to eat tonight?" She giggled. Today, Zhou Xuanji was in the limelight, which made her feel honored. In her eyes, Zhou Xuanji's prestige was her prestige. The 2 of them were already inseparable. Zhou Xuanji tilted his head and muttered, "Let's drink fish soup." "Okay, I will ask the waiter to fish," Little Jiang Shui said with a smile. After that, she kissed Zhou Xuanji's little face and ran away. Zhou Xuanji wiped the saliva off his face with disdain. This little girl still could not change her bad habits from when she was young. How could she get married in the future? Chapter 28. The next day, Zhou Xuanji brought little Jiang Shui to the appointment. Xiao Jinghong was still meditating at the same place and had not left. Zhou Xuanji began to teach him how to use dual sword wills. The prerequisite for dual sword wills was to multitask. Although Zhou Xuanji had only comprehended it, he had already grasped it and could still explain a little. The first step was for Xiao Jinghong to execute 2 sword techniques with each of his hands. 2 sword techniques? I'm afraid this will be a little difficult. Will I suffer from qi deviation? Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown. And so, Zhou Xuanji showed him again. After reading it, he immediately fell silent and went to practice his sword without saying a word. Little Jiang Shui brought a big and small heir to hunt and gather firewood. Zhou Xuanji lay on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky, feeling quite satisfied. The blue sky and white clouds were boundless, making people feel carefree. And so, Zhou Xuanji had an additional task every day, which was to guide Xiao Jinghong. During the day, he would guide Xiao Jinghong, and at night, he would return to cultivate. Xiao Jinghong was very patient, and he continued to practice in this mountainous area. Time flew by. Like a white horse galloping past a crack, never to return. Half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 3, and little Jiang Shui broke through to qi nurturing level 6. It was all thanks to the spirit stones that he was able to move so quickly. Xiao Jinghong was finally able to use 2 sword techniques at the same time, which made him pleasantly surprised. Not to mention the dual sword intense, just the dual sword techniques alone had greatly increased his strength. The simultaneous execution of the 2 sword techniques was enough to catch the enemy off guard. At the same time, he tried to use sword will with one hand and another sword art with the other. Although his blood and qi were in a mess and the sword qi was flowing in the opposite direction, he barely succeeded. Thank you for your guidance, master. Xiao Jinghong held his sword and bowed to Zhou Xuanji, who was lying on the slope. He looked excited. If not for Zhou Xuanji's experience, how could he have mastered such a godly technique in half a year? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said indifferently, with your ability, you will master dual sword wills sooner or later. With Zhou Xuanji's affirmation, Xiao Jinghong was even more delighted. Zhou Xuanji got up with a flip and waved at Xiao Jinghong. Xiao Jinghong immediately walked over and asked, Master, what's the matter? Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked, why did you come to Gulan Forest? With Xiao Jinghong's ability, it was not difficult for him to traverse the Gulan Forest. Could it be that he was just passing by? Xiao Jinghong sat beside him and gazed at the sky with misty eyes. He said softly, I have a battle appointment. In order to become stronger, I'm going to challenge the great demon king in the depths of the Gulan Forest. What duel? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. As for the great demon king of the Gulan Forest, he had also heard of it. It was said that the demon was extremely powerful and had over 1 million demon soldiers under his command. He had once almost destroyed the southern Snow Kingdom. Fortunately, the great Zhou dynasty had sent reinforcements in time. I've fought with the great Zhou dynasty's Meng Tianlang before, but we weren't able to determine a victor, so we agreed to fight on the border of the great Zhou dynasty in 10 years. There are still 7 years until the 10-year agreement. Xiao Jinghong answered. When he mentioned Meng Tianlang, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Zhou Xuanji knew Meng Tianlang. He was the youngest general of cavalry in the great Zhou Empire. He was skilled in the art of war and was famous for defeating many with fewer troops. Emperor Yan of Zhou was very pleased and promoted him to the rank of general. Of course, this had something to do with the Meng clan. After all, the Meng clan was one of the top 5 super clans in the great Zhou Empire. Oh yeah, I still don't know your name, revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong tilted his head and asked. His eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at the 7-year-old child beside him. Even the great Zhou prince, Zhou Yalong, was not as devilish as him. This child would surely shake the world in the future. Zhou Xuanji said frankly. Zhou Xuanji? Good name. Xiao Jinghong nodded and praised. He did not associate Zhou Xuanji with the great Zhou prince. The incident with Lady Zhao Xian was huge, but everyone called Zhou Xuanji the son of Zhao Xian. Only the people in the palace knew his name. Xiao Jinghong got up and said, "It's time for me to leave. Only by fighting can I quickly train myself and master the dual sword wills." Zhou Xuanji got up and said, "I wish you success." Xiao Jinghong smiled at him and said, "After I defeat Meng Tianlang, I will come back to see you." After that, he leaped up and soared 100 meters into the sky. He transformed into a beam of cold light and flew toward the horizon, as fast as lightning. This was the sword noble. He came and went without a trace. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "That might not be the case. Maybe we will meet again in Great Zhou." After Xiao Jinghong left, Zhou Xuanji lay down and waited for little Jiang Shui to come back. After a long while, dusk was approaching. Little Jiang Shui had not returned yet. Zhou Xuanji flipped up and frowned. He felt a little uneasy. In the past, little Jiang Shui would have already returned by this time. Screech, the dragon eagle's cry came from the horizon. Big flew over. It landed in front of Zhou Xuanji quickly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed because Big's left wing was stained with blood. It was obviously injured. It chirped in bird language, and with his long experience with it, Zhou Xuanji could understand what it meant. Little Jiang Shui and small heir were captured. He first took out some ointment and applied it for Big. He then leaped onto its back and said, "Bring me there." Whoosh! Big flapped its wings and flew in the direction they came from. Zhou Xuanji looked calm, but he was extremely anxious in his heart. If anything happened to little Jiang Shui, he would go crazy. The two of them had been together for 5 years. He had already treated her as his closest family, and he would not allow anyone to hurt her. Shady Mountain Stronghold. This stronghold was one of the mountain strongholds outside the borders of the southern Snow Kingdom. They committed all sorts of atrocities. Shady Mountain Stronghold was located on a lone peak. At this moment, a group of people and horses were advancing on the mountain path. Among them were 3 prisoner carriages. The last prisoner carriage held small heir. It was covered in blood and was lying inside. Chains wrapped around its body, and it could not move at all. The other 2 carriages were filled with people. One was for men, and the other was for women. There were 15 people in total. Little Jiang Shui was among them. She leaned against the corner of the carriage and kept looking at the sky. "Oh no. We are targeted by the Shady Mountain Stronghold. We are dead for sure," a pretty lady in a green dress said in despair. Her eyes were purple, and it was obvious that she had been punched. Tears were streaming down her face. The other 3 women in the carriage were the same. They were in the prime of their youth and beauty. Once they entered the stronghold, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. The men in the other prisoner carriage were just as hopeless. They were all young cultivators from various sects and clans. The highest cultivation was only at foundation building level 1. They went to the border of Gulan Forest to train, but they did not expect to encounter the Shady Mountain Stronghold. The one in front was a muscular man in black armor. He rode a horse that was 3 meters tall, and he held a huge blade in his hand. The blade was still stained with blood. "Second Chief, although we did not find the 3-eyed drought rodent on this trip, we caught a dragon eagle. This trip was not in vain." A skinny man came over and grinned, revealing a row of disgusting yellow teeth. With that, he left with little Jiang Shui and the waiter. The captives stood up one after another, pleasantly surprised. If what Zhou Xuanji said was true, it would be much less dangerous for them to train in the future. The girl in yellow, who was with little Jiang Shui earlier, gritted her teeth and followed Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji. Walking down the mountain path, Zhang Ruyu was slaughtering the mountain bandits. The bandits were fleeing in panic. Some of them even jumped off the cliff and fell to their deaths. As they walked, Zhou Xuanji said, "Sister, don't run too far in the future. From tomorrow onwards, you must cultivate more. I will be your sparring partner." "Sure." Little Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and said with a smile. If she became more powerful, she would be able to protect herself and share some of Zhou Xuanji's burden. Of course, she was willing. The three-eyed drought rodent in Zhou Xuanji's arms popped its head out. It looked around timidly but did not run away. The three-eyed drought rodent was a mystical beast with a spirit. It could sense that Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui had no ill intentions, so it did not run away. The captives followed behind them and did not dare to get close. After Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui left the mountain, a big flew over from afar. It went up to Little Air and rubbed its head against its sister. Zhou Xuanji checked on Little Air's injuries and found that it could already fly. Just when they were about to leave, Zhang Ruyu walked over. He cupped his fist with his sword and said, "Senior Sword God Zhou, thank you for your help." He was not deceived by Zhou Xuanji's appearance, but he was bewitched by his sword will. He thought that Zhou Xuanji was a powerful cultivator who had surpassed the foundation building stage, so he addressed him as a senior. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "I should be the one thanking you." You flatter me, you flatter me." Zhang Ruyu was overwhelmed by the favor. Zhou Xuanji's prowess made him feel like he was facing his own father. When he faced the second chief and third chief, he killed them with one slash. Such power, it was simply, even though it was late at night, that slash amazed him. He even felt that Zhou Xuanji's sword was even more charming than Zhang Tianjin's. It was the sword that he yearned for. Fast and yet shocking. Just when he was about to say more, Zhou Xuanji leaped onto Big's back and pulled little Jiang Shui up. The lady in yellow, who had been following closely behind, suddenly walked up to Big and knelt down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sword God Zhou, please take me in. I am willing to be your servant." Zhou Xuanji had already noticed her following him, but he did not expect her to want to be his servant. This lady's cultivation was at Qi nurturing level 8, which was not too high, but not too weak either. But why did he bring her along? He shook his head and said, "I don't need a servant." The lady in yellow became anxious and said, "I can do anything you want me to." Zhang Ruyu's expression became teasing. Although this lady's face was dirty, she had a good figure. Which normal man could reject her? Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He squeezed his legs, and Big spread its wings and flew away. Little Air followed closely behind. The lady in yellow was a little stunned. She immediately got up and chased after Big and Small Air. Zhang Ruyu looked at Zhou Xuanji's back and sighed in amazement, a dragon eagle under him. Sword God Zhou. The captives sighed in amazement too. Without Sword God Zhou, they could not imagine what would have happened to them. Late at night, Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui returned to the valley. Little Jiang Shui first checked Little Air's injuries, while Zhou Xuanji took out the three-eyed drought rodent. "How about you follow me from now on?" Zhou Xuanji tapped the three-eyed drought rodent's little nose with his index finger and asked. The three-eyed drought rodent nodded blankly and took the initiative to rub his hand to show intimacy. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and did not bother about it anymore. He poured out all of his gains for the day and began to count them. Other than spirit stones and elixirs, there were many enchanted artifacts, energy techniques, spells, and so on. He called little Jiang Shui over and asked her to pick. For the next period of time, they did not have to leave the valley. Usually, Big and Small Air would go out to hunt. Just as they were concentrating on their cultivation, the legend of Sword God Zhou began to spread to the southern Snow Kingdom. Every month, Zhou Xuanji would go out and destroy a stronghold. He purposely chose the weaker strongholds, where the most powerful one was no more than foundation building. He destroyed them easily and looted their treasures. Half a year passed. He destroyed 4 strongholds and rescued thousands of captives and slaves. The name of sword god Zhou was gradually deified. Because the stronghold lords were all killed by him with one slash. Those captives and slaves who witnessed it with their own eyes began to praise him after they returned to the southern Snow Kingdom. Chapter 32. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, silver, heaven melody sword, profound green lotus seed. When Zhou Xuanji was 8 years old, he received another legendary sword. And it was a silver divine sword. 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Sword name, Heaven Sound Sword, level, silver, description, forged from the heavenly sound stone. When the blade vibrates, it will produce heavenly sound that confuses the opponent's mind. With a thought, the Heaven Sound sword appeared in his hand. The sword was silver in color and extremely dazzling. 2 silver snakes coiled around the hilt with their mouths facing downwards. He waved the sword, and a buzzing sound rang out. It was very magical. After that, he brought up his attribute list. Sword owner, Zhou Xuanji race, Great Zhou royal bloodline age, 8 cultivation, 4th stage foundation building realm cultivation method, golden body incantation sword art, white crane sword art, blazing flame sword art, 8-step sword steps, trisource vein severing sword, supernatural power, none, talent, doing 2 things at once swords, silver, crimson dragon sword, bronze, frost wave sword, silver, bloodbath sword, bronze, tiger roar sword, bronze, wind cutter sword, iron, swine culling sword, silver, golden rock sword, silver, heaven sound sword. In half a year, his cultivation level had broken through to foundation building stage 4, while little Jiang Shui had reached Qi nurturing stage 8. With the help of spirit stones, their cultivation speed was naturally fast. After reaching 8 years of age, there was an additional age in the attribute list. It seemed that as he grew stronger, his attribute list would also become richer. What a pity. When will a gold or amethyst divine sword appear? Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and thought regretfully. Silver divine swords all had their own characteristics. They were very powerful and were enough for him to use. But the human heart is always greedy. Sword spirit, what is the profound green lotus seed? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously in his heart. 1 legendary sword per year was the minimum. If there were no other surprises, then this birthday would be a little boring. It's a treasure that can refine the body and purify the mind. It's best to eat it raw. The sword spirit replied, and the ebony heart green lotus appeared in Zhou Xuanji's hand. It was a green plant without leaves, and it had 6 green seeds the size of a thumb. Zhou Xuanji immediately shouted, "Sister! Come here." He sat by the lake while little Jiang Shui was busy fixing the swing. Last night, small air broke the swing. Little Jiang Shui loved to play on the swing, and at night, she could hug Zhou Xuanji and play with him like a toy. Naturally, her heart ached when the swing was broken. Zhou Xuanji did not like being tortured by her, so he did not help. "What?" Little Jiang Shui shouted. Then, she angrily walked behind Zhou Xuanji with her hands on her waist and her cheeks puffed up into 2 small balls. She looked very unhappy. Zhou Xuanji ignored her expression and said, "Here, these are ebony heart green lotus seeds. They're good for your body. 3 for each of us." Little Jiang Shui squatted down and asked curiously, "Where did you get it from?" Zhou Xuanji directly tore off one and put it into his mouth, chewing. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. "Holy shit! Is there sh*t in it? So disgusting." Zhou Xuanji almost vomited. Seeing his expression, she turned and left. "Wait!" Zhou Xuanji quickly got up and caught up with her with the 8-step sword lunge. He hugged little Jiang Shui and quickly fed her an ebony heart green lotus seed. Little Jiang Shui chewed it instinctively, and her expression was the same as his. She wanted to spit it out, but Zhou Xuanji covered her mouth. This is a saint herb. Don't waste it. Look at me. Zhou Xuanji said quickly. After that, he swallowed the ebony heart green lotus seed. He pulled back his hand and tore off another 2 ebony heart green lotus seeds, chewing them in his mouth. Little Jiang Shui was skeptical. Just when she was about to ask, she suddenly felt the ebony heart green lotus seeds turning into a stream of coolness that seeped into her meridians. Zhou Xuanji felt it too. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed and began to channel his energy. Seeing this, little Jiang Shui sat down as well. The seemingly small fruit contained such a massive amount of energy. Zhou Xuanji was excited. He felt that he could master the second level of golden body incantation, metal body. Spiritual qi gathered and flowed into Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui's bodies. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to foundation building level 5 and mastered metal body at the same time. His skin had a faint metallic luster. Little Jiang Shui also ate 3 ebony heart green lotus seeds, and her cultivation reached qi nurturing level 10 straight away. After the breakthrough, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was covered in mud, so he got up and prepared to take a bath in the pool. Little Jiang Shui got up and ran toward him. She hooked her arms around his neck and giggled, "Xuanji, you are so nice." Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "You are so sticky and ugly. Stay away from me." "I won't. I want to rub against you." "Oh my God, you are a girl, you can't do this." "Little brother, are you scared? Come, I will rub against you more." "Get lost." The two of them entered the pool, fooling around. Zhou Xuanji was having a headache. Is this girl going through puberty? She is getting more and more mischievous. Teasing him. Southern Snow Kingdom, Royal City, Zhang Residence. In the courtyard, Zhang Ruyu was practicing his sword techniques. His father, Zhang Tianjian, sat in the stone pavilion, drinking wine while watching his son practice. He nodded and shook his head occasionally. He remembered that Emperor Yan of Zhou once told Lady Zhao Xian that if Zhou Xuanji's talent was outstanding, it was not impossible for him to become the crown prince. Perhaps it was because of this sentence that Lady Zhao Xian's clan was exterminated. Both of them had their own thoughts and began walking toward the border custom. Along the way, little Jiang Shui peeked at him secretly. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about his revenge plan and did not notice the look in her eyes. No matter what, I have to accompany Zhou Xuanji. Without me, no one will knit clothes for him. Little Jiang Shui's eyes became gentle. If not for Zhou Xuanji, she might have fallen into a tragic fate because of her grandmother's debt. She thought about the time they spent together all these years, and how Zhou Xuanji fought for her while bathed in blood. She felt that she could not let him down. Zhou Xuanji was more important than her grandmother. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at the border custom. To enter, they had to pay 2 level 1 spirit stones and register their identity. Such a threshold was to prevent refugees from other countries from flooding in. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui did not look like bad people. Moreover, they looked like a golden couple, which made people think that they were disciples of some clan. The guards at the custom accepted the spirit stones and let them pass. After entering the custom, the two of them looked ahead and saw the silhouette of a city 10,000 meters away. There were soldiers training nearby. All of them were bare-chested and looked imposing. There were many people on the road. Some entered the custom, and some came out. After walking for 500 meters, a young man who was about to exit saw Zhou Xuanji and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and looked pleasantly surprised. He immediately walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "Sword God Zhou. Why are you here?" In the past year and a half, Zhou Xuanji had destroyed 38 strongholds and saved nearly 2,000 people. This young man was one of them. But Zhou Xuanji did not remember him. The young man saw that Zhou Xuanji was frowning and thought that he was being rude. He quickly said softly, "Sir, are you entering the Southern Snow Kingdom to accept a challenge?" Zhou Xuanji looked young, but he did not really think that Zhou Xuanji was a kid. This senior must have mastered the art of rejuvenating one's youth. He had seen Zhou Xuanji's sword technique before, and the elegance of that stroke was still etched in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned and asked, "Accept what challenge?" Chapter 35. Northern Sword Valiant? Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Who was this? Little Jiang Shui, on the other hand, frowned. She naturally did not like Northern Valiant Sword's arrogance. The young man hurriedly introduced, "This person does not belong to the Southern Snow Kingdom. He broke through to the Enlightening Realm 4 years ago. His swordsmanship is domineering and he is very strong. He is also very arrogant. He was once on the Great Zhou ranking list, although it was only for a short period of time. Breaking through to the Enlightening Realm 4 years ago?" Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. He wanted to challenge an enlightening cultivator. He asked, "Is Northern Valiant Sword still waiting in Cloud Swallow City?" The young man nodded and said, "He said he will wait for another month. If you don't accept the challenge, then the title of Sword God Zhou will be a joke." Towards the end, his tone became indignant. Compared to Sword God Zhou, what was Northern Valiant Sword? What Sword God Zhou was most respected for was not his power, but his benevolence. At the thought of this, the young man looked at Zhou Xuanji with a burning passion in his eyes, anticipating that he could defeat Northern Sword Valiant. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Many thanks." With that, he led little Jiang Shui forward. The young man did not chase after him. Instead, he shouted, "You must accept the challenge. Teach him a lesson." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand without looking back. His gaze suddenly turned deep. Northern Sword Valiant? This young master will come and teach you a lesson soon. After walking for a few hundred meters, little Jiang Shui asked in a low voice, "Xuanji, are you confident?" After spending 7 years with Zhou Xuanji, how could she not tell what he was thinking? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and said, "When I was 2 years old, I killed an inner pellet cultivator. You are just an enlightening cultivator, why would I be afraid?" Little Jiang Shui thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. The title of Sword God Zhou was not just for show. The bandits who died under Zhou Xuanji's sword could form an army. Then you have to teach him a good lesson. This kind of arrogant person is the most annoying. Of course. The two of them chatted as they walked toward the city ahead. After entering the city, the two brats began to run all over the streets. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time walking through this world's streets, and he felt that it was quite novel. The two of them were busy buying snacks and strolling through various shops. They seemed to be very excited. For 3 consecutive days, the two of them toured the entire city. Zhou Xuanji's supreme storage contained countless gold, silver, and jewels. The two of them could buy whatever they wanted without hesitation. During this period, they were targeted by some villains, but they were all dealt with by Zhou Xuanji in the alleys. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a squirrel-like tail protruding from his back. Demon. Demons that could transform into human form were comparable to human inner pellet experts. Young master, stop looking. Is a mere enlightening realm worth your attention? The old man said vaguely while gnawing on the pork elbow. The purple-robed man did not answer him. After a long while, the purple-clothed man turned around and sat on the bed. He stared at the old man and said, "Old Qing, can you not be like a pig?" The old man with the pine tail, who was addressed as Old Qing, almost choked on his pork. He felt wronged. "Young master, why are you scolding me?" The purple-clothed man snorted coldly. Remember our mission, capture Princess Xuanya. Royal father will soon declare war on the southern Snow Kingdom and the surrounding kingdoms. We must have a bargaining chip to restrain the great Zhou dynasty. Old Qing licked the oil off his hand and asked in confusion, Princess Xuanya is only 15 years old. What can she do? The purple-clothed man replied, let me tell you. Great Zhou's Princess Xuanya has the manifestation of Tao Constitution, which is only seen once in 1,000 years. Her talent is second only to Zhou Yalong. Do you think Emperor Yan of Zhou values her? Old Qing opened his eyes wide and gasped. Shortly after, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in astonishment, if she's so talented, why did she come to Cloud Swallow City? The purple-clothed man did not reply, because he was also confused about this. Shopkeeper, give us a guest room. Zhou Xuanji walked to the counter and shouted. He threw a silver ingot on the table. Little Jiang Shui followed behind him and looked out of the inn. She looked through the door and saw the training field at the end of the street. She could already see Northern Sword Valiant. He really knew how to act cool. She curled her lips and felt a little indignant. 2 young guests, please follow me. A waiter ran over and said with a flattering smile. Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui were dressed like ordinary people. Under the waiter's guidance, the 2 of them came to a guest room on the 2nd floor that faced the training field. Zhou Xuanji was very generous. He gave the waiter some money, and the waiter nodded and bowed in joy. After sending the waiter away, Zhou Xuanji walked to the table and poured tea as he said, when I go to fight, you stay here. No matter what happens, don't come over. Little Jiang Shui heard him and immediately became anxious. Will you be in danger? Zhou Xuanji passed the teacup to her and said with a smile, not really. I just don't want to expose our identities. I will go from another direction. Having heard him, little Jiang Shui was relieved. Before she met Northern Sword Valiant, she was very disdainful of him. But when she passed by the training field, Northern Sword Valiant's temperament made her feel that he was not someone to be trifled with, so she was a little worried. When are you going? Little Jiang Shui asked. Zhou Xuanji muttered, in 2 days. I will go out and make some arrangements. What arrangements? Little Jiang Shui asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. He prepared to find someone to spread the news that Sword God Zhou would accept the challenge in 2 days. Since Northern Sword Valiant wanted to embarrass him, he would take this opportunity to make a name for himself. Little Jiang Shui heard him and sighed in amazement. Xuanji, at such a young age, how can you be so scheming? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Scheming? It's obviously strategizing. After resting for a while, Zhou Xuanji left the inn. He found some beggars and children and tempted them with silver to spread the news. Before night fell, the news about Sword God Zhou accepting the challenge had already spread throughout the city. After returning to the inn, Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but began eating delicacies with little Jiang Shui. It must be said that the mutton hot pot in this inn was really fragrant. It was fatty but not greasy, and it was extremely springy. When chewed, the deliciousness lingered in the mouth. Compared to roasted game, it was perfect. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 2 of them lay on the bed and began chatting. They talked about the future. As little Jiang Shui grew older, her ideas became more ambitious. Zhou Xuanji could not help but sigh. This girl had really entered puberty. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to fall asleep, little Jiang Shui suddenly poked his waist with her hand and said softly, Xuanji, I feel like I'm sick. I might have internal injuries from training. Zhou Xuanji heard her and immediately became anxious. He turned over and asked, what's wrong? Does your body hurt? Little Jiang Shui blushed and said softly, recently, when I peed, it was all blood. Zhou Xuanji was stunned, and his expression became awkward. Damn, internal injuries? He thought about it and realized that it was true. Little Jiang Shui had been with him since she was 6 years old. She did not have any adult women to teach her, so she did not know much about physiology. A dragon roar exploded, and he slashed at Zhuang Huixing. Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that he retreated quickly again. Although the crimson dragon sword missed its target, a crimson dragon soul charged out with a roar. It grew larger quickly and attempted to swallow Zhuang Huixing. Zhuang Huixing's face suddenly turned into that of a white tiger. He roared furiously, and the sound wave became tangible, which shook the crimson dragon's soul and reduced its speed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared above his head. His body spun, and the Hell King's sword and crimson dragon's sword swept up a strong gale, like a tornado toward Zhuang Huixing. Damn! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhuang Huixing was completely enraged. His eyes turned brown, and two beams of white light shot out, sending Zhou Xuanji flying away. But before Zhou Xuanji landed on the ground, the swine-culling sword flew up. He stepped on it and leaped up, charging toward Zhuang Huixing. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji and Zhuang Huixing were exchanging blows, Northern Valiant's sword trembled in excitement. The injured who were lying on the ground saw hope too. Do your best, sword god Zhou, kill this devil. I beg of you. So powerful. He really is a sword god, you must win, why are the reinforcements not here yet? They tried their best to cheer for Zhou Xuanji, but he could no longer hear them. He only had eyes for Zhuang Huixing. The more he looked at Zhuang Huixing, the angrier he became. An indescribable violence filled his heart. He must tear Zhuang Huixing into pieces. Far away, little Jiang Shui fixed her bones with her spirit energy while looking at Zhou Xuanji anxiously. Zhou Xuanji, who was possessed by the Hell King, looked like a demon, but in her eyes, he was still her pillar of support. So powerful. Zhuang Huixing is at 4th rank level 10. With his talent in his bloodline, he is almost invincible among the 4th rank cultivators, Xiao Qingfeng mumbled to himself. At this moment, he was a little hesitant. Could he really rope in such a sword god Zhou? Clang! 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 Zhou Xuanji's swords moved faster and faster, and his strength increased as well. He slashed and slashed at Zhuang Huixing like a mad demon. It looked like a mess, but he did not dispel the trisource vein-severing sword will. Every slash that injured Zhuang Huixing would definitely destroy his meridians. How can it be? What kind of evil spell is this? Zhuang Huixing thought in horror as he defended himself. If this continued, things would not be good. Chapter 42. Seeing that the situation was not in his favor, Zhuang Huixing immediately had the intention to retreat. He carried the handsome young man and turned to escape. Zhou Xuanji's two swords slashed through thin air again. He leaped into the air, and a black wind gathered under his feet, carrying him and the handsome young man out of the city. Clouds follow the dragon, while the wind follows the tiger. Sword god Zhou, you killed my slave today. In the future, I will surely slaughter everyone around you. Just you wait. Zhuang Huixing's furious roar resounded across the sky above Cloud Swallow City, which silenced the chaotic city in an instant. This great demon was defeated by sword god Zhou. Since Zhuang Huixing wreaked havoc in Cloud Swallow City, it had only been less than half an hour. There were still hundreds of thousands of people in the city who had not escaped. At this moment, when they heard Zhuang Huixing's words, they all felt that it was unreal. You won't have the chance. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice resounded. An air-piercing sound swept across the sky above Cloud Swallow City. The Hell King's sword flew at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could not catch up with. Pish! Zhuang Huixing's chest was pierced by the Hell King's sword, and the demonic wind around him dissipated. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the Hell King's sword that flew forward. His expression was dull. What sword technique is this? His body fell down, and he loosened his right hand instinctively. The handsome young man also fell down. Compared to Zhuang Huixing, the handsome young man's face was full of fear. Was he going to fall to his death? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. His eyes were filled with hope. This senior sword god would surely save him. Sword god Zhou, who was benevolent and righteous, had heard of this saying before. Zhou Xuanji leaped up from the crimson dragon's sword, stepped on Zhuang Huixing's back, and flew past the handsome young man. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xuanji did not even look at him. He immediately lost all hope. Boom! Zhou Xuanji stepped on Zhuang Huixing and landed on the street. The impact shattered the ground, and blood splattered all over the ground. The civilians and cultivators on the street were so frightened that they all backed away like a tide. In a split second, Zhou Xuanji beheaded Zhuang Huixing with his sword. Blood spurted out from his neck. The handsome young man was lucky. He landed on a big tree at the side and was not severely injured. Zhuang Huixing's right hand appeared to be of two, and the sword pierced into Zhuang Huixing's heart. Zhuang Huixing's legs twitched, and he stopped moving. Zhou Xuanji stopped. After confirming that Zhuang Huixing was dead, he got up slowly. At this moment, he was still in the possession of the Nether King. The Nether King absorbed Zhuang Huixing's aura, raised his arms and roared like a ferocious demon. Dealing with the Empress would naturally mean offending Zhou Yalong. By then, Huang Lianxin would surely be at the forefront. He muttered, "Get up and follow us." With this, Huang Lianxin looked up in surprise. Little Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide. Somehow, she thought about how Zhou Xuanji would marry more than a dozen wives and concubines when he grew up. She immediately became furious and pinched his waist. Hiss! Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. With Huang Lianxin beside him, he did not dare to cry out in pain and could only endure it. And so, Huang Lianxin became Zhou Xuanji's servant. After leaving Cloud Swallow City, the three of them headed to other cities. Huang Lianxin took the initiative to buy a carriage for Zhou Xuanji and little Jiang Shui to recuperate in it. She was so sensible that she immediately gained little Jiang Shui's favor. This girl did not look so annoying after all. Looking at her chatting and laughing with Huang Lianxin, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. Such a silly girl. It seemed that he had to keep a close eye on her in the future, in case she did not even know that she was sold. 2 days later, they came to another city. Zhou Xuanji's injuries were healed as well. Little Jiang Shui's body was not as strong as his, so she still limped when she walked. Fortunately, Huang Lianxin was supporting her. After they entered the city, they began to buy all the things they needed, including food and materials. Zhou Xuanji had enough of barbecued meat without salt. 8 days later, the three of them came to the border. From afar, Zhou Xuanji could see Northern Sword Valiant standing at the city gate. Northern Sword Valiant saw them too and immediately became excited. Zhou Xuanji had already taken off his mask, but Northern Sword Valiant still remembered little Jiang Shui. He did not say anything but looked at Zhou Xuanji walking toward him in silence. TSK, have you heard? Sword God Zhou has entered Great Zhou's reputation ranking. Of course. He killed the old demon Qing Song and destroyed the body of the demon monarch's son. How can he not be famous? Yeah, even Senior Sword Valiant was impressed by him. After the battle at Cloud Swallow City, Sword God Zhou became famous in Great Zhou. I heard that Sword God Zhou has the body of a dwarf. Is that true? As they approached the city gate, the three of them heard the guards discussing Sword God Zhou.
Chapter 256. The Sword Emperor's Great Destruction sword art is easy, but it's more powerful than I expected. It was also a sword art suitable for the Intent realm, but the Wind Sword was much more difficult. It wasn't as powerful as the Metal Intent. The Great Destruction sword art had 3 moves in total. The first move, Destruction. The second move, Destruction. The third move, Great Destruction. The name sounded very powerful and it was. The Intent realm itself was invincible. Once it was used, it had the power to destroy the world. No one dared to look down on it. Lin Fei didn't have a hard time comprehending its mysteries. With the help of the system it was much easier. I can't use the last 2 moves for now, but this one is for the Mystic Master realm. The last one is for the Mystic Spirit Realm and the last one is for the Mystic King Realm. Sword arts of the Mystic Realm had to be in the same realm. If he forced himself to use it, it would have a big impact. Lin Fei didn't dare to cross over. However, this annihilation move was already enough. Even though it was just a casual sword technique, it already had the flavor of a concept. It was just that it wasn't as perfect as this annihilation move. Then let's start. At the same time, outside the Beast Mountain range, the Sword Emperor's inheritance had passed, but there were still many warriors entering the mountain range. Apart from training, it was also to hunt beasts and earn some income. Uncle Tian, are we really going? In the demonic beast forest, the two of them flew toward the depths of the demonic beast mountain range. If Lin Fei was here, he would recognize them for sure. They were the elders of the Lin family, also one of the people who had chased after him. Are you scared? Lin Tian's tone was displeased. Lin Yuantian hurriedly said, why would I be scared? I'm just wondering if Lin Fei's body will always be there. You know that there are many beasts in the mountain range. What if his body gets eaten? Lin Tian retracted his gaze. It doesn't matter. The place where Lin Fei died belongs to the Diamond Divine Apes territory. Even the strongest demonic beasts wouldn't dare enter the Diamond Divine Apes territory. Lin Fei's corpse will definitely be preserved there. Lin Yuantian was indeed worried. He knew how terrifying the Diamond Divine Ape was. Uncle Tian had almost died, so one could imagine how powerful the Diamond Divine Ape was. In fact, Lin Yuantian really wanted to ask. Apart from them, wouldn't anyone else go to Lin Fei's corpse? A middle-grade spiritual treasure. Even he was envious, not to mention a lower-grade spiritual treasure. In addition, Lin Fei's martial arts. That day Lin Yuantian would never forget it. If not for the fact that he had something to do, he might not have been able to escape from the ferocious attacks. Mystic Adept powerhouses were almost instantly killed. With his mid-stage Mystic Adept strength, he would be smashed into pieces the moment he went up. Lin Yuantian didn't even dare to say these words out loud. This time, if they could really find Lin Fei's corpse, then there would be a lot of benefits. Will those people go as well? Lin Yuantian asked cautiously. Humph, they all know how powerful the Diamond Divine Ape is. Unless they want to die, no one will go. Lin Tian said indifferently. Fortunately, our family once obtained a kind of herb that can lure away demonic beasts, especially the Diamond Divine Ape. We just need to buy time. With the remaining aura on the corpse, it should be easy to find that brat Lin Fei's corpse. Lin Yuantian suddenly understood. Finding a corpse in the boundless mountains was no less than looking for a needle in a haystack. After hearing this, he realized that he was far from Uncle Tian's level. As for Lin Tian, his eyes flickered with eagerness. An attack that could self-destruct. An attack that could quickly kill a mystic adept. A middle-grade spiritual treasure and a lower-grade spiritual treasure. No matter which one it was, Lin Tian didn't want to miss it. That was why he took the risk to return to the demonic beast mountain range and find Lin Fei's corpse. Lin Tian already had the strength of a mystic adept. It was already extremely difficult for him to enter the Great Perfection realm. It was impossible for him to advance to the Mystic Monarch realm. Having lost the chance to advance, Lin Tian set his sights on increasing his strength. Lin Tian's appearance gave him an opportunity. If he could learn it, with his strength in the late Mystic Adept realm, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become the strongest person below the Mystic Adept realm. In addition, Lin Fei's corpse had left behind the unique aura of the Lin family's runes. As long as he didn't miss this period of time, he would definitely be able to find the corpse. Even if it was just a skeleton, Lin Tian had to find it. No, it's still not right. The metal concept shouldn't be like this. In a forest, there were fallen trees everywhere. It looked like a wasteland. In reality, this was all Lin Fei's doing. Lin Fei seemed to have comprehended the metal concept, but he still needed some time to truly display its might. Just now, I couldn't summon the concept of metal, which was why I failed. This time I won't fail. Lin Fei reflected on himself. Again. Lin Fei's aura was like a sharp sword. Sword chi spread out, and the surrounding grass was reduced to dust by the sword chi. Destruction. As his aura continued to rise, Lin Fei suddenly struck out like a tiger released from its cage. The golden sword radiance contained the aura of destruction, like a red sun. When the metal concept was used, the aura in the surroundings instantly changed. It became violent, dangerous, and destructive. It was as if any existence would be mercilessly crushed by this sword. When this move was used, Lin Fei smiled, knowing that he had succeeded. A sword technique with a concept is indeed exhausting. True Yuan. After using the destruction, there wasn't a single tree in sight. Apart from wood shavings, there was only wood shavings. That was because anything would be destroyed by that sword. No wonder that sword sovereign said that he had never been defeated in the profound sovereign realm after comprehending the metal concept. This attack that contains the metal concept is too terrifying. This was the first time he used destruction. Lin Fei had already experienced how terrifying it was. If the wind concept could come and go without a trace, then the metal concept would be pure destruction. If that was the case, the concept of metal would be pure destruction. Other than dodging, there was no other way to deal with it. The metal concept was indeed the strongest force. Great Destruction Sword Art was indeed a terrifying sword art. Especially when it was infused with the metal concept, it became a sword art with a concept. After using the wind concept, once it was infused with the concept, the sword art would become extremely terrifying. Its might would increase by several folds. The only downside was that it would consume a lot of true yuan. Lin Fei practiced for 3 days straight and only stopped after he had truly grasped the annihilation technique. It's about time to leave. After staying in the demonic beast mountain range for 2 months, it's time for me to experience the other dynasties. Whether it was his sword art or his strength, there was an earth-shattering change compared to a month ago. Lin Fei was suddenly filled with confidence. Even if there were experts outside, he wouldn't feel afraid. But before I leave, there's one thing I need to do. After some hesitation, Lin Fei decided to take the risk. Although this matter was dangerous, the rewards were very generous. Now that my wings of the wind have increased my speed by 50%, even the King Kong Divine Ape might not be able to catch up to me. A month has passed and that King Kong Divine Ape should have calmed down. It's time to go collect those treasures. Last time, a group of mystic experts had chased after him, and many of them had been killed by the King Kong Divine Ape. Lin Fei had always remembered this and wanted to collect the spoils. This idea was something that most people wouldn't dare to do. After experiencing the terror of the King Kong Divine Ape once, no one dared to go again unless their strength increased. Lin Fei dared to go because he had confidence. The things left behind by 4 or 5 mystic experts would definitely be good things. For example, there would definitely be spirit treasures. Spirit treasures are valuable. If I sell them, I can exchange them for pure yuan pills. It would be a pity if I didn't try. Mystic experts would at least have a spirit treasure, right? Lin Fei remembered the area of the King Kong Divine Ape clearly. After opening his wings of the wind, his speed increased by 50%. He was like a black shadow, untraceable, far faster than before. Up ahead is the King Kong Divine Ape. The night was dark and there was no moon. Lin Fei had set up a few soundproof runes on his body. He could feel a strong energy wave from afar with a sense of familiarity. No need to guess, it was the King Kong Divine Ape. Looks like the King Kong Divine Ape has calmed down. If the King Kong Divine Ape was roaming around, Lin Fei would be a little worried. Against a mystic expert at mystic level, he didn't have much chance of winning. Even if he did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Lin Fei wasn't stupid enough to do that. Moreover, fighting with a mystic expert at mystic level might attract the attention of other beasts, and that wouldn't be a good thing. I remember that the first mystic expert to die was in this area. Lin Fei carefully recalled the scene. Just as Lin Fei was recalling, a familiar voice came from not far away. Looking up, he saw a little thing holding a bottle and swallowing the pills inside. Damn, so it's here. Lin Fei quickly flew over and saw many things floating down. As for the corpse, he couldn't find it, but he could still smell a trace of blood. Good boy, you've done something good again. Lin Fei found that he was very lucky with the little thing by his side. The little thing hugged the bottle. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wouldn't steal the pills, but it seemed like he was the bad guy. After looking around, Lin Fei found something left behind by the mystic expert. He was overjoyed. I've come to the right place. Those mystic experts are all scared. A black whip with the power of a spirit treasure. Although it was a low-grade spirit treasure, Lin Fei was already very satisfied. Although the whip was useless, it could at least be exchanged for pure essence pills. Other than the whip, there were also some pure essence pills nearby. Many of them had already been shattered, and the ones that fell to the ground melted into the air. Lin Fei's heart was filled with fear. The Vajra Divine Ape's terrifying power was like a maniac of destruction. Stay here and don't move. I'll go lure the Diamond Divine Ape out first. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. Facing a Diamond Divine Ape that had once almost killed him, anyone would be cautious. He was no exception. He had to be careful. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lin Tian flew back and quickly left behind a rune's formation. It's out. From afar, they saw the Diamond Divine Ape fly out, looking very anxious. "Shall lower your voice." Lin Tian transmitted his voice. I could sense its location from 20 li away, but now that the brat has become a corpse, his aura is very weak. I can sense about 2 or 3 li away. We'll split up and search. Don't worry, the Diamond Divine Ape won't return for an hour. Lin Yuantian was indeed worried about this. As a mystic mid-stage, he wouldn't be able to hold out against the Diamond Divine Ape. It wouldn't return for an hour. "Uncle Tian, don't worry. I'm confident I can find a corpse." Lin Yuantian couldn't help but admire Uncle Tian for coming up with such a plan. The two quickly split up. Why did the Diamond Divine Ape go out? It looks like it was in a hurry. When that terrifying aura rushed out, Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. He almost thought it was coming for him, until the Diamond Divine Ape flew in the opposite direction. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The little thing came back from outside. After landing on his shoulder, it kept making noises with its mouth in one direction. Is there a corpse? The little thing could teleport in a small area, so Lin Fei arranged for it to search for the corpse of a mystic spirit expert. Who told the little thing to be so smart? Taking advantage of the night, Lin Fei chased after it while the little thing led the way. After coming out of a thicket, Lin Fei frowned again. Why is there someone in the middle of the night? Did someone intentionally lure the Diamond Divine Ape out? After the wings of the wind increased his speed by 50%, Lin Fei moved like the wind. Especially at night, one would only feel the wind blow past, but not the presence of a person. Sneaking around here, could it be that they're also looking for the corpse of a mystic spirit expert? Are they looking for their belongings? Lin Fei was instantly displeased. It wasn't easy for him to lure them over, and he was almost killed by the Diamond Divine Ape. Just as he was about to take advantage of the situation, someone beat him to it. Dream on. Lin Fei's thoughts immediately became unclear. No matter where this person came from, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't let them go since they dared to steal something in front of him. First, he used his perception to observe the surroundings. Finding nothing, Lin Fei quietly chased after them. If they weren't strong enough, then he would directly kill them. Lin Tian didn't know that someone was following him and was currently searching the surroundings. Could it be that Lin Fei's corpse was really eaten? Otherwise, how could it be gone? Uncle Tian said that Lin Fei is dead, so he's definitely dead. Could it be that someone got there first? In this area, many places were searched, but there was no corpse to be found. Lin Tian couldn't help but think that this trip was for nothing. There's the smell of a rotten corpse. Lin Tian's face lit up and he rushed into the forest. In the forest there was indeed a corpse. It was highly rotten, but the aura wasn't Lin Fei's. Could it be the corpse of a mystic spirit expert? Chapter 257. Lin Yuantian didn't dare to let his guard down in the Diamond Divine Apes area. As a mystic adept expert, they would always have a special sense for danger. That was why Lin Yuantian felt a trace of danger. He wasn't too sure and subconsciously said that. Lin Yuantian imagined that they would meet the beasts of the mountain range. As long as they weren't in danger, they could be easily killed. Who are you? Lin Yuantian frowned as he stared at the young man. He could sense a familiar aura coming from him, but he just couldn't remember who he was. Lin family. Haven't you been looking for me? Lin Yuantian was shocked. You're Lin Fei? You're not dead? Of course I'm not dead. Why else would I run into you? Lin Fei seemed to understand. You Lin family are shameless. No wonder you did such a thing back then. Lin Yuantian was incomparably shocked. He had heard from Lin Tian that when the Diamond Divine Ape was enraged, several profound spirit experts had died at the hands of the demonic beasts. Why wasn't Lin Fei dead? Lin Yuantian couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand it, but soon a happy expression appeared on his face and he laughed. Ha, this is really a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. I originally wanted to find your corpse, but you ran out yourself, saving me a lot of trouble. Shock and surprise were thrown to the back of his mind. The only thought in Lin Yuantian's mind was to take down Lin Fei and obtain his secrets and sacred art. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Lin Yuantian was no exception. Therefore Lin Yuantian gave up on the idea of notifying Uncle Tian and took down Lin Fei first. He didn't think about anything else. Lin Fei was chased by a mystic expert. Why did that mystic expert return dejectedly? When one's heart was filled with profit, they wouldn't think about anything else. Lin Yuantian didn't even think about how Lin Fei survived. None of this was important to him. The only thing that mattered was how to take down the other. Swish. The sword was unsheathed and a cold light flashed. Piercing cloud sword. Several rays of cold white light, like the light before dawn, filled the dark night, causing people to subconsciously dodge or choose to close their eyes. Penetrate the clouds, penetrate the clouds, penetrate the clouds, and then penetrate the clouds. Clouds were illusory, and if one wanted to pass through them, one had to have an advantage in speed. At such a close distance, Lin Yuantian could already imagine that the other party would die at his hands. There was no way that the other party would be able to withstand his attacks, especially at night, when the might of his swordsmanship was amplified. Empty? An afterimage? When several sword lights pierced through the other party's body, there was no scene of blood gushing out. It was more like a piece of glass shattering before Lin Yuantian's eyes, turning into nothingness. Too slow. A disdainful voice came from behind. Immediately after, Lin Yuantian turned his head around and saw several red suns appearing in his vision. After that, all that was left was endless darkness, and his body exploded. You're lucky to die under my great annihilation sword art. Lin Yuantian was killed by a sword art infused with the concept of metal, leaving Lin Fei in shock. Indestructible strength as expected of the concept of metal. That person couldn't even withstand a single move from me and died under my sword. Retracting Windchaser, Lin Fei swiftly recovered from his shock. The rumors of this sword emperor back then weren't false, and he had never been defeated before. This kind of killing prowess was simply too terrifying. Since this person is searching for my corpse, there should be someone else nearby. A cold gleam flickered in Lin Fei's eyes. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll wipe you all out. Lin Fei wasn't in a good mood when it came to the Lin family. So what if he killed them? As his strength rose, the fear he had for the Lin family was no longer as strong as before. On the contrary, he had a strong desire to fight, and the mystic adept realm cultivator before him couldn't rouse his desire to fight at all. After tidying up the items on the ground, a cold smile appeared on Lin Yun's face. Where's the corpse? Lin Tian frowned. He suspected that someone might have gotten to it before him. In a short period of time he searched the surroundings, but he couldn't find any traces of the corpse. Based on the location that day, the corpse should be in this area. With his strength in the mystic spirit realm, it wouldn't take long for him to search the surroundings. I wonder how little Yuan is doing. Lin Tian subconsciously checked Lin Yuantian's location, and his face sank. Not good, something happened. Lin Tian couldn't sense Lin Yuantian's aura in his perception, and he flew into a rage. After a brief moment of hesitation, he headed toward the location where he could vaguely sense Lin Yuantian's aura. Could there be someone else here? Given little Yuan's strength, he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Lin Tian couldn't help feeling a dark shadow cast over his heart. At the same time, his greatest worry had come true. Lin Fei's corpse, which he couldn't find, had fallen into the other party's hands. If that was the case, then this trip would be in vain. Lin Tian arrived swiftly, following the remnant aura. He's really dead. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Smelling the scent of blood, he discovered a black silhouette in the forest. Little Yuan. The person he brought was killed right before his eyes. Lin Tian was already enraged, and he wanted to find clues from the corpse. Not good, its clothes. Just as he grabbed it, Lin Tian's heart sank. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Swish, swish, swish. Wind-like sword chi attacked from the darkness, only exploding when it was right in front of Lin Tian. Even though Lin Tian's reaction was fast and his protective astral chi was quickly broken, his entire body was covered in blood, and he was forced to retreat. The second move had appeared. Whirlwind scattered clouds. The leisurely wind turned into a violent gale, tearing everything apart. It enveloped the other party's body, and the trees behind him instantly collapsed, creating a series of loud noises. Concept of wind, you're Lin Fei. You're not dead. Lin Tian's face darkened, and he nearly jumped up to bite someone. Old thing, as expected of a mystic spirit expert. My concept of wind only injured you. Lin Fei walked out from the darkness, and in his heart, he had underestimated the strength of a mystic spirit expert. Especially when a layer of battle armor appeared on the other party's body, he understood why his earlier attack couldn't kill this old thing. Profound armor. Only mystic spirit experts could condense a profound armor, and profound armor was a level higher than astral chi. The profound armor on the other party's body was pitch black in color, and it covered the upper body. No wonder little Yuan died so quickly, so it was you who killed him. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. Your strength is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that if you want to kill me, you probably can't even break my profound armor. Lin Fei indeed didn't expect that this Lin family expert had already condensed a profound armor. Not all mystic spirit experts could condense a profound armor. Many experts who had advanced to the mystic spirit realm usually needed a long time to condense it, and those who could condense it were usually experts at the perfection realm. It's just a broken armor. I'll soon let you know that in front of my sword, it's nothing much. Lin Fei's strength had already greatly improved. Wind chasing. Like wind. After spreading his wind wings, Lin Fei's body was like the wind, and under the cover of the night, it was almost impossible to see his traces. As a mystic spirit expert, after wearing the profound armor, Lin Tian's vital parts were already protected. A long sword appeared in his hand, and with a sweep, Zhen Yuan surged out, and sword qi formed a net, blocking in front of the sword qi. At the same time, his brows furrowed, and the sword danced in the air, trying to force the other party out. So fast, even faster than last time, I can't even catch a trace of him. The sword qi missed, and he realized that the situation wasn't good. Lin Tian's heart sank. Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased compared to before. With just one move, he could feel that if it was the last time, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. Old thing, this is your sword skill? I can't see any power from it. Lin Fei laughed heartily in the night. Windstorm. After his strength increased, the windstorm was completely different. Sword qi lotuses covered the sky, covering the entire area, and exploded towards Lin Tian. The power of the Zhen Yuan explosion landed on the profound armor, causing ripples to appear. Facing such a powerful move, Lin Tian's face was as black as coal, and he was actually being suppressed. Damn it, it's only been a month, how can his strength increase so quickly? If it wasn't for me forming the profound armor, wouldn't I be suppressed? How can such a person exist? This is impossible. This was something that Lin Tian couldn't accept. In terms of speed, he couldn't compare to the other party, and he couldn't even catch up to his shadow. In terms of sword skill, the other party had suppressed him to the point where he couldn't even attack. Such a powerful enemy just a month ago was forced to escape from his hands, and he had no choice but to use his demonic beast to escape. Lin Fei didn't care what the other party was thinking, and his intent of wind kept blasting out, completely suppressing the other party. It felt too fast. Absolute speed, coupled with absolute swordsmanship, it was this easy to take down a mystic spirit realm master. Old thing, you chased after me last time, it was very satisfying, right? Boom. In the night, a red sun flew out. Intent of metal. This move was fast and urgent. Even if Lin Tian dodged it, there was still a destructive aura left on the profound armor, and at the same time, there were faintly discernible cracks, but they recovered in just a moment. Mistake, I really made a mistake. The intent of wind sword skill already made Lin Tian feel unbearable pain, and with the addition of the intent of metal, there were cracks left on the profound armor. The profound armor was formed from Zhen Yuan, and the consumption of the profound armor was consuming Zhen Yuan at every moment. I can't let this go on. If this goes on, it will be hard to leave this place. Lin Tian kept dodging. As long as I can force Lin Fei out, I will have a chance to make a comeback. Lin Tian regretted not taking the risk to come back last time. At that time, it would be easy to take down the other party, and it wouldn't be as troublesome as it was now. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Azure Dragon Capture, get out here. Chapter 258. Use the Lin family's secret technique. With the help of the Wings of Wind, Lin Fei's speed had already surpassed the profound spirit realm. Unless it was a profound spirit realm expert that cultivated speed, they could only eat dust behind him. After Lin Tian executed the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation, he felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. At the same time, his vision was filled with Azure Dragons. Xiaoqin had heard from his chief father that when the Azure Dragon capturing technique was cultivated to a certain level, it would be able to capture someone from 1,000 miles away. He was trying to chase them out. Lin family's secret technique, let me experience it as well. Lin Fei quickly executed Tempest. The sword qi lotuses turned into cages, trapping every Azure Dragon within. Loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After experiencing the Sword Sovereign's inheritance, Lin Fei's sword techniques had improved greatly. Furthermore, after comprehending his state, its might was no small matter. You fell for it. Lin Tian laughed sinisterly. An Azure Dragon suddenly appeared behind Lin Fei in the night sky. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. Shatter. Lin Fei was very calm, even though he did not know how the other party knew his position. The Azure Dragon actually passed through the golden sun and crashed into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei actually felt dizzy for a moment. He was startled and his speed slowed down, appearing in the night sky. Ah! Use the Lin family's secret technique. How can someone like you understand it? Lin Tian finally revealed a pleased smile. Azure Dragon Chop. The sword's momentum changed. 5 Azure Dragons split into left, right, top, and bottom, attacking Lin Fei. This was Lin Tian's plan. After practicing the Azure Dragon capturing technique to great perfection, it would cause a certain degree of dizziness when executed. The effect would not be long, just a few breaths. To an expert, this was already enough. Lin Tian executed the killing move of the Azure Dragon Divine Incantation, preparing to kill Lin Fei. These people should not appear on the continent. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would definitely be killed. Was it funny? Lin Tian didn't find it funny at all. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness. Where did such a person come from? Perhaps even that genius from the Lin family might not be a match for him. With 1 state of wind and 1 state of metal, he was already a monstrous genius. Total annihilation. When the 72 swords appeared, a terrifying aura locked onto Lin Tian. He, who had never sensed danger before, finally sensed danger. The 72 swords turned into a huge circular sword formation that smashed the Azure Dragon into smithereens. Then, they continued to descend at a speed that was impossible to block, much less detect. Boom! The armor in front of Lin Tian's chest shattered, and the long sword completely landed on his body. A huge hole was opened up in his chest, and his entire body flew out, crashing into a towering tree. Teleportation symbol. Lin Tian staggered to his feet and fished out a teleportation talisman that emitted a yellow glow. That sword attack just now had already made him understand how dangerous death was. Azure Dragon Capture. A faint dragon cry rang out, and an Azure Dragon flew out from the void, directly biting onto Lin Tian's body. The teleportation talisman was also shattered, and Lin Fei immediately appeared in front of Lin Tian. The sword chi was like a knife, instantly piercing into Lin Tian's body, crippling his dantian and removing all his true yuan. You? How do you know my family's secret technique? Lin Tian instantly aged by dozens of years, like an old man over 100 years old. Martial artists could have a lifespan of hundreds or even thousands of years depending on their strength. After the true yuan in their dantian was crippled, it was equivalent to losing the support of their strength. Their vitality would also undergo a huge change. Lin Tian was like this now. Profound spirit experts had a lifespan of 300 years. After losing it, Lin Tian had actually become an old man. At most, his physical strength would be slightly better and he would be slightly stronger. Lin Fei landed on the ground and grabbed Lin Tian's sword with one hand. Good heavens, that was a high-grade spirit treasure. After nailing Lin Tian to the tree with one sword, Lin Tian's originally unclear thoughts were instantly cleared up. Are you very surprised? Very shocked? Lin Fei had indeed underestimated a profound spirit expert, especially that sword technique that contained the might of the Azure Dragon. If his sword technique had not improved, he might have really been in trouble. Of course, to Lin Fei it would only be slightly troublesome. The rest was really nothing. Lin Tian suddenly said, "You are a descendant of the Lin family that was chased out." All this while, Lin Tian had never thought of this question. However, when he saw Xiaoqin use the Azure Dragon capturing technique, he suddenly recalled something. And this fellow seemed to have something to do with what happened back then. Lin Fei was not surprised. He smiled and said, "You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, there is no reward. You should be glad that you died at my hands. You will not be at a disadvantage in the future." Lin Tian smiled bitterly. To think that the branch that was chased out back then actually produced a genius like you. It seems like this is all fate. Lin Fei had a playful smile on his face. So you also know what happened back then. Then it seems that your Lin family believed that such a day would appear. The only thing you did not expect was that this day would appear in advance, right? Lin Tian indeed did not expect that such a day would come. The branch that was chased out of the Lin family would produce such a genius. Lin Wu Fa was the strongest among his generation, but in front of this Lin Fei he was obviously not enough. At this time Lin Tian no longer thought about it. It was not a good thing that the Lin family would have such an opponent in the future. He regretted not discovering it earlier. Indeed, I did not expect it. Lin Tian suddenly grinned. However, I will bring you to hell with me. A huge amount of true yuan instantly exploded. At the moment of death, one could still see the evil smile in Lin Tian's eyes. With a loud boom, Lin Fei exploded. The scene was raised to the ground and flames soared to the sky. Strong cultivators from the Lin family cannot be underestimated. So there is actually a move that can condense true yuan and self-destruct. In the forest, Lin Fei's figure walked out, a strange smile on his face. At the same time he was even more cautious in his heart. Strengthening a doppelganger technique was indeed the wisest choice. Just now it was not Lin Fei's real body that had been in front, but a doppelganger. It contained 1/3 of his strength. Even if it was blown to death there was nothing to worry about. Lin Tian had gone to great lengths to self-destruct, and it was only to destroy Lin Fei. Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Fei had a doppelganger beside him. If he knew that it was a doppelganger that had died, who knew what he would have done? Luckily, Lin Fei had destroyed his Dantian in advance, and his true yuan was only 1/3 of his peak strength. The power of the self-destruct was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Lin Fei had kept an eye on it. This old thing is really decisive. I almost failed miserably at such a simple task. Lin Fei started to search the surroundings. When he self-destructed, there were still some things left behind, such as superior-grade spirit treasures. From the looks of it, they were much weaker, which made Lin Fei feel a heartache. Damn it. Aside from superior-grade spirit treasures, everything else was probably blown to smithereens. You bastard, at least leave something for me. Lin Fei cursed and turned to leave. However, he had only taken a few steps when a shiny golden paper appeared on the grass. It can't be something good, right? His doppelganger was blown to death and most of the other things were destroyed. In Lin Fei's words, this thing was like a miniature bomb. For something to remain in such a situation, it had to be something good. Azure Dragon True Body? Unexpectedly, the thing on the golden paper was not something ordinary. Instead, it was a cultivation method. Lin Fei immediately looked at it and could not help but frown. Why does this old thing have the Azure Dragon True Body? From the looks of it, the Azure Dragon True Body is very powerful. However, why did this fellow not succeed in practicing it? Little did he know that this Azure Dragon True Body was something that Lin Fei had obtained only recently. He did not have the time to practice it. If he succeeded in practicing it, it would be impossible for Lin Fei to kill him so easily. Unfortunately, this is only the first layer. On the golden paper, the Azure Dragon True Body was only the first layer. From the description, this was a body tempering cultivation technique. This Azure Dragon True Body had a total of 10 layers. Once it was practiced to great perfection, it would transform into an Azure Dragon. Lin Fei opened the system and started to investigate. Azure Dragon True Body incomplete. Cultivation star, 4 stars. There is a chance to reach 5 stars. It was a simple evaluation, but Lin Fei could not help but be stunned. This works too? He immediately opened the shop and looked at the body tempering cultivation techniques. Soon Lin Fei revealed an excited expression. The Upper Lin family actually has such a body tempering cultivation technique. A 4-star body tempering cultivation technique would cost at least 10 million points in the shop. What exactly is the origin of this Upper Lin family? Lin Fei was shocked. A 4-star body could be promoted to 5-star body. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to be shocked. Furthermore, this Azure Dragon True Body was definitely not an ordinary martial technique. Since this old fogey brought the Azure Dragon True Body, it just so happens that I need a body tempering cultivation technique. Furthermore, it can be promoted to 5-star body tempering cultivation technique. It would be a pity if I don't cultivate it. This will save me a lot of time and I won't have to search everywhere. If a body tempering cultivation technique could be promoted to 5-star body, Lin Fei would not miss it. 5-star body tempering cultivation technique was the highest level. According to Heaven, Earth, Mystic and Yellow, Lin Fei suspected that this 4-star Azure Dragon True Body tempering cultivation technique was an Earth-ranked martial technique. Lin Fei still wanted to know the answer. If the Azure Dragon True Body was in the Upper Lin family, how many layers were there? This was a crucial question. From the material of the golden paper, Lin Fei could guess that this Azure Dragon True Body was definitely not an ordinary item. Since this old fogey could cultivate it, his status in the Upper Lin family should not be low. In reality, Lin Tian's status was not low. He was an elder in the Lin family and one with a lot of authority. Otherwise, he would not have the qualifications to cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body. His luck was bad. It was not easy for him to exchange for it, but in the end it benefited Lin Fei. Roar. Just as Lin Fei was guessing, a loud roar came from afar. Rumble. The speed was astonishing. Before Lin Fei could react, a black shadow came crashing down. The ground trembled and the surroundings were forcefully cleared. Golden fur appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. It was very eye-catching in the night. King Kong Divine Ape. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. How did he run into the King Kong Divine Ape? Thinking about it carefully, it must have been the old fogey who lured them away. Then, there was a huge battle here and there was a burst of quintessence. Naturally, the King Kong divine ape was lured over. Chapter 259. Lin Fei could tell from the ape's furious eyes that it held a grudge. As for how this guy found him, Lin Fei thought it was because the ape recognized him. It should be easy for a peak cryptic beast to remember an aura, right? For the ape to appear here, it was easy to imagine how much of a grudge it held. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Fei's heart sank. The ape's killing intent was locked onto him. As long as he turned around, this guy would definitely send him flying. The ape held a thick black staff in its hand, shining brightly. There was no need to think too much to know what was going on. This diamond divine ape had come to seek revenge. Total annihilation. 72 swords flew out from behind him and slammed into the ape. Facing a beast that even peak cryptic beast cultivators had to be careful with, Lin Fei naturally had to be vigilant. He had to strike first and gain the upper hand. Boom. Even though he had used it once before, it was still relatively easy for Lin Fei to use it a second time. Roar. The two weren't far apart and Lin Fei could clearly sense the aura of a powerful beast. It was in a state of rage. What mystic spirit great circle? In front of the Vajra divine ape, it was simply too weak. It could kill human martial artists with ease. This total annihilation struck the diamond divine ape's chest like a bolt of lightning. A powerful wave of air blasted out, and Lin Fei had already appeared more than 10 zhang away. A water-fire lotus appeared in front of him. Facing this ape, he didn't dare to underestimate it. Last time he had almost been beaten to death by a staff. Lin Fei still had lingering fears, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. It should be heavily injured now, right? Lin Fei guessed. 72 swords, a high-grade mortal weapon, should be able to injure the ape? Roar. All of a sudden, a black shadow came crashing over amidst the shockwaves. A strong wind whistled past. Damn, it's this move again. Lin Fei's hair stood on end. This was too fast. Water-fire lotus. However, that black shadow was even faster. Accompanied by kacha-kacha sounds, it directly shattered the water-fire lotus and smashed onto Lin Fei's body, sending him flying. Pooh. As it turned out, this black shadow was the diamond divine ape's iron rod. Roar. The adamantine divine ape emerged from the blast, its eyes bloodshot. Other than the bloody wound on its chest, it had no other injuries. After letting out a mighty roar, it leaped forward, grabbed the iron staff and leaped over Lin Fei, smashing the staff down again. Damn, isn't he too strong? Lin Fei couldn't help but curse out loud. A demonic beast at the great circle of the cryptic level was simply too powerful. His 72 swords had unleashed total annihilation, but it had only caused the diamond divine ape a minor injury? Needless to say, this was a huge blow. Lin Fei had thought that since he could heavily injure the old thing with a single sword strike, the great circle adamantine divine ape shouldn't be too far off. But after testing it out, he realized that a great circle cryptic demonic beast was truly powerful. Boom. Lin Fei's water-fire lotus flew away at the same time, narrowly dodging this attack. The original position was smashed into a huge crater. Violent. Truly violent. With such a powerful attack, Lin Fei finally understood why those cryptic experts couldn't even withstand a single strike from the diamond divine ape. They had no choice but to die from such an overbearing attack. Doppelganger art. Lin Fei's wings of the wind increased his speed by 50%, but he still wasn't confident that he could escape from the adamantine divine ape. This adamantine divine ape was just as fast, not inferior to him in the slightest. Tonight he had to go all out. He had no choice but to go all out. If he did, there was still a chance of survival. Damn it, I just killed a few of your clansmen. Why do you have to keep targeting me? Lin Fei was depressed, especially after being targeted by a powerful adamantine divine ape. More importantly, its attacks were extremely violent. Even with the protection of the water-fire lotus, he didn't dare to take it head-on. He wouldn't forget the lesson from last time. Taking it head-on wouldn't work. Doppelganger art. Lin Fei didn't hold back. A black-robed doppelganger appeared beside him. The two quickly separated, one in front and one behind. Now there's two of us against one. Let's see how you deal with this. Lin Fei was also enraged. Tempest. Lin Fei's wind chaser moved and he quickly used Tempest. The sword lotus condensed into one, rushing at the adamantine divine ape in order to exhaust it. The other doppelganger appeared behind the adamantine divine ape, also holding a long sword. It was Lin Tian's superior grade spirit treasure from before. The spirit treasure's power was reduced, and its power was similar to that of a middle grade spirit treasure. The doppelganger also used a sword lotus, but it was golden in color. A sword lotus condensed from the concept of metal. A pincer attack. Rumble rumble. The adamantine divine ape was clearly caught off guard by Lin Fei's attacks. Both were intent attacks, and the explosive power caused the adamantine divine ape to roar madly. Roar. The adamantine divine ape's body was covered in blood and wounds. Suddenly, its furious eyes fell on the doppelganger, and it charged forward, smashing down with its staff. Damn it. Lin Fei hadn't expected the adamantine divine ape to be so smart. It knew to attack the doppelganger first. If it lost 2 doppelgangers in one night, its strength would be greatly reduced. Bang bang bang. With a swing of his staff, the void seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The doppelganger dodged quickly. Although it wasn't as fast as Lin Fei's main body, it was still in a dangerous situation. If this continued, it would be easy to kill it. The doppelganger's strength was only at the peak arcanist realm. It hadn't even reached the mystic adept realm yet, but it was still so terrifying because it had inherited the concept of metal. Water flame lotus. A giant lotus flower appeared beneath the diamond divine ape. The lifelike lotus flower enveloped the diamond divine ape, trapping it within. Total annihilation. Annihilation. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't give up on such a short opportunity. He directly used total annihilation. Lin Fei wouldn't even frown if he used his concept of wind and concept of metal against ordinary profound spirit experts. But against this terrifying adamantine divine ape, it was a completely different story. An intense sword technique could only injure the adamantine divine ape, but it couldn't kill it. Its defense was too strong. If Lin Fei wanted to truly break through its defense, he could only use total annihilation. Anything else would be useless. Whoosh. The 72 swords once more formed a sword formation, merging into a giant sword that smashed into the adamantine divine ape's chest, causing blood to fly everywhere. The adamantine divine ape swung its staff at the 72 swords. It knew how dangerous these swords were, so how could Lin Fei allow it to destroy them? The doppelganger unleashed one golden sun after another, bombarding the adamantine divine ape's body in an attempt to draw its attention. How powerful! After 2 total annihilation attacks, the adamantine divine ape still maintained its combat strength. Aside from the large wound on its chest, it was obvious that it had been inflicted by a sword. Clang clang clang. The enraged adamantine divine ape actually broke through the restrictions of space and appeared directly in front of Lin Fei, its black staff smashing down. Even though Lin Fei had 10,000 gene of divine strength, the adamantine divine ape's attack still caused him to feel pain in his palm. His sword felt like it was about to fly out of his hand. Just how strong is this adamantine divine ape? If this continues, things won't be good. One main body, one avatar. With the 2 of them attacking together, even a true peak profound spirit expert would have a headache. But facing a peak profound spirit demonic beast, he couldn't help but feel helpless. It looks like I can only use this move. After using total annihilation 3 times, his spiritual energy had been greatly depleted. He was almost at his limit. After all, with 72 swords, the pressure on Lin Fei wasn't small. I don't believe that I can't kill you this time. Dealing with the adamantine divine ape for so long was unprecedented. Of course, with the strength of a mystic adept, fighting against a mystic spirit great perfection diamond divine ape was also something that had never happened before. If this diamond divine ape knew a ranked staff technique, the current Lin Fei might not be able to withstand it. Water flame lotus, explode. Total annihilation wouldn't work, so the only thing Lin Fei had was the water flame lotus with the terrifying explosive power of true essence. 20% true essence. This time, the water flame lotus was suppressed by Lin Fei with all his might. It wasn't as big as before, but it continued to shrink. When it was almost the size of a basketball, Lin Fei's face paled. He had reached his limit. In its rage, the adamantine divine ape didn't know the power contained in this lotus. A huge wave of air rose as if it wanted to overturn the sky. At close range, Lin Fei was also sent flying by the explosion of true essence. If not for his speed, he would have been severely injured even if he didn't die. Cough cough. Lin Fei crawled out of the bushes, looking battered and exhausted, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Damn, it hurts. I don't believe that I can't succeed this time. Lin Fei said to himself as he wiped away the blood. His clone also returned to his side. From the looks of it, the explosion just now had affected it quite a bit and its aura was much weaker. If the water flame lotus explosion couldn't seriously injure the adamantine divine ape, then Lin Fei really would have turned around and left. He couldn't continue fighting or else it would be a waste of time. The wave of air dissipated. The forest below him was almost razed to the ground. The 3-meter-tall adamantine divine ape fell into a huge pit, and it seemed to be heavily injured. Seeing that the adamantine divine ape didn't move, Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. I finally succeeded. The adamantine divine ape was truly too difficult to deal with. All his true essence had been consumed, no less than 40%. What did 40% mean? Even heavily injuring that old bastard Lin Tian didn't require this much true essence. His only worry was that the adamantine divine ape's counterattack would be fierce, but now he could relax. Encountering such a troublesome demonic beast was truly a headache. As soon as Lin Fei relaxed, the adamantine divine ape that was originally in the pit suddenly leapt out. With lightning speed, it swiped its claws at Lin Fei's head. Danger. Absolute danger. Total annihilation. 72 swords once again flew out from behind him, all of them stabbing into the adamantine divine ape's body. The tremendous impact sent the adamantine divine ape flying, once again creating a giant pit. Lin Fei's body swayed. At the same time he touched his face and blood flowed down. In this moment of danger, Lin Fei once again used total annihilation, heavily injuring the adamantine divine ape. The only thing he didn't expect was that this adamantine divine ape was so intelligent that it knew how to deal a fatal blow when he was relaxed. Just a little bit more. Even so, Lin Fei's face was still covered in several wounds. Blood flowed down from the wounds, making him look particularly hideous. That was really dangerous. I almost died. Thinking back to the previous scene, Lin Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. After using total annihilation 4 times, he finally sat down and panted heavily. As for the area in front of them, it had long since been leveled, forcefully destroyed. After a while, Lin Fei recovered quite a bit of strength. He sent his clone over to check and confirmed that the adamantine divine ape was indeed injured to the point where it couldn't move. We're finally safe. Against a physical adamantine divine ape, it had taken so much effort. It was no wonder that a Mystic King expert would die in the demonic beast mountain range. Demonic beasts were too strong. In terms of defense, it was already quite frightening. Whether it was the concept of metal or the concept of wind, they were both sword arts with a concept. They didn't have much effect on the adamantine divine ape. Many cultivators would be dumbfounded by its powerful defense. How could they continue fighting? In terms of power, it was even more terrifying. Just his divine power alone was truly frightening. If one's physical body was weak, just like a mystic spirit realm cultivator, even if their physical body was not weak, they would still not be able to withstand such a powerful attack and would be blasted into pieces. Walking to the side of the pit, the adamantine divine ape's eyes were bloodshot. It struggled to get up, treating Lin Fei as its mortal enemy. Why do you have to do this? Lin Fei said softly. If the adamantine divine ape hadn't come for him, he wouldn't have provoked it even if he was beaten to death. Such a powerful demonic beast was not to be trifled with. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in a mystic spirit perfect stage demonic beast. With such a mature demonic beast, it was impossible to bring it back. Just as Lin Fei killed the adamantine divine ape, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding. A weak demonic beast has been discovered. Player Lin Fei wishes to capture it as a pet demonic beast? If so, 5,000 points will be deducted. Pet system? Seeing the system's words, Lin Fei couldn't help but look at the adamantine divine ape on the ground. Exchanging 5,000 points for a Mystic King demonic beast seems like a good deal. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to capture it. Instead, he opened the system to investigate. 5,000 points wasn't a small amount. Spending it would be painful. Adamantine divine ape, mutated demonic beast, mystic spirit perfect stage strength. Extraordinary strength, shocking defense. Growth attribute, 90%. Note, there is a chance to awaken its bloodline. Chapter 260. A pet demonic beast. How tempting. Back when he was playing games, Lin Fei loved to capture all kinds of pets from the game. He never got tired of it. There were many times when he didn't sleep for a day and night just to capture a talented pet. A King Kong divine ape with a growth type of 90%. This is a good thing. If I train it well, it will become a helper in the future. 5,000 points. Lin Fei's heart ached. A King Kong divine ape with battle strength at the mystic monarch realm. No one could resist such a temptation. Even Lin Fei himself was tempted. More importantly, this King Kong divine ape was not an ordinary demonic beast. It was a mutated demonic beast with a chance to unlock its bloodline. As for what bloodline it was, Lin Fei didn't know. The King Kong divine ape was so powerful. If its bloodline was unlocked, it would be even more terrifying. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fei decided to accept this demonic beast as a helper. The next time he encountered a mutated demonic beast, it might not be so easy. Doppelganger was useful, but it was not enough in terms of attack power. Unless the main body's strength increased, the doppelganger would have true battle strength. A demonic beast like the King Kong divine ape, especially a mutated demonic beast, would definitely be a terrifying existence. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining your first pet. Successfully spent 5,000 points. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for unlocking the pet system and opening the pet shop. Please purchase pet equipment for your pet. Spending 5,000 points, Lin Fei's heart ached. The King Kong divine ape that was originally in the pit disappeared. After opening the pet system, he found that the King Kong divine ape was in a space that came with the pet system. So this is the pet space. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the King Kong divine ape's injuries were recovering. It seemed that it would recover 70 to 80% in a day. Even if it couldn't recover to its full strength, it would at least recover 70 to 80%. That shouldn't be a problem. He opened the pet shop. Seeing the items in the pet shop, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The items were just as he had imagined. They were all tools that pets needed. Looks like I've encountered something good this time. Power type armor, 10,000 points. Defensive armor, 20,000 points. The shop was full of things that Lin Fei was familiar with but not familiar with, such as pet battle props. Fortunately, the price was not very high, not as high as the previous shop. The items inside were extremely expensive, and far less expensive than the items in the pet shop. If the adamantine divine ape were to wear defensive armor, coupled with strength-type items, just how powerful would it be? Lin Fei couldn't help but daydream. He had gained a lot from this trip. After subduing the diamond divine ape, Lin Fei didn't stop. Because the diamond divine ape's aura had disappeared, the diamond divine ape seemed to have lost control and was rushing towards him. A variant diamond divine ape at Mystic Spirit Great Circle already possessed such terrifying strength. Lin Fei did not dare to stay any longer. After leaving this area, Lin Fei found a safe place and prepared to recover from his injuries. As for finding the Mystic Spirit Realm Master's body, that would be postponed for the time being. Meanwhile, on Falling Empire, Imperial Capital. In the Upper Lin family, a middle-aged man rushed into a room. Clan leader, something happened. Elder Lin Tian and Deacon Lin Yuantian's soul orbs were shattered not long ago. The middle-aged man was in charge of soul orbs, and soul orbs were formed using a special method by the Upper Lin family. When someone died, they would be notified immediately. Those who were qualified to leave their soul orbs in the soul orb room were all core members of the Upper Lin family. The death of an elder and a deacon was not a small matter. The disciple in charge of the Lin family did not dare to stay any longer and immediately ran to report the situation. Lin Tian is dead? Are you sure? In the room, two people were sitting face to face. The middle-aged man's forehead was covered in sweat. Clan leader, these are Elder Lin Tian and Deacon Lin Yuantian's soul orbs. The two fist-sized soul orbs were like glass crystals, crystal clear. It was a pity that they had been split into two, and a trace of their souls had dissipated into the air. Elder Lin Tian is actually dead. Lin Fan was a middle-aged man with a gloomy appearance. At this moment, his brows were furrowed, and it was clear that he was also shocked. You go out first. The middle-aged man left the soul orbs and immediately left. Elder Fan, what did you see? Sitting opposite him was the current clan leader of the Lin family, Lin Zhongwu. He had been in this position for a full 100 years. Even after hearing the news of an elder's death, he did not change much. In terms of calmness, Elder Lin Fan could not compare. Lin Fan said, I know Lin Tian's strength. Although he has not reached mystic full cultivation, he has already formed a mystic armor. Unless a mystic full cultivation expert makes a move, no one would be able to kill him. And Lin Tian is not the kind of person who would go looking for trouble. There must be something strange about this. Lin Zhongwu said. Continue. Lin Fan said. I heard that they went to the demonic beast mountain range to obtain the Sword Emperor's legacy, but it was snatched away by an outsider. That kid, Lin Wufa, seems to have suffered a huge blow when he returned, and is now in seclusion. If I'm not wrong, something must have happened to Lin Tian in the demonic beast mountain range. Lin Zhongwu stood up and said calmly. Lin Tian is dead. Go and comfort Lin Tian's family. As for who did it, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and find out what happened. It seems like the Lin family has been quiet for a long time, and everyone has forgotten about the existence of the Lin family. Lin Fan knew that the clan leader was angry. They had been living in peace for too long. Now that someone dared to challenge the authority of the Lin family, the wisest choice was to drag the culprit out and deal a heavy blow. Pass down the order that no one is allowed to disturb Wu Wu for a period of time. Lin Zhongwu said. Wu Wu, everything has been smooth sailing. I heard that a genius has appeared in the demonic beast mountain range this time. Wu Wu should feel pressured. If he can break through to the mystic level within half a year, our Lin family will welcome a new peak in this dynasty war. Outside the demonic beast mountain range, on this day a young man dressed in black walked out from the mountain range. The strangest thing was that on this young man's shoulder was a giant lizard, and on the other shoulder was a golden monkey. The person who came out was Lin Fei, who had been in the demonic beast mountain range for almost 2 months. The Azure Dragon true body is really not easy to cultivate. Fortunately, this body has a bloodline. Otherwise I can only give up. After all, this is a 4-star body tempering cultivation technique. Lin Fei could not help but sigh. Originally, he had come out of the demonic beast mountain range a long time ago. In the end, he spent a lot of time cultivating the Azure Dragon true body. He only chose to leave the demonic beast mountain range after he successfully cultivated the first layer. This Azure Dragon true body is indeed monstrous. I have only cultivated it to the first layer. Although I can only condense Azure Dragon scales in a few places, when it comes to defense, it seems to be even stronger than the Waterfire Lotus. If I can cultivate the Azure Dragon true body to the 3rd layer, I should be able to condense a true set of scales. Lin Fei could not help but look forward to the next few layers. This was the benefit on the surface. After cultivating the Azure Dragon true body, the greatest benefit was that the drawbacks of the physical body had almost all disappeared. At the very least, at the Mystic Master level, Lin Fei could absorb pure essence pills to his heart's content. He did not have to worry about reaching his limit. After leaving the demonic beast mountain range, Lin Fei controlled his speed. This direction should lead me to the Tianhai dynasty. After entering the official road, Lin Fei slowed down his pace. After leaving the demonic beast mountain range, Lin Fei decided to go to the Tianhai dynasty to take a look. It was a good opportunity to settle the matter that Martial Uncle Zhang Wen had instructed him to do. Lin Fei thanked him for his kindness. Aside from this reason, Lin Fei had another thing to do. He had to find the Li clan to vent his anger. Among the profound spirit experts that chased after him, Lin Fei clearly remembered that there was a profound spirit expert from the Li clan. That aura was very similar, so there could not be any accidents. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who liked to take revenge 10 years later. Revenge was only a matter of time. Especially now that he had the help of guardian deity, Lin Fei was very confident. He wanted to vent his anger. Hence, these two matters were logical, and he made a trip to the Tianhai dynasty. Guardian deity was the guardian deity ape. After being taken in as a pet by the system, it had actually unlocked intelligence and gained a certain level of intelligence. As for why it was named, Lin Fei was a bit of a prank. He recalled a movie he had seen in the past. For the woman you like, you can hit an airplane. F***ck, what should I do next? I can't just pick one randomly, can I? When he came to a fork in the road, Lin Fei could not help but be dumbfounded. What should he do next? He regretted not bringing a map of the Tianhai dynasty with him. With Lin Fei's current strength, he did not have to worry about taking the wrong path. Lin Fei was a lazy person and did not like to run back and forth. Moreover, the Tianhai dynasty was not small. If he took the wrong path, he did not know when he would reach the Tianhai dynasty's capital. Clang clang clang. At the end of the official road, a large convoy suddenly appeared. It seemed to be carrying a lot of goods, especially the demonic beasts at the front. They were all rank 9 demonic beasts. Even though they had not entered the profound realm, using rank 9 demonic beasts to transport goods was not a simple matter. I wonder where this convoy is going. If it's going to the Tianhai dynasty's capital, it'll be along the way. It'll save me the trouble of searching everywhere. An idea suddenly came to Lin Fei and he said to Guardian Deity, "Release some of your aura." In view of Lin Fei's tyranny, Guardian Deity did not dare to disobey. A trace of Guardian Deity's aura was extremely terrifying, especially when it was directed at the demonic beasts. Unless it was a profound king expert, most people would not be able to sense it. As expected, the rank 9 demonic beasts in the convoy were all lying on the ground, trembling in fear. What's going on? Why aren't they moving? Come down and see what's going on. Someone immediately came down from the convoy and saw the condition of the rank 9 demonic beasts. No matter what method was used, they could not make the demonic beast stand up. This gave them a headache. If the demonic beast did not leave, the entire convoy would be crippled. They could not possibly purchase a new batch of demonic beasts to pull the carriages. Chapter 261. P.S. Thank you to Zero Win Friend Zero for your tip, and to Ruffled Ambiguous Little U for her monthly vote. As night fell, the bonfire was burning brightly, illuminating the night. The entire convoy stopped to rest in a forest near the official road. Some were busy setting up tents, some were busy gathering firewood to cook. Everyone was busy in an orderly manner, looking very comfortable. That beast tamer actually went out tonight. That person is quite strange. He rarely gets off the carriage. In the past few days he hasn't gotten off the carriage at all. I really don't know what he is doing. Of course, strange people have strange ways of doing things. If it wasn't for that beast tamer's help, who knows where we would be now. I like to hear that. Our young miss is kind enough to let that brat get on the carriage. The surrounding servants gathered in twos and threes, discussing in low voices. Especially when the young miss was mentioned, all of them had a look of admiration. Beside the forest, the convoy was in a circle, carrying large and small goods. It was the most common convoy in the Sky Sea dynasty. Little Min, is that Master Shuang Mu still in the carriage? A soft voice came from a unique carriage. Outside the carriage, a girl in red opened the curtain and climbed up nimbly. I think I saw him get off the carriage just now. I don't know where he went. Little Min in red chattered, I think that brat is not that powerful. No matter how I look at it, it feels like he is lying. Little Min, you are talking nonsense again. In the carriage, a girl in white sat. Her eyes were like autumn water and her brows were like willow leaves. She gave off a peaceful feeling. Master Shuang Mu has helped us a lot. If you dare to talk nonsense in the future, I will marry you off. Little Min realized that she had said something wrong. She pouted and said pitifully, Young miss, I said something wrong. This servant will go and see if Master Shuang Mu is back. When Rushua shook her head, this little girl? Who was Master Shuang Mu? He was Lin Fei, the one who had played a trick. He wanted to try his luck. That day, his luck was good and he met a convoy heading to the Sky Sea Dynasty's imperial capital. After curing the demon beast, he made up an excuse to join the convoy and go to the Sky Sea Dynasty's imperial capital for free. I've rested for a few days. Let's have a good meal tonight. Lin Fei returned from the outside with a low-level rabbit demon in his hand. It was similar to the wild rabbits on Earth, but it was much larger in size. When he held it in his hand, it weighed no less than 50 kilograms. Returning to the forest, Lin Fei quickly cleaned up the rabbit demons. At the same time, he found a large pile of dry firewood and roasted it on the fire. Lin Fei was very good at barbecuing. As the rabbit demon was constantly being rotated, its color gradually changed. Soon its color turned from tender yellow to golden yellow. Lin Fei took out a knife and cut a hole in the rabbit demon's body. At the same time, he took out the seasonings he found in the Demon Beast mountain range and sprinkled them on. Sizzle, sizzle. As the golden yellow meat oil dripped down, the firewood below shot up. I can eat to my heart's content this time. The little thing at the side was also drooling. It looked like it couldn't wait to take a bite. As for the other King Kong, it was also very excited at this time. It was no different from dancing. It smells so good. Soon the people in the camp smelled the fragrance. The people who were making dinner subconsciously sniffed because the smell was too fragrant. They couldn't help but want to take a bite. When they saw that it was Master Shuang Mu who was barbecuing, they helplessly suppressed the desire in their hearts. When they looked at the things they were burning, they immediately lost their appetite. They hated that they didn't have the skills of the other party. Master Shuang Mu, I didn't expect that you not only know how to deal with monsters, but also know how to barbecue. Your skills are really good. While Lin Fei was focused on barbecuing, a person walked over from the side. Hearing this voice, he didn't raise his head and focused on staring. Because from the beginning he didn't like this person called Lei Wei. As for not liking him, there was no reason at all. Lin Fei was such a person. If he didn't like him, he didn't like him. His impression of him was very bad. Lei Wei had a gloomy aura on him. Since he continuously comprehended the wind and metal concepts, Lin Fei liked freedom more and more. It seemed that that was his true self. On Earth he had to be busy every day. There was a mountain pressing down on his head all the time. It was suffocating. Life was very tiring and depressing. After being reborn in the mysterious heavenly continent, Lin Fei gradually let go of himself. He had a hot-blooded impulse to walk the martial world with his sword. Perhaps this was a man's dream. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his life now. He didn't need to flatter others, he didn't need to act according to others' wishes, he didn't need to worry about his life, he didn't need to worry about time. He was carefree. Mystic cultivators had a lifespan of 200 years. Mystic cultivators had a lifespan of 300 years. Every martial artist didn't need to worry about time. Lin Fei was still barbecuing the meat, ignoring Lei Wei. Lei Wei, who was beside him, had already shown his displeasure. If it wasn't for others being here, he would definitely teach this kid a lesson. A mere monster beast master was really not worthy of Lei Wei's attention. Kid, I'm giving you face by calling you Master Shuang Mu. Don't think that being a monster beast master is a great job. Lei Wei's face darkened. I'm giving you face by barbecuing the meat. As long as I'm happy, I'll arrange a good position for you in the capital. It's just a matter of a word. Lei Wei had indeed taken a fancy to the fragrant barbecued meat. He thought that once he asked, the kid would definitely send the meat over and curry favor with him. Fortunately, he could find a good job in the capital. When the time came, he could make Miss Wen happy. That would be just a matter of a word. Unexpectedly, this kid didn't know what was good for him. Lin Fei didn't even look at him. If you want to eat it, just find someone to cook it for you. I don't even have enough barbecued meat for myself. Lei Wei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If I could cook it, why would I come to you? How much is the barbecued meat? I'll buy it. That should be enough, right? Lei Wei said, 10 low-grade mystic spirit stones should be enough, right? 10 low-grade mystic spirit stones for barbecued meat. Anyone who heard that would immediately sell the meat. It wasn't easy to find such a rich man. Lin Fei shook his head. Not selling. 50 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Lei Wei said again. Not selling. Lei Wei said fiercely. 100 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Lin Fei turned around. I said I'm not selling. If you really want to buy it, bring me 100,000 low-grade mystic spirit stones. Otherwise, scram as far as you can. Don't hinder me from barbecuing. Lei Wang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. A normal beast tamer dared to talk back to him. He wanted to slap this guy to death. He kept telling himself, don't be angry, don't be angry. A bastard isn't worth getting angry over. You've got guts. Let's wait and see. Lei Wei left in a huff. Lin Fei continued to focus on barbecuing. So pretentious. The two guys on the ground nodded. Their gazes quickly landed on the barbecued meat. Humph, humph. You want to use my barbecued meat to please that young lady? Do you really think I don't know? Lin Fei sneered in his heart. These are all tricks I played a long time ago. I didn't expect to embarrass myself in front of him. But then again, that chick is really pretty. Quiet and gentle, especially those long legs. Hee hee, Miss Wen, I asked someone to make this. Do you want to try it? Outside the carriage, Lei Wei held a plate in his hand and tried to curry favor with Wen Wuxia. Wen Wuxia walked down in a white dress with a faint smile on her face. Like the warm winter sun, she warmed people's hearts. Thank you. Wen Wuxia said politely. Then she couldn't help but sniff. She made a very cute gesture and walked over. Despicable brat. Lei Wei held the plate and the situation became awkward. He hated that brat to death. You're a beast tamer. Why did you have to learn to barbecue? Is this bullying? Lei Wei hated himself. Why didn't he learn this skill back then? Miss, that's Master Shuang Mu barbecuing. Little Min giggled. It smells so good. Wen Wuxia smiled. Little girl, you're hungry again. Little Min curled her lips. No way. Wen Wuxia smiled but didn't say anything. Master Shuang Mu. Am I disturbing your barbecue? After smelling the fragrance that appeared next to him, Lin Fei regretted choosing this place. Wasn't this clearly looking for trouble? I don't mind. Lin Fei smiled. How could Lin Fei refuse a pretty girl? Besides, when Miss Wen walked over, he knew that young Master Lei Wei probably hated him to death. He had to admit that Wen Wuxia was very pretty. Her name was also very good. Any man wouldn't mind having a pretty girl sitting next to them. It was pleasing to the eyes when they were bored. After Wen Wuxia sat down, she found that Master Shuang Mu was immersed in the barbecue business again. She couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty and would attract attention everywhere she went, she seemed to lose her beauty in front of Master Shuang Mu. Am I really that ugly? Am I not as good as the barbecue? The ancients said that women were a very special kind of animal. When people paid attention to them, they would think that they were there for their looks. When people didn't pay attention, they would worry about their gains and losses. Am I not pretty? Don't they have the urge to take a look? That was Wen Wuxia's mentality. Lin Fei focused on the barbecue. Wen Wuxia watched quietly in front of the fire. It's time to eat. When Lin Fei saw Wen Rushua's expression, his heart skipped a beat. When did he offend Miss Wen? Before his rebirth, Lin Fei spent a lot of effort on women. Therefore, when he saw Wen Rushua's expression, he vaguely felt a murderous aura. This murderous aura was not the aura of a killer, but a woman's unique aura. Miss Wen, look at you. You must be hungry. Try my barbecue. You probably haven't tried it before. This kind of barbecue requires concentration, otherwise it will lose its flavor. Chapter 262. Ever since that night's barbecue, Lin Fei and Wen Ruxu had become much closer. Of course, this was a very bad thing in someone's eyes, and he hated Lin Fei to death. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed in the Tianhai dynasty. They were not far from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty, 3 days at most. If Lin Fei used his movement skills, he would not need so much time. After spending so much time in the Monster Mountain range, he naturally wanted to enjoy himself. There was no need to rush to the market. At noon on this day, the convoy was traveling on the official road. Lin Fei sat in the carriage. It was very spacious, but it was enough for him alone. For him, a place to sleep was enough. The carriage did not need too much space. These days, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. In the past, Lin Fei had not had a good night's sleep. Ever since he was in the Tianhai dynasty, he could at least sleep until he woke up naturally every day. However, these happy days only lasted for a few days. When he reached the Tianhai dynasty, he would not have such free time anymore. It was not a good thing to have a good night's sleep. Hey, why is there a murderous aura ahead? Lin Fei, who had been condensing his spiritual power, suddenly opened his eyes. Ever since he could control 72 long swords, Lin Fei's spiritual power had increased a lot, and his perception had also expanded. Originally, a mystic adept's perception was only about 1 or 2 li. Lin Fei's perception was especially strong, and could extend to about 15 li. This number surprised even Lin Fei himself. Later, he asked about it and found that everyone's range was 1 or 2 li. 3 or 4 li was considered strong and 15 li was very strong. Within a range of 15 li, Lin Fei could immediately see everything clearly with a single thought. Looking at the number of people, they seemed to be waiting for something. Could it be Miss Wen's convoy? Lin Fei frowned. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like it. I'd better stay inside. If it's really for Miss Wen, I'll help her if I can. Consider it my thanks for the journey. Then Lin Fei closed his eyes again. There weren't many people on the official road at noon. Wen Rushua's convoy was particularly eye-catching on the official road. When the caravan entered the range, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, heading straight for Wen Rushua's group. Swish, swish, swish. Dense black spots fell like rain. Not good. Someone is ambushing us. Surround them, surround them. After a brief moment of panic, the people in the convoy immediately made arrangements. They seemed to be familiar with this scene and were professionals. Although they were all very calm, this time they had encountered people who were well prepared. Many of the martial artists in the caravan were shot dead in the first wave, and there were more than 10 corpses on the official road. After the first wave of sneak attacks, the thieves gained the upper hand. The Wen family's carriages had already surrounded the city like an iron bucket. The guards and servants were all armed and on guard. As soon as the Wen family's troops charged forward, they would immediately counterattack. Haha, as expected of the Wen family's convoy. You can remain so calm even after being ambushed by us. On the official road, the convoy of the Wen family was surrounded. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar appeared in front of the Wen clan's convoy on a profounder realm demon beast. Boss, we're rich this time. Look at how beautiful that girl is. Let's take her back and make her our wife. Look at those 2 long legs. She'll definitely be very happy in bed. Hee hee hee. The subordinates behind the middle-aged man chimed in. When Rushua stood on the carriage. Beside her was an old man who stood quietly beside her. Who are you people? The one who spoke was not Wen Rushua, but the arrogant Lei Wei. Lin Fei, who had been in the carriage all along, could not help but want to laugh. How could they be good people if they were ambushed halfway? Why would a good person ambush them? Lin Fei was indeed surprised. Those people were ambushing Wen Rushua's convoy. Looks like I don't have to do anything this time. With that old man here, that guy is really something. Lin Fei closed his eyes again. Lei Wei glanced at the carriage behind him complacently. When he saw that the guy did not get off, he could not help but sneer. What a coward. This time it's my turn to stand out. Let's see how you're going to steal my limelight. Aha, we thought you were the bad guys. The middle-aged man laughed. Your Wen clan's convoy is so rich that it's leaking oil. Fei Tianying will definitely rip you off. Lei Wei also laughed. Fei Tianning, who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? I am the Lei clan's young master. If you know what's good for you, get lost and I will let you off. If you insist on going the wrong way, I will send out all the experts of the Lei clan to destroy your village. Unbeknownst to the One clan, when they heard this name, their expressions changed. Even when Rushue frowned. Fei Tianning laughed wildly and stared at Lei Wei. You can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but what you've found without even looking for it. Your Lei clan has always been at odds with the 18 clans. Today I will kill you and send your head back. I wonder what your Lei clan head will look like. Yes. Lei Wei's expression changed and his legs began to tremble. You are, from the 18 clans. Fei Tianning said, are you afraid now? You're just a young master of the Lei clan. Even if I kill you, your Lei clan won't dare to do anything. Do it. Kill. Kill them and go back to play with women. Kill them all, the more you kill, the more you get. The bandits outside all moved and charged towards the One clan's convoy. Defend. Don't let them get in. Young master of the Lei clan, I will kill you first, then I will deal with them. Fei Tianning flew out from his mount and grabbed towards Lei Wei with his black hands. Space-tearing claw. Sila, Lei Wei's face was full of shock and his body was covered in blood. At the crucial moment, his underling went up to block the attack and was instantly killed. Uncle Guan, please take action. When Rushue's face turned solemn. Don't worry, Mississippi, the old man beside her nodded lightly. The 18 clans are just a group of bandits. This old servant will go and kill Fei Tianning now, then they will be a group of dragons without a leader. Sky-piercing spear art. The old man flew out and his mystic adept great perfection aura pressed over like a pressure. At the same time, the long spear in his hand stabbed towards Fei Tianning. Come on. Fei Tianning gave up on dealing with Lei Wei and turned towards the old man. Space-tearing claw. A black light shot out. Dang dang dang. The two of them instantly clashed and the sound of metal clashing could be heard continuously. Lin Fei opened his eyes again. Through his perception he could see clearly, the One clan's strength is not bad. As long as this Fei Tianning is killed, the group of dragons will be without a leader and will naturally disperse. I wonder where these 18 clans came from, but they seem to be very powerful. Lei Wei's legs trembled in fear when he heard about the 18 clans. In the past, when he was in Guiyuan City, he thought that his clan was very powerful. Only when he was outside did he realize what it meant to be a frog in a well. A mystic adept great perfection expert was enough to wipe out their entire clan. If I'm free, I can go and understand these 18 clans. They seem to be of a large scale and I can earn some experience. Unknowingly, an idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. No, there's still an ambush. Lin Fei was in a daze for a moment. When he looked outside, the situation had changed drastically. The two people who were initially in a stalemate had now won. Old Guan's chest was pierced by 2 sharp arrows and the tail of the arrows was still swaying. At the same time, a sharp claw came down and sent him flying. He was at a complete disadvantage. Guan Mingchang, we've known about your One clan expert for a long time. In order to deal with you, I invited you Guang, who is known as the Heavenly Arrow. Sure enough, you fell for it. Fei Tianning laughed as if his scheme had succeeded. You Guang, you're not dead. Guan Mingchang's breathing was weak as he spat out these 2 words with difficulty. Guan Mingchang, you old thing. How was the taste of those 2 arrows? It's a pity that I didn't kill you on the spot. A figure flew out from the forest with a longbow in his hand. It was obviously a lower-grade spiritual treasure. However, on Yu Guang's face, there was a scar that looked like a centipede, which made him look very ferocious. Yu Guang raised his hand and the arrows fell. A few more people were sent flying and killed on the spot. How can I die if you're not dead? Yu Guang stood on the roof of the carriage and said coldly, however, I know that you'll die before me this time. Uncle Guan, eat it quickly. When Rushue quickly took out a pill and wanted to feed it to Uncle Guan. Miss, leave quickly. No one here can stop the 2 of them if they join hands. This old servant has disappointed you. Guan Mingchang struggled to stand up. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood again and his face turned pale. Fei Tianning laughed. Yu Guang, let's attack together and kill them first. There's no need to kill Miss One. Such a good thing, if we send it to the higher-ups they will definitely be happy. Yu Guang nodded. Split up and kill without mercy. Guan Mingchang, you old thing. I'll send you to hell now and let you see my brothers who were killed by you. Yu Guang raised his hand and shot out a cold arrow. It was shot out from the hands of a mystic adept late-stage martial artist. This arrow was fast and urgent. It seemed like it was going to shoot a big hole in the void. Leave quickly. Guan Mingchang pushed with one hand and when Rushue was sent flying. I hate killing people halfway. Clank. With a shio sound, the arrow that was speeding forward broke into two. It lost its power and fell to the ground at the side. Soon after, a lazy voice rang out. Not far away, Lin Fei was holding Wuxia. Miss Wen, are you all right? Wuxia was sent flying. She did not expect to fall into someone's embrace. Her face turned red almost to the back of her ears. I'm fine. Then can you come down? When Wuxia realized that she had accidentally hugged Master Shuangmu like an octopus, she quickly let go and her face was so red that water could be squeezed out. Stand at the back. Fighting and killing isn't something you women can play with. When Wuxia was stunned and did not understand. Guan Mingchang, who was about to self-destruct, could not help but show a surprised look when he saw the young man who stood out. Mrs. Save this time. Brat, was it you who spoiled my plan just now? Yu Guang said angrily. His killing move was broken. Of course he was very unhappy. If you can't find a second one, then it should be me. Lin Fei said with a smile, leave by yourself before I get angry. Then die. 6-star sky arrow. Yu Guang pulled the bow. He did not use an arrow but directly turned it into an arrow with his true essence. Swoosh, 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 6 streams of light flew up, down, left and right towards Lin Fei's vital parts. Your archery is not bad. Previously, there was an expert who forced me to use my full strength. Unfortunately, you are not qualified now. A disdainful voice suddenly appeared behind Yu Guang. Out of the corner of his eye, he felt a cool breeze. Then his vision turned black and he fell from the sky. He died in a daze, not knowing what happened. Lin Fei turned his eyes and fell on Fei Tianying. Fei Tianying's heart jumped, and he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How could Yu Guang die like this? Yu Guang, a mystic master in the late stage, had endless power in his archery. He had killed countless mystic masters in the late stage and peak stage. The scene in front of him kept shaking in his mind. Space-tearing claw. Yellow upper-grade martial art. In front of so many subordinates, how could Fei Tianying be willing to leave? He thought that Yu Guang was killed by a sneak attack. Fighting head-on might not be that powerful, but it could kill a brat. When Wuxia, Guan Mingchang, and even Lei Wei, who was hiding behind the carriage, were all dumbfounded. How could that demonic beast tamer be an expert? The most shocked one was Guan Mingchang. Yu Guang's archery was superior in terms of speed. He was injured because he could not dodge in time. That Master Shuangmu seemed to have taken less than a breath's time. Shatter. Lin Fei pointed out with both of his hands, and the metal intent was shattered. The true essence claw smashed into pieces, but the momentum did not stop. It landed on Yu Guang's body, and the huge metal intent shattered Fei Tianying's body. The defense of the Vajra God ape was strong, but the Fei Tianying was similar. How could his body resist the endless metal intent? Not good, the boss is dead. Everyone run. The boss was dead and so was the helper. The people below were scared out of their wits and they lost the will to fight. They turned around and ran. Like the wind. A wind-like aura swept towards them. These subordinates were only at the mystic realm. Facing the sword art that contained the intent, they could not resist at all and fell to the ground. Lin Fei did not want to offend the 18 clans at the moment. Dead. They are all dead. Didn't they die a little too fast? The guards and servants of the one clan were all dumbfounded. They did not even know how they were killed. This speed. Those who looked down on Lin Fei before were all glad that they did not find trouble with him. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing a chicken. Lin Fei took the inferior grade spirit treasure bow and arrow, and obtained a pair of gloves from the other Fei Tianying. Inferior grade spirit treasure, it could increase one's attack power, which was why the heaven-splitting claw was so powerful. After obtaining 2 inferior grade spirit treasures, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The leaders of the 18 clans all had inferior grade spirit treasures. If he could sweep them all, there should be a lot of spirit treasures, right? Chapter 263. Silence reigned. Absolute silence, a silence that had never been seen before. The Eagle King and Yu Guang, in the eyes of Master Shuangmu, were killed in mere moments. They couldn't even hold on for long. More importantly, this Master Shuangmu didn't look very old. No one expected him to be so powerful that he could kill without leaving a trace. Lin Fei knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. He saw fear and admiration in their eyes. It should be said that fear was the majority. This was definitely the state of mind when facing a strong opponent. In the Xinjiang continent, strength was the most important thing regardless of age. Of course, if there was a difference in strength, it would be the younger ones. Master Shuangmu was young. If he hadn't acted today, they would have taken him as an ordinary monster beast master, not a master. It seems I should go. Seeing their expressions, Lin Fei knew he couldn't stay. It was only a day or two away from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty. At his speed, it would take him about a day to get there. He had memorized the general location when he came, so he could find the imperial capital without any guidance. I didn't expect you to be so secretive, Master Shuangmu. When Wuxia came up and looked at Lin Fei with a complicated expression. Lin Fei looked at Wen Wuxia's resentful eyes, and his heart softened. Whether it was on Earth or in the Shantian continent, when facing girls, his attitude was always like this. He subconsciously rubbed his chin. Actually, I didn't do it on purpose. When Wuxia didn't believe him, of course. I still have to thank you. Without your help, our caravan might have been wiped out. Lin Fei said, if you think of me as a friend, then you don't have to thank me. Friends shouldn't treat each other like strangers, don't you think? When Wuxia chuckled and blinked. Of course you are my friend. I'm very happy to have a friend like you. I was wondering if you deliberately took our caravan? Lin Fei noticed that when Wuxia's face blushed after saying this. His heart skipped a beat. This girl, is she imagining things? You think too much. I really have something to do. Lin Fei didn't expect this girl to be so smart. She could even guess it. He wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Thank you for saving us, young hero. The entire Wen clan is eternally grateful. Guan Mingchang was supported by someone. His face was still pale, but he looked much better than before. It seemed like he had taken some healing pills. Lin Fei was really afraid that Wen Wuxia would guess something. Back then, in order to find a guide, he had deliberately done this. It was definitely not an honorable thing to do, so when Guan Mingchang interjected, Lin Fei was naturally happy. Women are shrewd creatures. Lin Fei smiled and said, this is what I should do. Guan Mingchang did not dare to be arrogant, especially when facing an expert who had killed the Soaring Eagle King and Yu Guang in the blink of an eye. Young hero, if there's nothing else, why don't we go together? I believe that Grandmaster Shuangmu will know many things about the imperial capital. I'm not good at other places, but I'm quite familiar with the situation in the imperial capital. Guan Mingchang was indeed experienced. He actually saw a hint of leaving in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was slightly stunned, but he quickly recovered. Since Uncle Guan has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. The corpses on the official road were quickly cleaned up. The injured members of the Wen clan were all carried to the car, and the corpses were to be brought back to the imperial capital. As for the heads of the two experts, they were all chopped off. This was because the imperial capital had a bounty for the people of the 18 clans. If the heads were brought back and handed in, they could get a lot of profound spirit stones. Hearing that there was such a thing, Lin Fei of course did not stand on ceremony and naturally took the profound spirit stones. Now Lin Fei's pocket was empty, and there were not many low-grade profound spirit stones left. There were only 10,000 mid-grade profound spirit stones, which was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade profound spirit stones. Now that there was an opportunity to offer a bounty, Lin Fei would not miss it. Who cared about the 18 clans? If they really dared to come to his door, he did not mind sending them all as bounties. The official road was quickly cleaned up, and the convoy had an additional group of demonic beasts. If they were brought to the imperial capital, they could be sold for a good price. Apart from the smell of blood, almost no one knew that there had been an ambush here. That night, Lin Fei woke up from his cultivation. In the battle during the day, he had obtained a lot of pure essence pills. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade pure essence pills, which were the most widely traded elixirs. The two of them had about 10,000 on them, so Lin Fei naturally would not stand on ceremony and exchanged all the pure essence pills for elixirs. The Wen clan did not want the two inferior-grade spirit treasures, and they had no intention of mentioning them at all. Lin Fei also accepted them without standing on ceremony. It should be possible to exchange them for tens of thousands to 100,000 pure essence pills. Although pure essence pills were not as good as superior-grade pure essence pills, they were quite good for trading. Hey, what are they doing? Lin Fei subconsciously released his perception. Soon he heard a conversation. The people talking were Wen Wuxia and the injured Guan Mingchang. Miss, the 18 clans have made a move on our Wen clan. We were going to invite some experts back, but we didn't expect them to be out traveling. This time, our Wen clan is not as good as 10 years ago. Judging from the voice, it should be Guan Mingchang's. Lin Fei thought to himself that something was wrong. What did the 18 clans mean by making a move on them? Today's incident must have something to do with the Li clan. They all want to raise our position. The Flying Eagle King and Yu Guang should be the people they contacted. This voice belonged to Wen Wuxia. Her tone was filled with murderous intent, unlike before. Lin Fei lowered his head and pondered. Could it be that the Li clan they are talking about is the Li clan that attacked me? Let me continue to listen to what is going on. From the looks of it, it seems that something has happened to the clan. In the carriage, the two continued to talk. The ancestor of the Li family suffered a great loss at the hands of the ancestor of the Wen family. Ever since then he has been holding a grudge against the Wen family. Until now, the position of the Wen family is in jeopardy. If we are pushed out of the top 10 merchant groups and lose this position, it will be a huge blow to the Wen family. Guan Mingchang said worriedly, the only thing we can do is to fight for the position this year and try to block the Li clan's attack. This way we will have the right to continue sitting on this position. When Wuxia said, the Li clan has many experts. We originally invited a few experts but now we can't invite anyone. It should be that the Li clan bribed them. They want us to completely lose our position. Miss, if you are willing to help, don't we have a ready-made one in front of us? Guan Mingchang said. When Wuxia had a complicated look, you are talking about Master Shuangmu? Guan Mingchang nodded, with Master Shuangmu's strength, even I am not his opponent. The Li clan has many geniuses but I think they are definitely not Master Shuangmu's opponent. My guess is that Master Shuangmu's strength should be at Mystic Spirit Realm. In the carriage, the atmosphere became silent. Mystic Spirit Realm? When Wuxia was also shocked, are you sure? This old servant's eyes are not so bad that I can't see it. But will he agree? When Wuxia said with a conflicted look. On the other side, Lin Fei was speechless. How did things get dragged into this? Why did it have to be him? This, if you marry him it's possible. Lin Fei touched his chin and thought naughtily. Guan Mingchang sighed, it would be fine if our previous clan leader was here. At least the Li clan didn't push us too far. When Wuxia said, clan leader Wen Tianwei? Apart from the old clan leader, the other clan leaders are not as strong as clan leader Wen Tianwei in terms of strength and influence. Guan Mingchang sighed again, if we can invite Master Shuangmu to help, our Wen clan will have a chance of winning. Wen Tianwei? Lin Fei's face changed, a name appeared in his mind. Damn, it can't be so coincidental, right? This time he came to Tianhai Dynasty not only to find trouble with the Li clan, but also to help Uncle Master Zhang Wen check on the person he mentioned. Wen Tianwei was his target this time. Uncle Master Zhang Wen had said before he left that if Lin Fei had the time, he should go to Tianhai Dynasty to check on Wen Tianwei, saying that the kid used to be an in-name disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go back to support the clan, he would have become a Mystic King expert in terms of talent. When Lin Fei first heard the name of the convoy on the official road, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he wouldn't associate the name with Wen Tianwei. But when he heard the name Wen Tianwei and associated it with Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words, he undoubtedly had an idea. Could this Wen Tianwei be the Wen Tianwei that Uncle Master Zhang Wen mentioned? Lin Fei couldn't help but recall. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that Wen Tianwei is the successor of a certain clan, so it's very likely that he is the clan leader of the Wen clan. Uncle Master Zhang Wen said that it's been a long time since Wen Tianwei became the clan leader of the Wen clan. Wen Tianwei is very talented. If he focused on his cultivation, it's hard to say that he wouldn't become a Mystic King expert by now. In conclusion, it's very likely that this Wen Tianwei is an in-name disciple of Uncle Master Zhang Wen. After a series of conclusions, Lin Fei was certain that this Wen Tianwei was the clan leader of the Wen clan. If he wasn't careful, he would bump into someone from the Wen clan. If this was outside, Lin Fei wouldn't mind laughing out loud. My luck is too good. Why didn't I think that Wen Tianwei is the clan leader of the Wen clan? Fortunately. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't leave earlier. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Wen Wuxia is Wen Tianwei's descendant, so she can be of help. As for the Li clan, you can't blame me for being impolite since you're the one who bumped into me. Chapter 264. Master Shuangmu, can I have a word with you? Lin Fei quickly retracted his perception. Lin Fei didn't think too much about what happened after that. He knew what was going on. As expected, Wen Wuxia came. Sure. Lin Fei alighted from the carriage and saw Wen Wuxia standing outside eagerly. He didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Do you mind taking a walk with me? Wen Wuxia blushed under the night sky. However, it was hard to notice if one didn't pay attention. The two of them walked into the forest at the side. At this moment, the guards and servants acted as if they didn't see anything. They didn't dare to say anything to an expert who could kill a mystic adept in the great perfection and mystic adept realm. At this moment they looked like a perfect match. Bitch, you bitch. Behind a carriage, Lei Wei grabbed the door of the carriage. Veins popped out on his palm as he stared at the two with hatred in his eyes. A crack appeared on the sturdy door. Slut, I've chased you from the imperial capital of the Tianhai dynasty for 3 whole months, but you've never smiled at me and you've never promised me anything. It's only been a few days and you want to seduce a young man? You're an old cow eating young grass. You're a slut and you've got a stinking brat. You're just a little stronger, but damn it, how dare you try to seduce a slut. Ka. The door was torn apart, leaving a pile of sawdust on the ground like fallen leaves. Lei Wei's eyes moved. Bitch, you forced me to do this. Originally I was prepared to help your one clan. But now I want your one clan to be destroyed. You'll lose your position as the head merchant and your one clan will soon become a nobody. Lei Wei's eyes moved. And that stinking brat, you've offended the 18 clans. You won't have an easy time either. I believe that after you're targeted by the 18 clans, how long can you be proud of yourself? I'll let you two be proud for now. In the forest, under the moonlight, it was bright and gentle. Master Shuangmu, thank you so much for today. When Wuxia rarely hung out with men. Even though the man in front of her didn't look very old, he still made her feel flustered. As a young lady of the One Clan and living in the imperial city, she had seen all kinds of handsome men and geniuses. She did not feel anything for anyone without a powerful background. Only this time, for some unknown reason, he was actually moved by it. That elegant movement. That sharp attack. That lazy smile under his eyes. No matter which one it was, it gave Wen Wuxia an unforgettable feeling. She would often think of it. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. If you have to thank me for everything, I think you'll be very tired. Lin Fei turned his head and said with a smile, in my opinion, just keep your gratitude in your heart. When Wuxia looked a little embarrassed. I'll remember it. Lin Fei sat down on a stone. Don't stand there. Sit down and talk. Don't you think it's more comfortable to sit down? When Wuxia suddenly found that it was actually very easy to talk to Master Shuangmu. At least, he didn't have that domineering feeling, and he didn't keep bragging about his achievements, hoping that everyone would know about it so as to expand his influence. Are you going to the imperial city to play or? When Wuxia asked tentatively, thinking about how to bring it up. For some reason, when Wuxia couldn't bring herself to say it. She always felt a little uncomfortable, as if she shouldn't ask for help. But on the other hand, the appearance of Master Shuangmu brought her hope. This hope was related to the future development of the clan. There was an unusual contradiction between the two. Lin Fei said with a smile, I heard that there are beauties in the imperial city of the Tianhai dynasty. I'm actually going to see beauties. What kind of beauties are there in the imperial city? I don't believe it. Suddenly, when Wuxia burst into laughter. Lin Fei said seriously, I haven't arrived in the imperial city yet, but I've already seen a beauty. There are indeed beauties in the imperial city. I can already imagine it. When Wuxia was slightly stunned. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, you must have hit on many beauties with this excuse, right? Lin Fei said modestly, actually you're the first. Look at me. Would I keep hitting on beauties? When Wuxia nodded, I believe you will often hit on beauties. Lin Fei couldn't help but say with a smile, thank you for your confidence. I think I need to be arrogant. Actually, I have nothing to do in the imperial city. I just want to walk around and experience life. When Wuxia looked at Lin Fei and bit her rosy lips, Master Shuangmu, you've done our Wen family a big favor today. If Master Shuangmu doesn't have anything else to do, I wonder if you can do us a favor? Our Wen family will give you something you'll be satisfied with. After saying this, she seemed uneasy. When Wuxia had rarely asked for help in her life. It should be said that this was the first time she went to ask for help. When Lin Fei got off the carriage, he knew that when Wuxia was looking for him to ask for help. He didn't expect that when Wuxia would feel pressured by his words. She didn't say it until now. Miss Wen, such a beautiful woman, how could I? Lin Fei kept her in suspense. Refuse. She agreed so easily? When Wuxia couldn't hide the excitement on her face. For a long time, this matter had been a big pressure on Wen Wuxia, especially when she went out to look for experts and was attacked by the 18 families. She was almost wiped out. You agreed? When Wuxia stood up excitedly, then realized that she was too excited. Lin Fei also stood up. Actually, I've been in contact with your patriarch, Wen Tianwei. This time I'll definitely help you. When Wuxia sucked in a breath of cold air. You know my great-grandpa? Lin Fei said with a smile. It seems that we're fated. It's late, let's go back. Ah. By the time when Wuxia reacted, Lin Fei had already walked out. Grandfather's friend? When Wuxia fell into a state of confusion, but why haven't I heard that grandfather has such a young friend? Ever since the ambush on the official road, the One Clan's convoy didn't encounter the attacks of the 18 families again. It was as if they had stopped all activities. They didn't even encounter the mountain bandits that often appeared. They arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty safely. The capital was bigger than Lin Fei imagined. It was filled with a grand atmosphere. History had left a deep historical aura in this capital. A majestic aura that belonged to the capital enveloped the sky above the capital. Master Shuangmu, this is the capital of the Tianhai dynasty. Guan Mingchang stood beside Lin Fei respectfully, without any of the prestige of a mystic adept great perfection. Those are all trade caravans. This is the most common type of trade caravans in the capital. Our One Clan is also one of them. Lin Fei looked at the imperial capital, and a strange feeling welled up in his heart. It was a powerful presence. No wonder the palace of the capital is a place where experts gather. The rumors are true. Lin Fei thought to himself, I wonder what I will gain from this trip. Lin Fei returned to the carriage. The One Clan's convoy passed through the city gates. After entering the capital, a unique aura hit him in the face. The wide streets were bustling with people. If he was in Mountain River City, he would feel that the place was huge. When he arrived at the capital of the Tianhai dynasty, Lin Fei felt as if he was walking from a village to a big city. Even though this was the capital, there were no tall buildings or traffic, but the experts on the streets couldn't be compared to Mountain River City. In just a short while, Lin Fei saw more than 10 mystic adept experts in the carriage. Among them, there were 2 mystic adept great perfection experts. As for those low-level martial artists and mystic realm martial artists, they could be seen everywhere like cabbages. As expected of the capital, the number of experts is far from what a county city can compare to. No wonder the experts from the families in the capital are so powerful. This was the first time that Lin Fei saw the capital that he could see in history, and he felt very emotional. This was the real stage. What would the stage outside the dynasty be like? Lin Fei's thoughts drifted away as he thought about those big stages. Ah, what a terrifying aura. Suddenly Lin Fei frowned, and a rare look of shock appeared on his face. He opened the curtains and looked out. He could vaguely see the eaves at the end of the street, which exuded a grand atmosphere. Could this be the palace? Even though he couldn't see the whole scene, just a corner was enough to give Lin Fei a huge shock. Other than the palace, there seemed to be no other place that could have such a strong aura. Lin Fei thought that he was strong, but under that aura, his spirit was about to collapse. Fortunately, that aura was not aimed at Lin Fei. Such a domineering aura, only the palace had the ability to do so. The palace is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. No wonder the novels often say that the palace is the most terrifying place. If a small dynasty is already so powerful, what about the capital of a medium dynasty, super dynasty, or even a dynasty? Lin Fei didn't dare to continue thinking and couldn't help but clench his fists. One day in the future, I will ignore these palaces and walk in openly. The carriage went round and round on the street. About an hour later, the One family's carriage stopped in front of a mansion, which showed how big the capital was. When Wuxia's carriage appeared in front of the gate of the One family, another carriage also appeared on the other side. Judging from the scale, the two were similar. Ha, isn't this Sister Wuxia? A white-robed man came down from the opposite carriage and said in a strange tone. At this time, when Wuxia also came down from the carriage. When she saw the man, she showed a look of disgust. Master Shuangmu, how do we get in? After saying that, she wanted to bring someone in. Chapter 265. The man in white's words made the people around him stop. Because they were all from the One family. As a family, internal problems couldn't be ignored. Every family had problems. The bigger the family, the more serious the internal problems. If there was a powerful clan leader, then they would be able to suppress the internal problems and there would not be any problems. However, if the clan leader could not suppress the internal problems, then the internal problems would reach an uncontrollable level. Many clans had perished because of this, unable to rise again and becoming inferior clans. The One family was the same. This problem had been around for a long time. The man in white was a collateral disciple, Wen Qiu. He was considered outstanding among the collateral disciples. There was an unwritten rule in the One family. Once a collateral disciple became outstanding, he would be qualified to be a merchant and have a position in the family. Wen Qiu was such a collateral disciple. Ever since he was qualified, this collateral disciple suddenly gained influence. Although the influence wasn't great, it was different from before when they couldn't speak. The Wen family was established by doing business. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become a member of the main merchant and obtained an absolute position. Therefore, the Wen family always raised talented people freely. This meant that they could fight with each other. As long as it wasn't a life-threatening situation, the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. It was because of this that the scene in the previous chapter happened. After the introduction of the collateral disciple, Wen Qiu. Then let's introduce Wen Wuxia. Wen Wuxia was a direct descendant and a business genius. She was young, but she already had a caravan. This caravan had a lot of power in the Wen family. The competition between the collateral disciples and the direct descendants had always been in conflict. This was because the direct descendants received a lot of resources from birth. They were better than the collateral disciples at the starting line. The collateral disciples, on the other hand, had limited resources and were constantly suppressed. It was very rare for the branch family disciples to have a genius disciple. Even if they did, they would immediately be suppressed by the direct disciples and be unable to rise again. Wen Wuxia was a genius among the direct descendants, especially in business. She had always been hated by the other collateral disciples. Usually all sorts of sarcastic remarks were non-stop. Provocations were even more frequent. That was because everyone understood one thing. Stepping on a direct descendant disciple would undoubtedly allow the branch family disciples to be known by others. No one was surprised by this scene. It's none of your business. Wen Wuxia's previous soft and weak demeanor was replaced by a very firm tone. Her long, shapely eyebrows were raised, and she had the aura of a woman. Lin Fei, who was standing to the side, was startled. Wen Wuxia's change was too fast. He almost suspected that he had recognized the wrong person. Her aura had become so strong. She was a heroine. Wen Qiu smiled and said, "Sister Wuxia, don't be angry. I just want to remind you that in this day and age, there are all sorts of people pretending to be experts. You must not be deceived by them." His tone clearly said that Master Xuangmu was a liar. Lin Fei had been shot even though he was lying down. What does this have to do with me? This is your internal problem. What's the point of dragging me into it? Is being young a mistake? At this time Lin Fei was very depressed. You don't have to act cool on me. If it was in the past, Lin Fei would definitely not be polite and go up to teach this brat a lesson. However, after what happened in the demonic Beast Mountain range, this scene was like watching a clown perform. A clown flaunting his strength. What was there to be angry about? Right now Lin Fei was watching a clown perform. Unfortunately, Wen Qiu did not know. She knew she would definitely hate Lin Fei to the core. Wen Wuxia frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Master Xuangmu, let's go in." His tone changed and became polite. "Miss Wen, your internal department is full of such people. It's not good for the Wen family." Lin Fei shook his head and walked toward the door. "Brat, what did you say?" Wen Qiu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She almost jumped up and looked at Lin Fei angrily as if she wanted to eat him up. It could be said that Lin Fei's action just now was really unintentional. In fact, Lin Fei wanted to say, "Why do you have to make things difficult for this kind of person? Aren't you making things difficult for yourself?" However, when the words were on the tip of his tongue, they became like this and changed their meaning. "Get out of my way." Seeing this pretentious person appear in front of him, Lin Fei's face darkened. Wen Qiu laughed and said, "This is my Wen family's door. I'm very unhappy now and I don't allow you to enter. What can you do to me? Hit me if you can. I want to see how powerful you, Master Xuangmu, are." Lin Fei turned around and shrugged his shoulders at Wen Wuxia. He looked helpless as he said, "Miss Wen, did you see that?" He said it himself. "I wasn't the one who wanted to hit him." Wen Qiu was also proud. She wanted to see how Wen Wuxia would react. "He's ignorant. I hope you can be gentler." Wen Qiu felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He thought he had heard wrongly. "What do you mean gentler? I'm an early mystic master." Lin Fei nodded and said, "No problem." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei left a shadow and appeared in front of Wen Qiu. He sneered and said, "I've never seen such a lowly person like you." He waved his hand and slapped Wen Qiu's handsome face. "You." Before he could finish his sentence, Wen Qiu was sent flying and crashed into the door. His face hit the door and he fell down. "You're courting death." Lin Fei appeared in front of that person again and slapped him again. 2 white teeth flew out. "I'm hitting you. You're the result of acting tough." 2 more slaps. The protective chi of a mystic adept realm expert couldn't withstand that slap at all and kept shattering. Wen Qiu was stunned. This kid actually dared to hit me. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said those fierce words, a few of his teeth were sent flying, especially his front teeth, which were directly turned into black holes. After slapping him left and right, Wen Qiu's face became like a pig's head. Those who didn't know would think that something had happened. Then he was thrown out and fell on the street. Luckily, this was the Wen family's mansion. There weren't many people coming and going. If this was the real street, he would have become famous and the news would have spread throughout the imperial capital. Master Shuangmu, let's go inside. A hint of joy flashed in Wen Wuxia's eyes as if she had vented her anger. She didn't even look at his miserable appearance. Sigh, there are so many shameless people in this world. He actually took the initiative to ask for a beating. I thought I heard wrongly. Lin Fei shook his head and walked towards the door. The guards at the gate were all dumbfounded by this scene. Wen Qiu, who was at the initial mystic master, was beaten like a pig's head. This was too natural. They didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. Most importantly, everyone heard that Wen Qiu took the initiative to ask for a beating. Actually, they also wanted to laugh in their hearts. This young master of the collateral family seemed to have some problems in his head. Wen Wuxia, I won't. The latter part of his words became a leak. He couldn't even hear his own words. As for Wen Wuxia's guards and servants, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. These guards and servants wouldn't have so many scruples against a collateral family disciple. That was because they were Wen Wuxia's guards and servants. They weren't worried about what Wen Qiu would do. If he really dared to do it, Wen Qiu would be the first to suffer. Why don't you say that I was reckless just now? Wen Wuxia arranged a small courtyard for Lin Fei. The area wasn't big, but it was much better than Mountain River City. Wen Qiu has always been frivolous. He deserved to be beaten. Wen Wuxia didn't avoid it at all. I wanted to beat him a long time ago. You helped me vent my anger. Lin Fei laughed. Then shouldn't you thank me? At least I helped you take revenge. Wen Wuxia giggled. In your dreams. Lin Fei's mouth twitched. That's boring. But then again, your family doesn't seem to be very good. A collateral family dares to provoke a direct descendant like you. If it were me, I would directly beat them up. Then, I would beat them up every time I see them until they are afraid and surrender. You stay here first. When I'm done with my business, I'll come over and take you out for a walk. If there's anything, just let them come and tell me. In the small courtyard besides them there were two maids. They were young and good-looking. Go to your business. Lin Fei nodded. If there's anything, I'll find you. From the small courtyard came Guan Mingchang. Guan Mingchang, who had recovered half of his injuries, couldn't help but ask, Miss, won't this cause them dissatisfaction? Wen Wuxia said lightly, Master Shuangmu is a good-tempered person. Wen Qiu is asking for trouble by rushing over. It'll also let those collateral family members know that the person I invited is not someone they can offend. Wen Qiu is really a good-for-nothing. He deserves to be beaten up. I didn't expect that Master Shuangmu is not only strong, but also has a strong body. Guan Mingchang said, this is indeed a good idea. They won't disturb Master Shuangmu. Ah, it hurts. In a unique courtyard. At this time there were several young people gathered together. They were either arrogant or extravagant. Wen Qiu stopped shouting. Who asked you to have such a cheap mouth? It's almost spread throughout the family. I really didn't expect you to say such words. Aren't you clearly telling them to come and beat me up? If it were me, I would also not be able to help but beat them up. A young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu sipped on fragrant tea and said sarcastically. Wen Qiu said, Qinya, it's easy for you to say that. Don't forget. That person was invited by that bitch Wen Wuxia. Wen Qinya was the young man sitting opposite Wen Qiu. If I were you, I'd bang my head against the wall. A mystic adept expert was slapped by someone. You've lived your life like a dog. Another young man next to him advised, Qinya, don't scold Wen Qiu. You also know that when this guy is excited he often talks nonsense. Let's see how we can help Wen Qiu get revenge. That's right. We must get revenge. Another young man said. These young men were all collateral disciples of the Wen family. They were all rather famous. Because they formed a circle and helped each other to resist the direct descendants, their influence in the Wen family wasn't small. After Wen Qiu suffered greatly at the hands of Wen Wuxia, they naturally gathered together to discuss what to do about this matter. If they didn't get revenge, they would be in big trouble, especially in this current situation. The incident at the main gate couldn't be concealed at all. Before long it would spread throughout the family, and their lives in this circle wouldn't be good. Wen Shui said, Isn't that obvious? Just find a time to get rid of that kid. What's there to think about? Wen Qiu cheered. That's right. Cripple that kid. From his strength, that kid is at the mystic adept realm. It's just that his movement technique is fast. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been ambushed. Good my ass. Wen Qinya sneered. Other than an idiot who would go and get rid of that Master Shuangmu. Everyone was instantly like a deflated balloon. Then what should we do? We can't kill him. Are we going to keep him alive? Just watch. I can't take this lying down. If you guys aren't going, I'll go myself. A trace of disdain flashed across Wen Qianya's eyes. You guys only know how to fight and kill all day long. No wonder we're still collateral disciples. Wen Qianya said, don't you think that this is a great opportunity for us? Wen Xiu asked doubtfully, opportunity? I see an opportunity to be suppressed. Wen Qianya was still calm. Don't you think about it? This time our Wen clan is in a crisis of life and death. If we stabilize our position, we will have 10 years in the future. If we lose these 10 years, I'm afraid our Wen clan will soon become a second or third-rate clan. Wen Shui said, Qianya, don't keep us in suspense. Just say it. That's right. You know how to use your brain. Tell us what it is and we'll consider it. If it's possible, we'll go. Wen Qianya said, Wen Ruxue is a direct disciple. Our Wen clan is like the sun in the sky. What if we fail this time? Of course, our reputation will plummet. But how could Wen Ruxue fail? Wen Qianya was exasperated. You're all stupid pigs. Don't you know that Master Shuangmu? All of us have invited experts back to help us. When the time comes, it'll be an important sparring match. You understand? You want us to make a move then? Wen Qiu's eyes lit up. Haha, as expected of Qianya. He can even think of such a method. This time that kid is dead for sure. Good idea. Isn't Wen Ruxue very powerful? Seeing the person she invited back die in a sparring match, her expression will definitely be very interesting. Wen Shui said. Wen Qianya was very proud. That's why I say that sometimes, using your brain is much better than using your hands. This time we'll make that little slut suffer a crushing defeat. Chapter 266. Tianhai Dynasty, Imperial Capital. 18 families, Secret Liaison Office. Fei Tianying and Yu Guang are both dead. The killer is called Master Shuangmu. He is very powerful and is suspected to be a disciple of a sect. He killed Fei Tianying and Yu Guang as soon as he attacked. Secret Liaison Office. The 18 clans were very daring. Although they were wanted outside, they still had contacts within the imperial capital to gather information about the 18 clans. At this moment, they were gathering information from their contacts. Master Shuangmu, the One family. Immediately investigate Master Shuangmu's background and try to find out which sect he is from. I want to know in a short time whether the 18 families can survive after offending them. The secret liaison office quieted down again. Lin Fei stayed at the One family for a day. The next morning, he left the One family and appeared at the Bounty Association with the corpses of the 18 families. The Bounty Association was a special feature of the Tianhai dynasty. The reason why it was a special feature was actually very simple. The Bounty Association would offer all kinds of rewards, and behind the scenes of the Bounty Association were the major forces of the imperial capital. All kinds of rewards would appear in the Bounty Association. No matter if it was famous. No matter if it was notorious. No matter how shocking the background was. Once they went to the Bounty Association and offered a suitable price, there would always be some desperados who would accept the task and secretly deal with the target. Every month, many martial artists would die under all kinds of assassinations. It was very difficult to guard against them. The appearance of the Bounty Association led to the appearance of assassination organizations. Assassination organizations, killer organizations. Their goal was actually very simple, which was to complete the task. These organizations, no matter how big they were, had always been feared by people. In particular, many martial artists died under assassination, which attracted a lot of people. They were afraid of going to the Bounty Association. This place is very gloomy. At this moment, Lin Fei had turned into a handsome young man. His face had an abnormal sickly complexion, and his eyes were looking around. In order to find the Bounty Association, Lin Fei chose to use the disguise skill. Lin Fei bought the disguise skill from the shop himself. The human skin mask cost 500 points. It was not cheap or expensive, just right. Unless it was someone who was extremely familiar with him, no one would be able to resist Lin Fei. After walking into the Bounty Association, Lin Fei felt as if he had walked into a market. There were loud discussions everywhere, making him wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the market. He had been using the power of the metal element, so he wasn't afraid that they would suspect him. If he used the water fire lotus, it would be too eye-catching. I'm a little excited. I wonder what good things these tall, rich and handsome men have brought. Lin Fei opened the package. This package was very big, like a small mountain. He almost couldn't bring it back. Except for the valuable things, Lin Fei didn't want the rest of the things. He believed that there would be people passing by soon, and he could let them share the firepower. Pure Yuan pills. Lin Fei found the Pure Yuan pills first. The Pure Yuan pills were all stored in a sumru pouch. It didn't look very big on the surface, but in fact it was very big inside. It was specially used to store the Pure Yuan pills. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. After counting, Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. Damn it, this group of fellows are really rich. With a few of them added together, they actually have over 4 million Pure Yuan Don. Every single one of them would bring at least 70 to 80 Pure Yuan Don with them when they go out. I have worked myself to death and only have 200,000 Pure Yuan Don. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. This was a good deal. More than 4 million Pure Yuan pills, plus the 200,000 from before, Lin Fei had nearly 5 million Pure Yuan pills in his hands. The originally empty pouch suddenly bulged. Lin Fei grinned. Just with 5 million Pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei's strength could increase by a large margin. Even if he didn't cultivate for the time being, he could still buy some good things. After keeping the Pure Yuan pills, Lin Fei immediately cleaned up the other things. For example, the treasures that they bought from the 8 Treasures building should be said to be bought in a fit of anger. Rainbow feather clothes, a broken piece of clothing can make you guys spend so much money. What a bunch of prodigals. He threw the rainbow feather clothes to the side. Deep sea night pearl, something to coax women again. The fist-sized night pearl released a gentle light. With one look, one could tell that this was a good thing. In the mysterious heavenly continent, the deep sea night pearl was something to coax women. As for other things, Lin Fei couldn't think of any use for it. Red cloud phoenix crown, another bunch of idiots. Holding a fiery red phoenix crown, Lin Fei was helpless. He remembered that this phoenix crown cost no less than 200,000 Pure Yuan Don. If he could use this to cultivate, how refreshing would that be? Chapter 268. This item was indeed worthy of Lin Fei's attention. Sword case. It was something that Lin Fei was familiar with. 72 long swords were also stored in a sword case. Usually, it would be stored in it. Once it was useful, it could be released immediately to deal with the enemy. This sword case was relatively luxurious, and its surface was carved like jade. At a glance, even those who didn't understand could see the extravagance of the sword case. It was undoubtedly a good item. What a sharp sword aura. Before the sword case was opened, Lin Fei's face was filled with joy. He felt a long sword soaring into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Upper-grade spirit treasure? Feeling the sword aura on the sword case, Lin Fei already knew that this long sword wasn't an ordinary item. It revealed the power of a spirit treasure. If it wasn't a middle-grade spirit treasure, then it was an upper-grade spirit treasure. Oh. Opening the sword case, a buzzing sound came out of nowhere. Upper-grade spirit treasure. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He grabbed the long sword with one hand and a huge counterforce came. If it was someone else, they would definitely miss. The long sword in the sword case was pitch black and had a murderous aura that made people feel suffocated. What a fierce sword. This was the first long sword that affected Lin Fei. Even the middle-grade spirit treasure Wind Chasing was inferior to this long sword. Lin Fei really couldn't figure out why the other party would have an upper-grade spirit treasure. It seemed that the other party couldn't use it. In fact, speaking of which, Lin Fei was lucky. This long sword was originally a gift and hadn't been suppressed. This time it was pure luck that Lin Fei got it before him. If it was a day later, Lin Fei wouldn't have been so lucky to get such a long sword. That young master had paid a huge price for this long sword. He had spent almost half of his fortune to obtain it with great difficulty. 10 minutes later, the black long sword was suppressed, but it still released a fierce aura. Lin Fei threw out a detection. Killing sword, grade, unknown, damaged, recoverable. Killing sword? A huge question mark popped up in Lin Fei's head. Another damaged spirit treasure? This black longsword was called Killing Sword. This name was really domineering. No wonder there was a large amount of evil chi left on it. Lin Fei suspected that this killing sword must have killed countless people to condense its killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was strong, just the killing intent and the ferocious aura would definitely affect his mind. I wonder what is the relationship between this killing sword and the baleful black saber? For some reason Lin Fei felt a rare familiar aura from the killing sword. As for why they were familiar, Lin Fei really could not put his finger on it. Subconsciously Lin Fei took out the baleful black blade. It had been a long time since he had used the baleful black saber. When the baleful black saber appeared, the surging killing intent was not inferior to this killing sword. Swish swish swish. A long saber and a long sword were floating in the air despite the absence of wind. This 5,000 kilograms of strength was actually unable to suppress the killing sword. Instead, it broke free from his hand. The baleful black saber and the killing sword clashed with each other's killing intent, forming an arc wave. Everything in the room was immediately affected. Kaka. The table, the floor, were instantly crushed into pieces. Lin Fei's waterfire lotus protected his body. Lotus leaves, saber radiance, and sword chi constantly struck down. After being shattered, they grew out again. It was abnormally terrifying. Devouring each other? Lin Fei kept retreating until he reached the edge of the room. Then he remembered something about the baleful black saber. When he saw this scene, the scene from back then completely appeared in his mind. At this moment, Lin Fei could not help but feel lucky that he had set up the runes formation in the surroundings to block the aura. Otherwise, if it were to be spread out, it would definitely be a big problem. After the baleful black saber and the killing sword were in a stalemate, they started to attack each other in midair. The two of them clashed, metal clashing, and the aura presence was like a saber, constantly shooting out in all directions. At first, the baleful black saber had the upper hand and kept suppressing the killing sword. After a period of time, Lin Fei originally thought that the baleful black saber would win, but the killing sword reversed the situation. This result surprised Lin Fei. As expected, after the two divine weapons continued to fight, the killing sword actually overlapped with the baleful black saber. On the surface, it didn't seem to be a big problem. However, from another perspective, an unbelievable scene would appear. The baleful black saber actually merged with the killing sword. The process wasn't very long and was rather slow. Lin Fei saw the slight changes. If it wasn't for his strong mental fortitude, he might have let out a long roar. Lin Fei was astonished. He was very calm in his heart. The killing sword devoured the baleful black saber. Originally, the baleful black saber had a reaction and struggled. However, as the killing sword continued to devour, the baleful black saber was completely suppressed. Such a strange and unbelievable scene appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. If an outsider mentioned it, Lin Fei would definitely say that it was impossible. However, the facts in front of him told him that such a situation did exist. A long sword devouring a long saber. It was unbelievable. After devouring it cleanly, the killing sword floated in midair and a layer of black fog appeared outside. The baleful black saber is gone just like that. Lin Fei wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The baleful black saber was so tough that even after reaching the mystic adept realm, his battle prowess had increased tremendously, it still couldn't cause any damage to the baleful black saber. It couldn't even leave a mark. Previously, Lin Fei had thought about whether he should find a chance to forge the baleful black saber into a long sword. The quality shouldn't be too bad, at least in terms of sharpness, that would be an absolute advantage. However, who would have thought that there would be such an outcome? Lin Fei didn't expect it at all. Such a thing was indeed hard to predict. I wonder what would happen if the killing sword devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei removed the waterfire lotus and waited patiently. The killing sword's transformation continued. At the same time, something big happened in the capital. A few direct descendants, including the Li family, were found dead in a small alley at night. When this news spread, it instantly caused a huge uproar. The Li family had a lot of influence in the capital because they had a mystic king expert overseeing them. Thus, the Li family had always stood strong. As for the other families, they were all very powerful. They definitely had mystic great perfection experts overseeing them, and there were at least a few of them. The difference between a mystic king and a mystic great perfection expert was just a level. In terms of true battle prowess, the difference was not just an ordinary level. For a family with a mystic king overseeing them, as long as they made a move, killing a mystic great perfection expert was as easy as lifting a finger. With such a huge incident happening in the capital, and so many direct descendants dead, the impact was extremely bad. The other families were in a state of panic, afraid that they would be labeled as the culprit behind the scenes. If it was just the disciples of the other families who died, it would at most cause a small impact. Now that a direct descendant of the Li family had died, and one with extremely valiant battle prowess and considerable talent, it was different. Now that he was killed in a small alley without even a corpse left, it was not an ordinary tragedy. The situation in the capital instantly changed unpredictably, and at the same time, there was a sense of apprehension. Following this incident, the entire capital produced a new round of situations. Everyone was looking at the Li family to see what decision they would make. In reality, the Li family did not disappoint them. First, they announced the arrest of the culprit behind the scenes. First, almost all the disciples of the families who participated in the auction at 8 Treasures Pavilion were brought back to accept their investigation. Anyone who disobeyed would be treated as a suspect for the culprit. They would be killed without mercy and then questioned for their crimes. It had to be said that this thunderous strike from the Li family had indeed caused many people to panic and feel uneasy. As a direct descendant, just this alone made people unable to look down on Li Yang, especially the pressure brought by his death. No one dared to blame the Li family because the Li family had the right to speak. Even the imperial family of the capital had to give the Li family some face. Especially since a disciple of the family who died was one of the more talented ones in the family. As the main culprit this time, Lin Fei was completely unaware of everything that had happened outside. His gaze was fixed on the killing sword floating in the air. This is the killing sword that devoured the baleful black saber? Lin Fei looked at the killing sword in disbelief. The killing sword now looked different from before. First, it was not a fierce aura but a sharp aura. It was a sharp aura of metal, and it had the aura of a sword that could destroy all things. Before, the killing sword first had a murderous aura, then a fierce aura. Looking at it now, those who did not know would think that this was an extremely sharp sword, a sword that could destroy all things. Lin Fei instinctively used the detection sword. Killing sword, +1, highest grade numinous treasure, power unknown. Seeing this result, Lin Fei was once again in a dilemma. Devouring a +1, could it be that this killing sword could continuously improve? But after devouring the baleful black saber, the grade was only of the highest grade? Only of the highest grade. If Lin Fei's thoughts were to spread outside, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Among the numinous treasures, as long as one had enough pure essence pills, it was not difficult to find a lower-grade numinous treasure. Middle-grade numinous treasures came second. Upper-grade numinous treasures would require a huge price. Generally, those who could get their hands on upper-grade numinous treasures were all experts with a certain status and position. Upper-grade numinous treasures needed the strength to use, otherwise they would only be treasures in the eyes of others. As for supreme-grade numinous treasures, they were really rare and precious. Even Mystic King experts might not have a supreme-grade numinous treasure. It was already easy for them to have a half-supreme-grade numinous treasure. Once the news of supreme-grade numinous treasure was spread, it would definitely cause a bloodbath. In terms of influence, it was not inferior to the Sword Emperor's inheritance. Why do I feel like my heart is moving at will? Lin Fei grabbed the killing sword with one hand and instantly felt like his heart was moving at will. Metal intent? Swish, swish, swish. A trace of metal intent was integrated. The killing sword shot out countless golden sword rays, and the furniture not far away was instantly blasted into pieces. It was even more terrifying than before. What a terrifying power. Lin Fei's heart was moved. Previously, when the sword ray attacked, Mystic King experts were instantly killed. Mystic King experts did not have it easy either. Previously, when he executed the wind-chasing sword, a middle-grade numinous treasure, he felt like he was stuck by something. Lin Fei thought that he had comprehended it thoroughly. After experiencing the scene before him, Lin Fei suddenly realized that he lacked a weapon to withstand it. If the killing sword is suitable for the metal intent, then wouldn't it be difficult to execute the wind intent? Lin Fei frowned. In terms of comprehension, the wind intent was superior while the metal intent was inferior. Replacing the metal intent with the wind intent. Lin Fei's eyes lit up once more. That works too. A wind-like aura seemed to fly past him, and he actually had a deeper comprehension of the wind intent. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. This was the soft side of the wind. The sword aura changed, and the cool breeze instantly turned into a gust of wind, as though it was going to tear a hole in the void. Thereafter, the gust of wind turned into a gentle wind, and the change between hard and soft kept on going back and forth. It was exceptionally smooth. It can't be. He comprehended it so quickly. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. This change was beyond his imagination. Lin Fei had always kept Uncle Master Zhang Wen's words in mind. When the wind sword reached the level of softness within hardness and hardness within softness, it meant that the wind sword had reached greater mastery. Lin Fei had always thought that he would have to wait a year before he could reach greater mastery. But now, it seemed like he didn't even need a year. To think that such a simple comprehension came from a longsword. What a great harvest this time. Lin Fei soared to the heavens in a single step. Now that he had cultivated the wind sword to great perfection, he could execute the last 3 moves. Now, even if Lin Fei didn't use a sword, he could use his finger as a sword to reach greater mastery. Coupled with his comprehension of the wind intent, his fearsome swordsmanship would become a nightmare for others. Softness within hardness, hardness within softness. This was the most fearsome swordsmanship. Previously he was still excited for the 5 million pure yuan pills. The wind sword had reached greater mastery, increasing his battle prowess imperceptibly. Pure yuan pills couldn't compare. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei had already grasped the wind Dao, the great thousand world. There were Daos everywhere. When a Dao was comprehended, one would become the king of the Daos. Just like Lin Fei, who had comprehended the wind intent, he had now comprehended the core of the wind intent. It could be said that he had become an expert in the wind Dao. Ding. Congratulations player on leveling up the wind sword and reaching the Dao level. Reward, 50,000 points. Before Lin Fei could digest the news, the system had given him a surprise. Damn, this is a reward too? After a moment of shock, he beamed with joy and excitement. 50,000 points. Originally he only had a few thousand points. In the blink of an eye he had gained 50,000 points. Very soon, Lin Fei noticed that the system had hinted at Dao. Dao. What is that? As a rookie, Lin Fei had cultivated for less than a year, and there were many things he didn't know. And this Dao was one of them. Luckily Lin Fei wasn't stupid. Could it be that this Dao is the wind intent that I have comprehended? This is a Dao? This conjecture was already very close to the existence of the Dao. If Uncle Master Jianghu was here or if he was in the Divine Force sect, Lin Fei would definitely know about the existence of Dao. It was something that was extremely difficult to comprehend. Comprehending the wind intent was just a step on the right path. However, after hearing Wuxia's explanation, he immediately understood what the purpose of this arena was. He could not think of a second purpose. Defending the arena is quite interesting. Lin Fei stood up. It's easier and faster than I thought. I can go back and rest after finishing my work. You want to defend the arena? Wuxia exclaimed. Wuxia knew Master Xuangmu's strength very well. Today there was even a mystic spirit realm expert in the martial arts practice field of the Wen clan. Lin Fei was amused. Why not? But they want to find trouble with you? The they that Wuxia was referring to was naturally the branch family members. Lin Fei blinked. Actually, I was waiting for them. Is Master Xuangmu going to defend the arena? When Lin Fei moved, he immediately attracted attention. Defending the arena required extremely strong strength, especially the dozens of branches of the Wen clan. It was equivalent to defending the arena against 4 to 5 martial artists. It was not easy. As expected of the person invited by Wuxia. He is really bold. Qinya was also slightly stunned. Qiu was anxious. Isn't this better? When the time comes, we can arrange for assassins to go up and kill that brat. Qinya said. No hurry. Qiu was more anxious than anyone else. If she did not torture Master Xuangmu, she would not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Facing Qinya, who was good at using stratagems, Qiu did not dare to be angry. Because Qinya was famous for his ruthlessness, she did not dare to offend him. With a leap, Lin Fei crossed a distance of more than 10 feet in one breath and landed on the arena. Who's first? We can go back after the fight. Whoosh. The martial arts practice field was silent. He's too arrogant. So arrogant, let's fight. Whoever goes up and brings this brat down, I will reward them handsomely. The people below started to make a ruckus. Among them, the direct disciples were the loudest. Lin Fei's words were too hurtful. Did he really think that all the experts were like cabbages? To be able to fight so easily, did he think he was a genius? As expected, a martial artist from the side branch had the strength of a late-stage mystic master. I'm Wu Ho, please advise me. The skinny man cupped his hands and said, Make your move. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said indifferently. Wu Ho's face flashed a trace of anger. Soul-locking palm. Surging true origin surged out of his body and transformed into countless of pitch-black chains, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The dense chi interweaved and transformed into a black true origin hand that grabbed towards Lin Fei's throat. Its power was extraordinary. Yellow upper grade soul-locking palm, it lives up to its name. Facing this technique, Lin Fei's face maintained an indifferent smile, but his eyes flashed a trace of disapproval. With this broken attack you want to defeat me? You are too far off. Rumble. A true origin hand appeared in mid-air, its aura was not inferior to the soul-locking palm. It slammed down and welcomed the opponent's soul-locking palm. Such strong true origin. Rumble. Once again. A powerful wave of chi spread out in all directions. The soul-locking palm was instantly destroyed by the true origin hand, and could not hold on for long. As for Wu Ho, the true origin hand's aura did not stop, and he was flung off the stage. He lost so quickly. The people below the stage who were prepared to watch a good show were all stunned. Wu Ho, who was flung off the stage, lost wholeheartedly. The soul-locking palm was defeated by the true origin hand, and he had nothing to say. Who's the second? Lin Fei said lazily. This time, the side branch disciples and direct disciples were all depressed. Let me. Without letting Lin Fei wait for long, the second martial artist quickly rushed onto the stage. Where did Wen Wuxia find such an expert? This Master Shuangmu is too terrifying. He defeated 3 martial artists in a short period of time, and they were all defeated in one move. He used their attacks to break their attacks, palm techniques, fist techniques, and leg techniques. If he can block 2 more, Master Shuangmu will be qualified. In the martial arts arena, whether it was the side branch disciples or the direct disciples at this moment, they no longer thought that they were infallible, but looked at him as if he was a monster. How could this Master Shuangmu be so powerful? It was already amazing to have good fist techniques, but this person was not only good at fist techniques but also in other aspects. His body was full of true origin, and he was able to defeat the martial artists on the stage with ordinary attacks. Before, the One Family disciples were angry because the opponent was too arrogant, and did not take them seriously. After defeating 3 martial artists in a row, he defeated them with similar moves. This made them sincerely convinced. Xintian continent was such a place, you could look down on someone, but you could not look down on someone stronger than you. The strong had always been worshipped. I wonder who will be the next one. Among the 3 arenas, only Lin Fei's arena was the most lively. Meh. While everyone was guessing, another martial artist flew out from the crowd. The aura of the great perfection was not concealed at all, which told everyone that the person who attacked was a mysterious master great perfection warrior. I am good at using the sword. If you use your sword techniques to break my sword techniques, I admit defeat. The person looked serious and there was a long sword on his back. Lin Fei was still so calm. Make your move as you wish. Wow. There was another uproar from below. This Master Shuangmu also knew sword techniques? Are you kidding me? All the elders of the One Family looked at this Master Shuangmu as if he was a monster. When Wuxia said in a questioning tone. Guan Mingqiang shook his head. This person is very powerful. It seems to be a spar, but in fact, it is a killing move. Don't forget, your Uncle Guan used to be an assassin. This person's method is very similar to an assassin's. When Wuxia trusted Uncle Guan very much and her face turned cold, could it be? The smart Wen Wuxia already knew what was going on. It was obvious that someone wanted to kill Master Shuangmu, and she could not help but suspect someone. In the arena, the situation was a close call. It seems that you are stubborn. Then go to hell. Lin Fei sneered. He was already sure that this person was here to kill him. Explode. A low voice came from Lin Fei's throat. A muffled sound came from Mu Kuei's mouth, and then he immediately spat out a lot of blood, which contained fragments of his internal organs. Mu Kuei's breathing became weak and his eyes widened. You are vicious. With a plop, Mu Kuei fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dyed the arena red. He was dead. The elders of the One Clan stood up again, or rather they were scared out of their wits. An early-stage cryptic spirit expert died just like that? How did he die? As for the dead, the One Clan did not care. Those with status and background would not necessarily participate in the selection to fight for the One Clan. The death of one person naturally did not affect them. The important thing was that they had sent out an expert this time, a trump card. They probably did not expect that after understanding the path of Tao, Lin Fei's battle strength could be said to have increased more than 10 times. Facing the wind sword, that had mastered the great accomplishment realm, Lin Fei could already kill people at will. Just now he used the sword chi to kill Mu Kuei. Mu Kuei's death. On the training field, Wen Qinya and Wen Qiu were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Dead? How could he be dead? Wen Qiu was already covered in cold sweat. In order to hire an assassin to kill Master Shuangmu, they had spent a lot of money. Now that the assassin had died in the arena, how to solve this problem was still a big problem. Don't panic, don't panic. Wen Qinya took a deep breath and desperately tried to calm himself down. An early-stage cryptic spirit assassin was killed silently. Wen Qinya felt that there was suddenly a sharp sword on his head, as if the other party could kill him at any time. This person could not be provoked. As a martial artist, they were not afraid of anything except unknown danger. For example, the scene on the arena just now. The early-stage cryptic spirit Mu Kuei was not weak at all, but after a few rounds he died silently. Even though they knew that there was something wrong with his internal organs. No one could figure out how he did it. Wen Qinya did not know, and neither did Wen Qiu. Now that the two of them were having a headache, it was their turn to have a headache after the assassin was killed. Just at this moment, Lin Fei's gaze shot over. It seemed to be casual, but in fact it was directed at them. Wen Qinya could sit still, but Wen Qiu was different. Chapter 272. P.S. Thank you to 0 Fengyuan 0 for your 100 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Pastoral Song in the Wind for your 2 monthly tickets. Thank you for your support. It's the end of the month. It was fine that Wen Qiu fell. There was nothing surprising about it and no one would pay attention to it. However, Wen Qiu was taught a lesson last time. Fear lingered in her heart. This time she specially found an assassin to deal with Lin Fei. Unexpectedly, the assassin died in the hands of Lin Fei in the blink of an eye. Especially when Lin Fei looked over, it was like a sharp long sword piercing through the last life-saving straw. It struck her fragile spirit, causing her spirit to collapse. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Wen Qiu babbled nonsense. Swoosh. Everyone's gaze fell on Wen Qiu. I was wrong. I shouldn't have found an assassin to deal with you. I beg you, please don't kill me. Wen Qiu struggled on the ground. Her face was pale. Wen Qinya's face was as pale as an incandescent lamp. Shut up, you idiot. The fan that had been swaying fell to the ground. Wen Qinya pounced forward, wanting to shut Wen Qiu up. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. He regretted finding such an idiot who couldn't even withstand a glance from the other party. Originally, everyone was still watching the show. After hearing Wen Qiu's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. Especially those branch family members, their faces turned black. Wen Qiu didn't conceal it. Therefore, everyone in the training field heard it. As a mystic adept realm martial artist, the martial arts practice field was filled with martial artists. Anyone who paid attention would be able to hear their words. Furthermore, Wen Qiu's dancing was the most eye-catching sight in the crowd. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could understand what was going on. Only Lin Fei, who was on the stage, sneered. This was called asking for it. Serves him right. Bastard. The one clan leader, Iron Mountain, was furious. The one clan was on the brink of death. A disciple of the clan actually found someone to kill an outsider helper. If they didn't give an explanation for today's matter, it would inevitably disappoint and dissatisfy the other outsiders. Take them away. Investigate who is the mastermind behind all of this. Immediately, an elder stood up and grabbed one in each hand. Like an eagle catching a chick, he left the training field, leaving behind a scene of fear. The patriarch was furious. Lin Fei came down from the arena in anger. In reality, this was all an act for the one family to see. As a matter of fact, as soon as they descended, one of the elders from the one clan apologized and asked for Lin Fei's forgiveness. Master Shuangmu, the one clan will definitely give you an answer for what happened today. The elder of the one clan was also embarrassed. Please don't be offended, Master Shuangmu. Lin Fei said angrily, I believe that this is a unique situation in the one family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have accepted the invitation to help. The elder of the one family finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Grandmaster Shuangmu, for understanding our difficulties. As the family grows, there are bound to be some small problems. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Shuangmu. After obtaining a qualification, Lin Fei left the martial arts practice field. What did Master Shuangmu say? As soon as the one family elder returned, the other elders asked anxiously, wanting to know the situation. Based on the performance in the arena today, the elders of the One clan had a good impression of him and thought that he was the ideal choice. Master Shuangmu has a good temper. I believe that we can handle this matter well. It shouldn't have too much impact. The One clan elder said slowly after a moment of silence. Investigate, we must find out the truth. We must give Master Shuangmu an explanation. Wasn't Wen Ruxue the one who invited Master Shuangmu? Let her go over to express her gratitude and try not to leave a bad impression. The elders realized the seriousness of the situation. Iron Mountain, as his name suggested, had a very tough temper. To be frank, he was stubborn and unyielding. We must investigate Wen Qianya and Wen Qiu's problems. No matter who is behind this, we must find out this time and punish them severely. When Iron Mountain's gaze swept across the crowd. I don't want to see anyone exonerate them. The hearts of the elders sank and the germinating idea was suppressed. The latter words were clearly directed at the elders present. The patriarch was angry. Whoever dared to play the good guy in this matter would end up badly. First, the patriarch would find trouble with them. It's hard to help people do good things. Back at his residence, Lin Fei shook his head, extremely dissatisfied. At this point he could not just turn around and leave. Everything had a beginning and an end and he had to do it well. Lin Fei carried such a mentality. In the residence, the little thing and King Kong strolled out. King Kong was born to be bullied. The little thing was lying on King Kong's head and King Kong was drooping. A dignified mystic spirit, great perfection demonic beast was bullied like this. It dared not say a word and there was no second one like it. Lin Fei took out a handful of pure elemental pills and placed them on the bedside. The little thing appeared on the bedside as if it was eating jelly beans, causing King Kong to look at it enviously. This was not the first time Lin Fei had seen this scene. King Kong, this is yours. His pocket was bulging, and there were not many people who could use pure elemental pills to feed demonic beasts. After settling the matter with the Wen family, I will return to Origin City. I can help. A hoarse and cold voice came from the mouth of a skinny old man. Li Qiu was sitting in a dark room. Squeak, 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 squeak. The sounds of demonic beasts could be heard from time to time. Find the person, and the Li family will immediately send the things you need. Li Qiu said sinisterly. Coupled with the dark and gloomy environment, it made people feel a chill, as if this kind of person was born to live in the dark world. Then let's begin. The person sitting in front of him was the famous Rat King in the Imperial City. Rat King was not a human, but a mutated rodent demonic beast. As for what kind of species, no one knew for now. When a demonic beast reached a certain level of strength, or after consuming elixirs, it could transform into a human. After transforming, the rodent species retained many of the demonic beast's habits. For example, this underground cave was the favorite place of the rodent species. Even though the Rat King had successfully transformed, he still retained the habits of a rodent, and for 365 days a year, he basically hid in the underground cave. The reason why the Rat King was famous was actually very simple. This Rat King had a magical power that could find people based on their aura. Even a wisp of aura could not escape the Rat King as tracking magical power. With this magical power, the Rat King was doing very well in the Imperial City. Coupled with the timid, cautious and greedy rodents, the Rat King had survived until now. If you can't find the whereabouts of this person, don't even think about getting a piece of profound spirit stone. If you dare to leak the news, this elder believes that the Rat King will definitely understand. The Rat King nodded, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. If this king makes a move as long as he is still within the Imperial City, he will definitely not be able to escape from this king's palm. Li Qiu said coldly, it's good that you understand. Li Qiu took out a jade bottle and handed it to the Rat King. The Rat King opened the bottle and a black mist floated out. The mustache man's beard moved without any wind. He opened his mouth and sucked like a long rainbow sucking water, and swallowed it into his stomach. Magical power, 1,000-mile search. The Rat King shouted, and a black shadow appeared behind him. One could vaguely see that it was a rodent. It had a huge body, shifty eyes and looked around. It was very lifelike. As expected of the title Rat King! The shadow Rat King actually spoke, you flatter me, you flatter me. There was a sense of pride in his tone. Escape. The Rat King moved and blended into the darkness, leaving the underground cave. The mustache man jumped up and down, and he headed towards the Imperial City. He is in the Imperial City, the Rat King said to Li Qiu. The reason why the Rat King could do so well was because he had such a magical power. The black shadow from before was a clone that the Rat King had practiced. This doppelganger was not a real doppelganger, but a special kind of rat-type demonic beast. Once it was mastered, it had never failed to find anyone within 1,000 miles. A stern look flashed across Li Qiu's face. Rat King, as long as you find the person today, the Li family will not let you suffer. This elder can help you put in a good word for you in front of the patriarch, and it will not be difficult for you to become the Li family's guest in the future. Let's talk about the future in the future. The Rat King shook his head. Li Qiu thought, insensible thing. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, comprehending the Wind Dao. After stepping into this Dao, Lin Fei liked to practice when he was free. In the large room, the cool breeze was gentle and the cold wind was fierce, entangling with each other. They were inseparable, 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 you and me, you and me. The practice of Wind Dao did not cause any harm to the little thing in King Kong. The little thing was lying on the bed looking satisfied. Hiss hiss. Suddenly the little thing opened its eyes. It turned around and actually appeared on the table. Little thing, what's wrong? Lin Fei stopped, curious about what the little thing was going to do. The little thing appeared again, landing on Lin Fei's shoulder, biting his clothes, looking outside, looking very excited. You want me to go out? Lin Fei could guess some of the little thing's thoughts and could not help but ask. If you were on Earth, you would definitely think that you are a fool. In the Shentian continent, beasts were undoubtedly the smartest, followed by mutated beasts. Hiss hiss. The little thing nodded. Lin Fei kept King Kong into the pet space, opened the door and walked out. Tell Wen Ruxue that I have something to do, so I will leave first. Leaving behind a sentence, under the surprised gaze of the two maids, he disappeared without a trace at the entrance of the small courtyard. After leaving the door, Lin Fei let the little thing choose how to go. Fortunately, he often reminded it, and the little thing knew that its identity was not ordinary, so it would not use teleportation in broad daylight. The imperial capital was very big. Gloomy, deserted alleys were everywhere. Even in the daytime, there were still many alleys as dark as night, without any sunlight. Little thing, you didn't go the wrong way, did you? Being in the alleys, Lin Fei could not help but frown. What was the little thing doing? Could it be that something had happened? As soon as he said that, the little thing disappeared without a trace, making Lin Fei not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed to be bored. Ready to exercise? He thought of a word, pain in the ass. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of a mouse? Chapter 274. Arcane Heavenly Spiritual Treasure? Could it be that killing sword? What an awesome name. Lin Fei couldn't digest the sudden news. A memory surfaced in his mind. His clone had been lurking in the 8 Treasures Tower that night. He vaguely remembered that there was a long sword being auctioned at the auction. That's right, it was a spiritual treasure whose grade couldn't be determined. At that time, someone participated in the auction and the bidding was very intense. As he couldn't go to the private room, Lin Fei could only vaguely remember the situation and nothing else. After hearing this, he immediately understood the origin of the killing sword. A moment later, a tide of rodent demonic beasts rushed towards Lin Fei's position. Let's get rid of this demonic beast first. I might be able to get more information. Lin Fei patted his waist and King Kong, who had been in the pet space, appeared outside. It was drowsy, but when it saw the large number of rodent-type demonic beasts, its eyes widened, and a berserk aura surged out like a tide. King Kong was a King Kong divine ape with a noble bloodline. Although it wasn't as good as the little thing, it was still a powerful mutated demonic beast. How could the rodent demonic beast resist a little bit of its aura? As soon as the aura of the guardian deity was released, the rat-type demonic beasts that were surging forward like a tide paused for a moment, as if they felt an irresistible pressure. All of them lay on the ground and shivered, not daring to move. The rodent demonic beasts were densely packed like a sea wave. Roar. King Kong was usually bullied by the little thing, but that didn't mean that it would continue to act like a coward in front of other demonic beasts. This roar was like venting his emotions, venting his dissatisfaction from before. Many of the demonic beasts lying on the ground were scared to death on the spot. Other than that, the rest of the demonic beasts fled in panic, wishing that they could have more legs. After coming out of the demonic beast mountain range, King Kong finally had a place to vent his anger. With a roar, the rodent demonic beasts died. With a roar, the rodent demonic beasts were scared out of their wits. With a roar, the king of rats was covered in cold sweat. Mystic spirit great perfection. As a demonic beast, the king of rats was immediately covered in cold sweat and screamed. One demonic beast was already rare and precious. In the blink of an eye, another mystic spirit great perfection appeared. It would be strange if it wasn't afraid. King Kong kill them. Lin Fei snorted coldly and ordered his best fighter, Jin Gang, to make a move. Roar. In the blink of an eye, the miniature Vajra had transformed into a 3-meter-tall Vajra divine ape. It shone brightly and brandished the iron cudgel in its hand. With a swing of the cudgel, countless rat-type demonic beasts died. The fault is all on the two disciples. Today we specially brought them here. Young hero can decide how to deal with them. The show was about to start. At the door, two guards brought Wen Qinya and Wen Xiao in. The two of them were dejected and their faces were ashen. They must have suffered a lot last night and were no longer in high spirits. Plop. The two of them knelt on the ground unwillingly. What are you standing there for? Wen Xiaoru said solemnly. The internal reaction of the One clan was extremely bad for what happened yesterday. They had to deal with it. We were wrong. We don't dare to find someone to deal with you. The two of them raised their hands and slapped their own faces. Pa 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 pa. The sounds continued to ring out incessantly. Chapter 276. The One family is too stingy. No wonder they are getting worse every year. Damn it, what's the big deal about a project? Lin Fei shook his head. He wasn't satisfied with the way the One family handled things. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have ended up well against that assassin. He would either be severely injured or killed. After this is done, I'll leave. Family, they're all the same. Nothing's different. I'm still living a carefree life. Lin Fei made up his mind immediately. It would be better if the elder of the One family told him the outcome. However, he had to be the bad guy. This made Lin Fei extremely unhappy. What Lin Fei wanted was the result, not this kind of thing for show. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. When Qinya and Wen Xiao knelt on the ground. In just a moment, their faces were swollen. Even a familiar person might not be able to recognize them. After the time for an incense to burn, Lin Fei said, "Forget it. I believe they know their mistakes." When Xiaoru scolded them, "Hurry up and thank young hero Lin. If it was Elder Wen, he would have slapped you two to death. How could you do such a heinous thing? Thank you for your forgiveness, young hero Lin. Thank you for your mercy. We won't do it again." When Xiaoru said sternly, "What a disgrace. Get out now." The two of them felt as if they had been pardoned. They crawled up from the ground and stumbled out. It was needless to say how miserable they looked. "Young hero Lin, please excuse us." When Xiaoru changed the topic. "The competition for the position of the chief merchant will be held 3 days later. Young hero Lin, please stay for a few more days. Our One family will be grateful." Lin Fei promised on the surface, saying that he would definitely not be disappointed and so on. Elder Wen Xiaoru came and left quickly, leaving Wen Ruxu and Guan Mingchang behind. Lin Fei wasn't an inexperienced person. He understood why Elder Wen Xiaoru brought the two of them over. It was to ease up on what happened yesterday. "Miss Wen, you don't have to feel guilty about what happened yesterday. I won't care about the behavior of individual villains." Lin Fei took the initiative to mention it. When Rushua actually didn't want to come over. Even when Rushua herself was very sad about what happened yesterday. The clan was on the brink of extinction, yet the clan's disciples were still scheming against each other, almost causing a huge disaster. "It should be our One family that has wronged you." When Rushua shook her head and said firmly. Lin Fei said to Wen Rushua, "You don't have to worry about yourself. I will do my best in the One family's competition. You don't have to worry that I will lose on purpose." He came out of the small courtyard. When Rushua did not look too good. Elder's way of doing things is indeed wrong. Even I can tell that Lin Fei isn't too happy. When Rushua didn't want to come today. In her eyes she felt like a clown. I really don't know what the elders are thinking. Guan Mingchang said regretfully, our Wen family is getting worse with each generation. If I were an elder, Wen Tianya and Wen Qiu would definitely punish us severely, and not this kind of superficial effort. When Rushua said, forget it, this is the fate of the Wen family. In the courtyard. Even though Lin Fei did not release his perception, he could feel that a large crack had appeared. Senior Master, you have accepted a good disciple, but it's a pity that this family is not strong enough. Even if you help us this time 10 years later, I'm afraid it will still be difficult. Lin Fei stood up and sighed softly. Perhaps this is the family. At the same time, the Li family was furious once again. The law enforcement hall's elder Li Chou, known as Gui Jianchou, was actually found dead in the forest outside the imperial capital, and there was even the remnant aura of a profound spirit great perfection demon beast at the scene. The Li family was shocked. Although they were angry that Li Yang had died, the reason was actually because of the profound sky spirit treasure. They were angry that Li Yang had died outside and helped others. Even if it was a broken profound sky spirit treasure, no one dared to underestimate it. What made the Li family furious was that someone was clearly targeting the Li family. Ordinary people would not be able to tame a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, unless it was a king stage expert. If one did not have the strength to tame a profound spirit great perfection demon beast, it was normal for there to be a backlash. Elder Li Chou was dead, and the loss of a late-stage profound spirit realm expert had a great impact on the Li family. A late-stage mystic master and a late-stage profound spirit realm expert, the difference between the two was huge. The late-stage mystic master Li Yang was the future hope. Then the late-stage profound spirit realm Li Chou was the core strength of the Li family. We must investigate clearly. The current patriarch Li Qingfeng sat in the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, other than the elders there was no one else. Everyone had a bad expression, and they were all shocked that someone dared to make a move against the Li family. It must be someone from the imperial capital. They have always been jealous of our Li family's position, so they killed Elder Li Chou. This elder suggests that we immediately find a few families to make a move and show them the strength of our Li family, so that they understand that the Li family is not to be provoked. The person who killed Elder Li Chou must have the strength of a profound spirit great perfection, especially a profound spirit great perfection demon beast. The person who came must be a king stage expert, we must inform the ancestor. There was silence in the meeting hall. The words king-level expert were enough to move them. A family with a king stage expert would have a heritage of at least 500 years, a true century-old family. Elder Li Chou was killed outside and it was clearly a king stage expert. In such a situation they had no choice but to inform the ancestor. Li Qingfeng looked around, and his stern gaze made everyone feel as if there was a cold glint behind their backs. I will personally inform the ancestor about the king stage expert. Li Qingfeng's first sentence confirmed one thing. The king stage expert had his eyes on the Li family, and they had to inform the ancestor. The fight for the position of the chief merchant is about to begin. Pass down the order, we will give them a memorable lesson this year. Li family's back mountain, Li family's forbidden area. Li Qingfeng walked along the mountain path, and finally appeared in front of a stone door. He knelt in front of the door and gently knocked on it. Crush. The stone door opened and a cold wind blew. Ancestor, this disciple is useless. The current king stage expert has his eyes on the Li family. It turned out that this back mountain was the Li family's ancestors' seclusion ground. You may leave. Li Qingfeng stood up, turned around and left respectfully. The stone door closed with a crash. In the depths of the stone door, there was a secret room that could not see the light of day. King stage expert. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Fei spent these 3 days very leisurely. Other than absorbing pure essence pills, he rarely left the courtyard. He had never felt so carefree before. Martial arts stage. Lin Fei saw 2 other people, a middle-aged man at the mystic spirit initial stage and a woman at the mystic adept late stage. The 3 of them stood together and got to know each other. Lin Fei then found out that the man was called Zhang Yun, and the woman was called Hong Xiazi. After chatting with each other they got to know each other. Zhang Yun and Hong Xiazi were very polite to Lin Fei. They had seen the battle on the stage that day. This kind of person could not be offended. He could be a friend but not an enemy. There was already a sense of fear in his heart. The One family's elder appeared, and it was the One family's great elder, Wen Lei. He was a domineering elder with sharp eyes. Those who were not strong enough would not dare to look him in the eyes. I am Wenlei, the new great elder of the One family. Wenlei said to the three of them. There are many changes to the position of the chief merchant this year. The difficulty will be much higher than the previous time. I hope that everyone will be prepared. No matter the result, the One family will prepare a generous gift for everyone. Joy flashed in Zhang Yun's eyes. Great elder, what method will we be using this year? The land of fantasy, hunting for demon cores. Wenlei said with a helpless tone. The land of fantasy? Why is there such a place? Chapter 279. P.S. Thank you to Divine Emperor Hao Tian and Elvis Presley for your monthly votes. It's the end of the month. I'm asking for a monthly vote, really just one, turning it into infinite motivation. In the land of fantasy, on a lush towering tree, the sound of wailing was endless. It was sad to smell it. Damn, who said that this kid is stupid and easy to rob? One of them was naked, hanging on the towering tree, looking at the dark blue sky with a bitter face. So, his eyes were focused on someone. That person also had a sullen face. I was just saying, who would know? Crow Mouth. You Crow Mouth. We are doomed because of you this time. These people were the ones who had tried to rob Lin Fei on the way, only to be robbed by Lin Fei instead. They didn't need to do anything and they became like this. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Not only were their things robbed, but they were also hung on the towering tree. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. You call me stupid, you are the stupid one. After robbing them, Lin Fei flew tens of thousands of miles away, humming a song. Robbing demon beasts was a high-risk thing. Lin Fei never carried out in the same area. Although he was very strong, there was an unparalleled danger in the land of fantasy. For safety, Lin Fei did not dare to run around. Under the gorgeous colors of the land of fantasy, endless danger was hidden. Maybe, the next second, danger would appear on him. Lin Fei had to be vigilant. There was nothing wrong with being careful. As for why Lin Fei didn't kill the first few people, it was because their sin points weren't high, and killing them wouldn't give him much EXP. Moreover, they had opened their mouths to rob him, not to silence him. If they had a lot of sin points, they wouldn't have ended up hanging but as corpses. There is still more than a day before the end. The demon nucleus is almost enough. Lin Fei thought, now it is time to kill a group of people with high sin value. Now that he encountered such a good opportunity, Lin Fei did not want to miss it, not to mention that when he came in, he was wearing a mask. Outsiders would not know what happened inside. For the sake of leveling up, I'll have to trouble you. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. His sin value was so high, if he didn't kill him, who else would he kill? Pooh. In the forest, a figure let out a muffled groan and fell from the sky. Your Li clan is so ruthless. A disciple was filled with resentment. His throat was immediately pierced by a sword. Li Jian's face was cold and arrogant. When the Li family needs to show their strength, you will die even if you don't. You can only blame your poor background. After killing a family disciple and taking his demonic core and treasures, Li Jian darted back into the forest in search of the next family disciple. So far, Li Jian had killed no less than 20 disciples or loose disciples, and almost all of them were killed in one hit. But this was far from his goal. His goal was to kill more than 50. Outsiders could not find out what had happened in the land of dreams. At most, they could only guess. For the big clans, there was no evidence, so it was nothing. At most, it was just a matter of wrangling. In the long run, it would just be a war of words. As for the dead, it was just a matter of that. No one would care about it because the dead were the most worthless. Pa, pa, pa. The same scene happened to Lin Fei. The land of dreams was huge. In order to reduce the danger, many people liked to form teams. The Black Wind team was a team that specialized in hunting martial artists. Hunting demonic beasts for demonic cores was far inferior to hunting human martial artists. As a matter of fact, they encountered Lin Fei, and he attacked him without any explanation. Unexpectedly, the martial artist that they had imagined to be a weak sheep suddenly turned into a huge tiger, scaring them into a panic and prepared to escape. One Lin Fei alone was enough to make them have nowhere to hide, not to mention that he had the help of King Kong. They could barely withstand a single blow from Lin Fei before they were killed with a single blow. 6 people, 5,100 sin points. These people sure have a lot of sin points. After collecting his spoils of war, Lin Fei rushed to the next location. With his senses of a few dozen miles, coupled with the system's guidance, Lin Fei was able to find the right place almost every time. He rarely made any mistakes, and very quickly his sin points exceeded 50,000. If this continues, it will be easy for me to get 10 to 20 million experience points. Lin Fei thought as he flew. Suddenly Lin Fei stopped and looked in a certain direction. He released his perception strength and his expression darkened. The Li family is so shameless. In the land of dreams there was an endless forest. Xiu xiu xiu. Zhang Yun's shoulder was injured, and his back was also injured. His white robe was already stained with blood. He desperately tried to escape, but the people behind him were catching up. What should I do? The Li family is catching up. Heaven covering palm. In mid-air, a huge black palm covered the sky like a black cloud. It covered a radius of a few hundred feet and slammed down on Zhang Yun. The injured Zhang Yun's earth energy barrier was shattered, and a large number of trees were smashed into pieces. Zhang Yun was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Zhang Yun continued to run. You dare to go against our Li family, this is your fate. The 4 people behind him caught up and sneered at Zhang Yun, who was lying in the pit. Cough cough cough. Zhang Yun's face was pale and he was lying in the pit. The family is so ruthless. Aren't you afraid of this being spread out? He could find them by following the red dots on the map. Humph, it's your Li family's bad luck this time. With the auxiliary spirit treasure, it was like adding wings to a tiger, the best helper. As long as it was within range, there was no need to worry about not being able to catch up. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Fei stopped what he was doing and looked in one direction. He raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. Such a strong murderous aura, this guy's sin value must be very high, maybe even higher than the previous ones. He's definitely not a good person. Judging from the distance, it shouldn't be far. Why don't we kill them first? Lin Fei quickly made up his mind and turned into a breeze. Damn, that Master Shuangmu runs really fast. In a forest, there were several corpses on the ground as well as many corpses of demonic beasts. Except for the neck, there was no second wound on each of the corpses. From the horrified expression on their faces, they should have been killed instantly. The skinny young man was playing with a black knife in his hand. He was playing with the knife. He had a name in the 18 families, Death Knife. Others usually called him Knife. Hey, it seems that he is here. The silver-haired man in a black robe said with surprise. On the palm-sized compass in his hand, a red dot appeared in their range. Boom. Knife moved his hand, and the black knife flashed like a black light. A fist-sized hole appeared in a towering tree. How is it possible? We have been chasing for a day and a night, but there is no trace of this Master Shuangmu. How could he appear now? Knife seemed very surprised. The silver-haired man in a black robe nodded. It shouldn't be wrong. The things that our 18 families make rarely go wrong. It should be that Master Shuangmu was going somewhere and we happened to meet him. Knife revealed a devilish smile. Then we can kill him so that we don't have to look for him everywhere. Let's get ready. Lin Fei moved fast. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky above the forest. Good hiding. He flew down from the sky and stood in the forest. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils. How could they die here? Lin Fei moved with a surprised expression on his face. People couldn't help but wonder if this man knew them. At least, Knife and the silver-haired man in a black robe had such a thought. This Master Shuangmu came for the corpses on the ground. He didn't know that they had been exposed. However, he didn't know that the mantis had become the prey of the Oriole. Storm. The cyan wind blade mercilessly attacked Knife, who was hiding not far behind him. Dense cyan wind blades suddenly shot out. Except for the area where Lin Fei was, the rest of the area suddenly became a death zone. Oh no, we've been discovered. Both of them were shocked. They all had auxiliary spirit treasures on them that could hide their aura. Even a cryptic spirit expert would not be able to find their location. They had planned to secretly take down Master Shuangmu, but they were attacked first. One blade cut. Knife shouted, and the black knife turned into a big black knife. The 30-feet-long knife aura smashed down. The cyan wind blades were shattered. However, they were blocked by the cyan wind blades in the blink of an eye. The black knife aura was also disintegrated. With just one move, knife was suddenly in danger. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blades that were as hard as knife aura kept smashing down. Knife was a cryptic spirit middle-stage expert. Among the 18 families, he was famous for his ruthlessness. Today he had kicked an iron plate. The ferocious azure wind blades were no weaker than saber lights. This was especially so for Lin Fei's dense quintessence. In terms of might, the azure wind blades he executed were many times stronger. There was simply no way to block them. Boom! The cyan wind blade smashed down. Knife was blown away like a kite with a broken string. His body was badly mutilated. Knife. The silver-haired black-robed man hesitated for a moment. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect Knife to be defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Fire Dragon Wild Dance. 100-feet-long red dragon exuded a majestic true essence aura. It opened its mouth and bit down at Lin Fei. Knife was defeated in a few rounds. Naturally, he did not dare to hold back. Strong enemy. The blazing aura was like the waves of the sea, continuously spreading out. Crackling sounds could be heard in midair as if something was being burned. Just this wave alone was unbearable for a martial artist. Wind tornado. The originally ferocious cyan wind blade transformed into a giant cyan tornado. It whizzed over and engulfed the hundreds of feet-long fire dragon. Sparks flew everywhere from the powerful fire dragon. It was a tragic sight to behold as it was directly annihilated in the tornado. Concept of wind. The silver-haired black-robed man was shocked. He opened his mouth and spat out a fiery red bead. It exuded a violent aura. Even from afar one could feel the heat. Let's see how you block the explosion of the fire thunder bead. At the same time he flew towards Knife and grabbed it with one hand. Wind beam. The explosive fire elemental energy was like an avalanche, its might extraordinary. The silver-haired black-robed man felt his heart ache after using a fire thunder bead. He had no choice. The opponent's concept was too strong. It seemed to have reached the greater mastery level. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Roar. The silver-haired black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. Pfft. The silver-haired black-robed man was sent flying. As for Knife, it did not even have time to react. It was smashed into pieces. Diamond Godly Ape. The silver-haired black-robed man was shocked. His back was drenched in cold sweat. One Lin Fei was scary enough. Now that there was a mystic spirit great perfection demonic beast, what was there to fight? It was definitely courting death. One man and one beast were going to die. As soon as this thought appeared, he was sent flying again. While he was lost in thought, the Diamond Godly Ape came again and sent the silver-haired black-robed man flying with a rod. The first time could be considered as blocking part of it, but he would not be so lucky the second time. The silver-haired black-robed man was defeated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several golden suns shone brightly. Wherever the light passed, a destructive aura swept through. This was Lin Fei's metal intent. It was extremely terrifying. Kacha kacha. The silver-haired black-robed man's arms and legs were smashed. Even his chin was half broken, revealing his white bones. He looked extremely pitiful. This was a mystic spirit late-stage expert. We're done for. The silver-haired black-robed man spat out this sentence. He was dead. 2 consecutive attacks. The silver-haired black-robed man could not block it. Facing Lin Fei's destruction sword art, he had no choice but to die. Damn it, the sword art is too strong. I can't control it. Lin Fei landed. That explosion just now only delayed him for a moment. To Lin Fei it was really not that powerful because he could already use the windshield. It seems like the two of them know me. Lin Fei was puzzled. If he regretted killing them he might as well capture them first. After checking the corpses and the items on the ground, Lin Fei found something as he wished. It was a black plate with 3 words carved on it, 18 families. On the back there was a name, Wang Quan. Lin Fei came to a realization. So they're from the 18 families. No wonder they recognized me and wanted to ambush me. The appearance of the 18 families had angered Lin Fei. However, the 18 families sent people to kill him just because he killed 2 of them? They really don't know what's good for them. If Lin Fei had only been interested and curious before, he was now furious at the 18 great clans. After settling this matter, I will definitely cause a huge commotion for the 18 families. Lin Fan collected the spoils of war on the ground. He had gained quite a lot, especially the pure essence pills, which amounted to about 2 to 300,000. At the same time, he also obtained 2 fiery red beads. Fire lightning bead? The power of the explosion just now was comparable to a mystic great perfection stage explosion. It was comparable to his compressed water fire lotus. This item is not bad. I will give it to the 18 families to try. After keeping the items, Lin Fei found another item. It was a compass-like item just like what the Li family used. After checking it, he understood its use. He finally understood how they knew he was coming. It turned out to be like this. Chapter 282. What should you do? His loud voice was directed at the other party. Lin Fei was the kind of person who wouldn't do anything unless provoked. But once provoked, he wouldn't rest until he'd pluck a hair off of you. What are you doing and saying? Do you think you have the right to talk to an elder of the Jin family? A disciple behind Elder Jinzhong shouted unhappily. Get out of my way. With a loud roar, the Jin family disciple who'd spoken turned into a black streak as he was kicked away. He fell flat on his face. Elder Jin, what should you do? Lin Fei pressed again, his sharp eyes blasting at Elder Jinzhong as if he'd just done something insignificant. But Elder Jinzhong actually felt a thick murderous intent under that sharp gaze. For some reason he felt a chill and took a step back. I'm an elder of the Jin family. What right do you have to demand anything from me? This time, Elder Golden Bell found a suitable sentence. I'm an elder of the Jin family. Who are you? You think you're worthy to talk to me? Elder Jinzhong comforted himself with that. At the same time he was shocked. He was a cryptic spirit late-stage cultivator, but he couldn't see how Yi Fuqian had done it. Seeing his own disciple sent flying, he was filled with rage. The others were just as shocked. The disciple wasn't strong, only at the mid-mystic master level. He couldn't even take a single blow from the other party and was sent flying right in front of Elder Jinzhong. Who on earth was this person? Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Li Feng of the Li family couldn't help but frown. Why did that action just now give me a familiar feeling? Could it be that I've seen this person before? But why don't I remember? Li Feng was conflicted. Lin Fei laughed with disdain. So this is an elder of the Jin family. You only know how to bully ordinary people. Even I dared to take off my mask and you didn't dare do anything. What right do you have to accuse me of killing someone? Of your status? Some who were dissatisfied with the Jin family cheered inwardly. Great Elder Wenlei also saw this and nodded to himself. It's normal for a man of character to be a little arrogant. Jinzhong was so embarrassed by a young man. How dare you? This elder thinks that you are the culprit who killed our Jin family's disciple. Jinzhong shouted angrily, grabbing out with a single hand. When you fall into this elder's hands, I won't be afraid that you won't speak the truth. Elder Jinzhong was so angry that he became muddle-headed. He found an extremely reluctant excuse. No matter what, he had to take down the other party first. As for everything else was negotiable. Many shook their heads. Since when would the elders of the Jin clan cause trouble for no reason? Why would they make things difficult for a cultivator? It was all because this person was invited by the One clan. Humph, you dare to make a move in the martial arena? In the air there was a muffled groan. Elder Jinzhong, who had attacked, took 3 steps back, fear on his face. Unknowingly, a gray-robed old man had appeared in front of them. He had the strength of Mystic Spirit Great Circle. At this moment, his face was expressionless and the scene was silent. The arena was overseen by experts. In the fighting arena, as long as the overseeing expert made a move, no one would dare to continue, unless they wanted to die in the fighting arena. Take off your mask. The gray-robed old man said to Lin Fei expressionlessly. Lin Fei did not want to cause any trouble. He nodded to show that he understood and took off his mask. The moment the mask was removed, a commotion broke out. Elder Jinzhong, you've really wronged him this time. He's clearly disfigured. That's why he's wearing a mask. He doesn't want to scare others. After Lin Fei took off his mask, the scars on his face were revealed. It was a hideous and horrifying sight. Everyone could not help but wonder what kind of person had done this to him. Everyone understood what was going on when he attacked out of rage. How could this be? Jin Zhong's face was full of disappointment. The other party's face was full of scars. With his strength, he could see clearly that the scars on the other party's face were left a long time ago and not recently. Moreover, who would leave scars on their face because they wanted to make things difficult for themselves? Are you satisfied now? Lin Fei put on his mask. He hated Elder Jin Zhong to the core. He had wasted 500 points for nothing. No matter what, he had to get back at the other party. Then where did your killing intent come from? And the smell of blood? Jin Zhong knew that he had lost face today. He had to continue and try to find out the problem from Zhang Xian. Lin Fei said, "Of course it's from hunting demon beasts. Do I have to report all of this to you? I really don't understand how you cultivated to this realm. You should really go back to the furnace and reform yourself." Jin Zhong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Zhang Xian was too eloquent. "You said that I killed demon beasts, so I killed them. If you have the ability, hand over the points." Jin Zhong knew that his words could not withstand the test. For the sake of his face, he still had to give it a try. Maybe he would gain something and save some face. Lin Fei smiled. "You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll show you." He turned around and strode to the place where the points were tabulated. The highest score of the less than 20 martial artists before was only 1,000 points. Most of them were low-ranked demon beasts with profound realm demon cores. As for the ones above, the number was much smaller. Lin Fei waved his hand. Clatter. Clatter. A large pile of demon cores fell on the big table and rolled. So many demon cores. I see a mystic master demon core. That's nothing. Do you see that red one? Lin Fei learned to be smart. Darkness sneak. The doppelganger immediately merged into the darkness. Lin Fei's main body left the tunnel and hid not far away. His entire mind was focused on the doppelganger. At the end of the fire. In the darkness, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that under the desert there was a natural cave. Inside there was a fire and people came and went. These people were dressed differently, and there were actually 18 different outfits. Obviously, this was the division of the 18 families. At the same time, one family, small courtyard. He left. When Wuxia said disappointedly. Guan Mingchang stood next to her and said, "People like Master Shuang Mu won't stay in one place all the time. This kind of people stage is outside." "Miss, this is left by Master Shuang Mu." The maid handed a piece of paper to her. When Wuxia took the paper, and a moment later, there was a touch of shock in her eyes. "So he is from the Divine Force sect." "What, from the Divine Force sect?" In addition to the two of them, there were two elders standing behind them. One of them quickly grabbed the paper, and the two looked at each other. "So this is it." Immediately, the two showed a regretful expression and turned to report the situation. They would never have thought that the person who helped them was not a rogue cultivator, but a disciple of the Divine Force sect. "I knew that our one family would not have such good luck." When Wuxia murmured to herself. In the hall of the one family. Hearing the news, everyone was stunned and couldn't react for a while. The Divine Force sect. The Bu Luo dynasty, one of the three sections. The rapid development of the one family was due to the old patriarch of the previous generation, who gave up his talent to develop the one family to this level. The patriarch was a registered disciple of the Divine Force sect. Generations of patriarchs and some core figures knew that. "I didn't expect this." The patriarch of the one family let out a long sigh. "We missed a chance to make friends." His tone was full of annoyance and regret. In the Death Desert, the headquarters of the 18 families. The overall strength of the 18 families is really terrifying. Fortunately, I came in with a doppelganger and used the dark stealth and was almost discovered several times. In just a short half an hour. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the 18 families. The members of the 18 families in the Tianhai dynasty were indeed worthy of the reward. If the 18 families formed a family, it would definitely be a giant in the Tianhai dynasty. I have gone to 3 areas and now there is only 1 area left. And at this time a group of people came in the passage. Hurry up, everyone hurry up. These things have to be sent to the warehouse. If you are late, you will have to bear the consequences.